HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Sorry, I keep forgetting Jalen Reed is on the end of our new open here. And I requested that, too. Sorry, Jalen. Let's do it. What's going on, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth C. Payne. Hello, Seth C. Payne.
Hello. Hey, yes, it's a weird morning. I was trying to figure out how I feel this morning. I don't feel great about the Astros.
Okay.
The Astros lose Yordan Alvarez for at least 10 days with a sore hand, and yet it's not he hasn't been doing much for the Astros anyway, so I don't know exactly how to feel. I'm still getting over the Rockets Game 7, and I've got the Texans to look forward to in 4 months. So that's where I am. You ask how I'm doing, that's my 45-second answer.
Yeah, when the best news is like, wow, the Texans might be getting a new headquarters somewhere. Like, that's kind of where we are with the with the narrowed down type of stuff,
and
right
possibly
now.
A new stadium. It's also There was it was a little bit confusing yesterday because various reports were coming out about Cal and Hannah McNair speaking about possibly moving their headquarters, which was the main conversation yesterday out at the Texans golf tournament, their charity golf tournament. But they did also mention that they're still in negotiations about the stadium itself.
Well, and at least I know at least one media member conflated the two in a report and said, they'd be open to moving their stadium out to the outskirts. Or I don't think
Hannah did say that they're still in negotiations or they're still in discussions. So
with the lease, but the moving out of Harris County was about the headquarters, not the stadium. I think.
It's all right. I think the headquarters moving out feels like a near certainty,
or at least moving away from the part of town they're in now.
Right.
But not moving like out to Katy or something like that. That's.
They said the Houston area.
Right. Yeah. So, So anyways, I always think of like there's I don't want to get too deep into this. Like we're splitting hairs. We're saying the same thing. I think.
Yeah.
But like there's. Them moving anything out to like Katy or whatever would be a big change. That'd be
the headquarters. It wouldn't matter much at all.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people do you make it a point of your day to go drive by and see if you can catch a glimpse of the players walking over the bridge to practice? So the headquarters would be kind of entertainment retail complex, like it wouldn't be like the Star up in Dallas, but it might be a boon to some local economy if they were in Waller and had all the headquarters and everything else there, plus 100,000 square feet of retail.
Okay, how pissed would you put yourself back in the shoes of being a player? How pissed would you be if your practice facility was all the way out in Waller and the stadium was where it is right now?
I'd love it.
You would?
I'd love it. Yeah, give me some room to breathe. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, and then you just 8 to 9 times a year for regular season games, you're driving in on a Sunday. It feels a special occasion.
There would be people who, now you're a different breed, though. There would be guys who would be like, there ain't no nightlife out in Waller.
Right.
Like that would be, I know they're not putting it in Waller, but that's just kind of funny to think of. Like if it were that far, far away. Yeah.
I just bought 300 acres on spec in Waller.
Yeah.
Just hoping that might be, I can entice them, and I'm going to give them some tax breaks out there once I take over the local power structure.
Yeah. We'll talk about that a little bit later. So back to these Astros last night. It's funny. Yeah. Yordan is going to be out for at least the next 10 days, with the hand injuries back. We'd gone at least a year without the hand injury with Yordan Alvarez, but he's going to be out for at least 10 days. You're right. Like he's not been good this year. His OPS is below 700. It's the worst month he's had in nearly 3 seasons, and yet when they post that lineup graphic. Where the game, like, hey, here's the Astros starting lineup. The mere absence of Yordan Alvarez's name in it does have some sort of effect. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just like that he's missing in that lineup, makes it look completely toothless when Paredes is your cleanup hitter, Paredes is your three-hole guy, and Walker is your cleanup hitter. And that kind of bore itself out last night. They had 8 singles and a double last night. There is something about even, Yordan Alvarez, even when he's got an OPS of below 700, that his name being in the lineup has an effect. Like he is the one guy. He's the only left-handed hitter in the lineup, so that's something. They sent an all right-handed lineup out there last night against a right-handed hitter, so they've got nothing on the left side of the plate other than Caratini if he chooses to switch hit. And so he's the one guy where you put in that lineup, you go, okay, when he's in the 3-hole, he impacts the 2 spots ahead of him and the 2 spots behind him. I think even when he's in a slump like he is right now.
And there's 2 things here. One, it's that Yordan's got a pretty lengthy history of kind of minor injuries or what have you that seem to either affect his performance or he ends up with time on the IL. The other is just flat out his performance. As you mentioned, it's one of his worst months, second worst month in his major league career since, let's see, he was in 2022, August of 2022, he had a 638 OPS. In that month. April of this last month, he was a 670 OPS. And this is also in a stretch where you've got 17 consecutive games and you're down a relief pitcher. But you also, that's who they bring up in replacement.
Yeah, we got 3 catchers now, so that's a terrible trade-off. Yeah,
Astros with bases loaded. They've got the 7th most bases loaded opportunities in the league so far this year. And they have the worst batting average by a long shot.
Yeah, they got like 4 hits with the bases loaded this year. It's
They're hitting 114 with bases loaded.
Yeah.
4 for 35 is what it is.
Yeah, this is just and yet they're 17 and 17. I felt like I had more fun watching last year's team 34 games in, and they were 12 and 22. Like they're not a fun. That's a team you can just throw on an extra computer screen and just sort of keep an eye on. There's nothing going on in any of these games.
Part of the problem is that obviously they have no offense, but as good as the pitching has been, they've also got the best whip in baseball, which means even the pitching, even when they're struggling a little bit, they're still not letting guys on base.
Right.
They're flat out, you let up some home runs here or there, you have a bad inning, and it's a boring game to watch.
Yeah. And Blanco was what Blanco's become. He gives up 3 runs every time out, and you got to hope that this is one of the games that they score more than 3 runs. That would be 14 of the 34 games this year. They've scored more than 3 runs in a game.
He's got a 5+ ERA at this point, and it doesn't feel – I wish I could just point to one game that has inflated that or something. This early in the season, sometimes you can say, well, he had that one disastrous. Like, it's been pretty miserable pretty much every time.
This is what happens. There. We're seeing it to a more extreme degree and a much lesser important player for the Astros. But like Taylor Scott, guys bumping around 30s, and he has an outlier season where you're like, oh, okay, wow. All right, well, maybe we got something here. And it turns out, no, you had something for a year. I mean, Ronel Blanco, again, not too – well, I guess the kind of it is extreme a degree. His ERA is around 5. But, the last few starts, and I would say a majority of his starts this year, it's been like 5 innings, 3 runs, 6 innings, 3 runs. And, like last night, if it were the Astros from even 3 years ago, that keeps you in the game. If it's the Astros of 2025, you're sunk, especially if Yordan Alvarez is out with a hand injury. So that's, so you start to look, I start to look, the pitching's been great. Who are the guys you can trust right now? It's pretty, the pitching's been great, and yet Ronel Blanco's been fairly terrible. And Framber Valdez has not been himself yet, and yet the pitching statistically is among the best in baseball. So McCullers, we'll see how that kind of plays out over time here. Like, they're going to get Arrighetti back pretty soon. That'll help. But Blanco is more pitching his way. They're going to have a 6-man rotation here for a while, so he'll be in the rotation. But as you start to look at the back end of the rotation and who you can trust, things like that, Blanco is slowly slipping out of the circle of trust for me.
It's been his most promising performance was 2 games ago against Toronto. He went 6 2/3 innings, only allowed 1 run.
He's their daddy.
And that's pretty much that's pretty much it for him in terms of really impressive performances or things that you feel like, oh, that's classic Ronel Blanco.
Yeah. Here was Joe Espada last night on the Astros. Again, 3 or fewer runs in 20 out of 34 games, 14 with bases loaded. And they're just they had 8 singles and a double last night. Here was Espada on what he saw offensively last night.
We got people on base. We got 9 hits. We got the 6th inning. We had an opportunity there to capitalize, and we just gotta relax and let the game come to us. I think sometimes we tried hard, trying to get a big hit, trying to come through for our team. So this offense is going to explode here pretty soon. We just gotta stay positive.
Okay,
it's gonna explode, Sean.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the names, man. Like this is not, where it's one thing to sit here and talk about an offense with Tucker and Bregman and some of the other guys. Like and maybe it does. Like I know Isaac Paredes has had seasons where he's hit 30+ home runs. I know Christian Walker recently has had multiple seasons where he's hit 30+ home runs. I just don't have a history with these guys. That's the thing.
No, you don't have a history, and it's not an explosive offense. If just looking at the names, even the guys that you don't know, this is not what we've become accustomed to in Houston. I know it's been a couple years, but when you hear explosive, you think, oh, you mean they're going to be setting records for home runs and all of these other things? It's just not quite. And you're going up against a pitcher last night who's walked more batters than anybody else in Major League Baseball, basically. And for all of the pitching judgment and what have you that you were supposed to have, did they have a single? They didn't. That can't be. Did they not walk once last night?
I don't know.
No, they didn't walk. They didn't walk a single time last night.
Even the inning where they got the one run they got, it was like a seeing eye single, a throwing error by the pitcher.
Yeah.
It's just you watch it, you go, okay, this is another one of these. They're going to score 2 runs, and Joe Espada is going to be real optimistic about it. But like they're just they don't hit the ball hard. They did not walk last night. No.
Yeah, Myers had Myers came in there with like a 1.9 whip because he's just marching people around the bases.
Yeah.
The Astros, who focused on pitch selection and judgment at the plate, and mind you, but remember too, the Astros wanted to focus on their pitch selection. The 2 guys that have a pulse offensively, Altuve and Myers, are the 2 guys
free swingers, man.
Swing away at whatever the hell comes their way in the first pitch.
They're free swingers. That was fun. Myers' OPS was above 800 for a couple days after his 7 RBI outburst on Saturday, but it's back below 800. So everybody's below 800 again for the Astros.
He was as good as a normally slumping Yordan Alvarez. When Yordan slumps, he's like at 800 OPS or so.
Yeah.
Typically, this is different. This is
an ailing Yordan Alvarez. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday. There's your Astros update. We'll get to them in headlines.
Happy Tuesday, everybody.
Happy Tuesday. Hope you have a great day lined up for yourself. All right. Seth mentioned it. Still the aftermath of the Rockets' loss to the Golden State Warriors on Sunday night. Jalen Green has been the big the Rocks yesterday. He was a big topic following the game. What are they saying? What is Jalen Green saying about himself? We didn't get to this yesterday. What is he saying about his performance? He got salty on himself after the game. We'll hear from Jalen Green, and the big day coming up for the Rockets is actually in about a week, and we'll explain coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610. Payne and Pendergast.
I would say, like, individually, as I'm thinking about this playoff series the Rockets just lost, like, individually, Seth, you've been covering this Rockets team for a good long time, just like I have, since back in the early 2010s, late 2000 and nothings. This is probably the most discussed individual playoff series that, like, non-James Harden. Like, James Harden was the topic of every playoff series going back to the time he got here. Like, Jalen Green's performance in this series as an individual is probably the one that has been touched on the most in the 24 to 48 hours after the series, other than any James Harden series, in probably since before James Harden got here.
So I guess, I mean, it's hard because it's been so long since the Rockets were there was playoff series that didn't involve. It's almost like Jalen Green is the most discussed player after, other than James Harden, Jalen Green is the most discussed player after a playoff series than in any time during the James Harden era. And that, okay, so there are a lot of similar aspects to it in terms of, okay, is James Harden simply not a great playoff performer? He was at very least a viable and very productive in the early parts of series. He just tended not to be all that great in elimination games and what have you versus the really good teams. So this is a first round series where a guy that you're hoping at one point is going to develop into the alpha star on your team poorly. At least according to expectations or hopeful expectations, 100%. It's a lesser version of the James Harden discussion.
Well, and there was never any discussion, and we're going to talk about this now. Like there was never any discussion after any of those series of moving on from James Harden. Do you trade him for so and so? Do you mix him into a deal? Like this is kind of a different deal now with Jalen Green because this is a team that probably needs to make a move, and it might involve moving Jalen Green out. You know who might be in the running for that is Dwight Howard in the playoffs, because Dwight Howard, remember, would insist. Dwight always wanted to somehow prove Barkley and Shaq wrong, and remember they would waste possessions in the first quarter getting Dwight Howard touches in the post to where he would ineffectively try to back people up and not score points. So there was that element of, okay, Dwight Howard in the playoffs, can he ultimately actually do what you want? And it always felt like you were left wanting more. Jalen Green took his performance pretty hard. This was Jalen Green with the media after Game 7 on Sunday night.
How would you assess your overall series? And, is there anything that any of the guys said to you tonight?
Besides that one game, I got to be better. First playoffs isn't an excuse. I just gotta be better. Anything in particular? Just being aggressive. I can't let a team take me out of the game. No matter what the scheme is. I just didn't do that.
Speak up.
I desperately need somebody to get with Jalen Green.
Speak up.
Just get him to put some bass in his voice, man. It makes it that much worse.
Would that guy scare you if you were the Golden State Warriors?
I can't. It's all Draymond can do. All Draymond can do is talk, and also scare Şengün.
Yeah. Like, the reason there was a 3-second long beep there is he dropped 3 S-bombs on himself.
Yeah.
So look, voice aside, like Jalen is taking this seriously and he's taking it pretty hard. But look, he was abjectly terrible in this series. They took him completely out of this series. Now, he does have a teammate taking up for him, and he's got his coach taking up for him. So, Seth, I'm going to play these, and you tell me if you see these. I don't want to say making excuses, but just reasons or optimism or whatever it may be, if these are valid. This is Fred VanVleet on the struggles of Jalen Green in that playoff series.
It's different, right? But, I can share with him what I've seen and what I've been through. And, again, it's the way that the world seems to be on his shoulders at times with everybody else's expectations. But, he played well. He played team basketball. It wasn't we were a balanced group all year. It never really was about one guy all season. So we knew that they were going to load up on him. They did it. We played them 12 times, I think, this year. So they kind of played him the same way every game. But again, stumbles and shortcomings and failures. And when you don't win a championship, it feels like failure. And you use that, in your summertime as you prepare and get ready to come back a better player.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, where if he weren't a high draft pick and if he weren't making the money he does, you might, for one, they wouldn't be, if he didn't have the talent he does, they wouldn't be loading up on him. Yeah. But there is that hump you got to get over when, if you're genuinely an excellent NBA player, you still find ways to produce when they're loading up on you. That's the whole. I always get upset with this. I get annoyed with this when people try to make excuses for a pass rusher and say, "Well, he's getting double teamed a lot." Right. The really good defensive ends get double teamed all the time, and they find ways to produce. And he's just not there. So I don't. It's not like somebody yesterday accused me of being mad at Jalen Green. I'm not mad at Jalen Green. I'm just accepting him for what he is right now, which is he's not the alpha on this team, and he doesn't show any signs that he can actually be the alpha in the playoffs, or he didn't here. But that I'm open to, if you bring in other people that can take the focus off of him, he can at least be a viable player in the playoffs. And I think it's very clear. He did that in Game 2. Game 7, the thing that was so frustrating was that Fred VanVleet was the focus of attention for the Warriors. It wasn't like Jalen Green didn't have opportunities to make something happen in that game. He just didn't do it.
Yeah, he didn't make it happen. Here's Green strolls.
You have to look at it as a sign of respect the way they went after him. Obviously, a leading scorer, and their objective was to take him out of the series. And like I've said throughout the series, he gets the ball out of his hands and gets us the numbers and the advantage. He's done his job there, and you have to try to take advantage of opportunities in transition when we get stops and get out and run and kind of be more efficient as far as that. But when teams want to blitz you, like I said, I always say we should welcome that and kind of pick that apart. We've seen it quite a bit this year with him, and so he's improved in that area. But he didn't get a ton of shots, honestly, throughout the series, or when they did guard him regularly, obviously had a big night, and then they went right back to what they were doing. And so, it's going to sting for him as well, not having his best performance in the series. But at the same time, like I said, you got to take advantage of those numbers, and he did his job to get off the ball, and everybody could have played better tonight, obviously.
Yeah, and what Ime is referring to there, that was, I think, more like Game 5, I think, was the game where they won, and you and I came in here the next day, and we were like, you know what, Jalen Green only scored 11 points, but he kind of did his job. He kind of, he wasn't doing negative things. When he got doubled, he was getting the ball to open people, and he was facilitating things more. It wasn't that way in Game 7, nor throughout most of the series, if we're being honest. Here's the thing that I see, Seth, a lot with people, the people taking up for Jalen Green or making a case for hanging on to Jalen Green, trying to make a case that he's one of the untouchable young players like Amen Thompson, and maybe to a lot of people Upper Şengün, point things like Kobe Bryant in 1997 where he shot 4 air balls against the Utah Jazz. Yeah. And what I would point out was Kobe's rookie year for a guy coming out of high school. Jalen's 23 now, or 22, whatever. He's 4 seasons in. So that analogy doesn't hold a ton of water with me. And, an 18-year-old kid, skinny kid out of Lower Merion, Pennsylvania still. He's a year removed from high school, and he's shooting air balls in the playoffs versus a guy who's been in the league 4 years. Here's the other thing. I see people bring up Devin Booker. Like, Devin Booker scored a bunch of points on some bad Suns teams. Good thing they stuck with him because now he's one of the best 2 guards in the league. Fair enough. The difference with teams like the Suns with Devin Booker, the Lakers with Kobe, like the Lakers were never moving on from Kobe. It's a straw man argument. The Rockets have options. Most teams that have young guys that are going through struggles early that get to the postseason, they are on teams where this is the only path to the rebuild is to marry your young lottery picks that you got, stick with them, and then hope that they play their way into being very good playoff players. The Rockets are the rare team, the rare contender, soon-to-be contender, I guess. Hard to call them a contender when they got knocked out in the first round, but I think everybody sees the makings of a contender on this team. They got a ton of options as to what they can do to improve this basketball team. And Jalen Green's just not a good enough player to stand in the way of that if he's part of facilitating that. There's very few teams that are making their run into the playoffs for the first time with a young nucleus that are doing so with 5 very attractive young assets on the team, a bunch of first-round pick that's going to get lotterized next Monday and find out exactly where it is. Like that's the other thing I teased into this segment. Next Monday is a huge day for what the offseason is going to look like for the Rockets. If their lottery pick that they have from Phoenix, which right now is scheduled to land at 9, if the lottery just plays out the way the math says it should, it'd be 9. But if it jumps up into the top 4, like it did last year, Brooklyn's pick did for them, hell, that's all of a sudden an asset where you might not have to mix Jalen Green into a trade. Yeah. Like that's those 5 or 6 spots in a draft, in an NBA draft, are really important, especially if it lands at number 1. Then I think you hang on to it and draft Cooper Flagg and then figure out. Then all of a sudden there's a lot of guys who aren't as untouchable as we thought they were. But this is you can't compare this Rockets team and what they have available to them to go improve the team to all these other teams that have had 2 guards like Jalen Green that have struggled early in their postseason careers.
I think if you look at Jalen Green in Game 5, that might be more promising than the 38-point performance in Game 2, simply because, as you pointed out, he only scored 11 points, but remember, he knocked knees and got injured in that game, and also none of the starters played more than 2.5 quarters, until the very end. So that was maybe the one that showed the guy that could handle how they were playing him. He became a facilitator. He made smart decisions. That was really good. So if you can build on that, perhaps there you have it. Just by way of illustration, though, like you got to remember, this is maybe unfair because it's Steph Curry, but the finals where Iguodala won the MVP instead of Steph Curry, because remember, Steph Curry was limited in those finals. He had in those 6 games was 19 points. It wasn't like Steph Curry. Yes, the Cavs really focused on Steph Curry and tried to limit him, and he never went off. Iguodala wins the MVP. Steph Curry was still scoring 20+ in 5 of the 6 games in that season. It's just you can't make excuses for a guy who's supposed to be an alpha by saying, well, they paid attention to him.
Well, and like if Steph's scoring 20, there's at least 3 points in the game that he's making a shot where you're like, oh crap. You know what I mean? Like he's making, it's like his 20 points, there's by the nature of how he scores his points, there's always going to be at least 2 or 3 buckets in a game that just break your back for the next 2 minutes. You did everything right, and he's chunking up one from 30, and it comes at these really crucial times of the game. So you're absolutely right. Like there's a difference between being contained and being completely shut down. And I think what you're describing with Steph Curry there, Seth, is, they were able to contain him. He still did some things. I mean, throughout the majority of this series, Jalen Green was a 0 in this series.
Well, and the other big thing was that Steph Curry in those games was getting 7-8 assists, per game. And, Jalen Green, his high was six assists in Game 2. There were times where he had 1 assist in some of those games. In the playoffs. He's
gotten better at it, but he's not a distributor, man. Like he's a guy who's looking to hunt first. So Jalen Green, that is going to be a major topic. Fred VanVleet, they've got to make decisions on Fred VanVleet and his contract within the next several weeks. The Rockets, even out of the postseason with the lottery next Monday, this is going to be, if you're keeping an eye on the Rockets offseason, this is a big 5 or 6 days coming up. Text message, for a team near the competitive balance tax, the Astros have a team of guys that I look around and wonder, where's all the money going? Well, 30 million of it, or near 30 million of, 30 million of it's going to Jose Abreu. So there's 30. And then they're still eating a big chunk of the Rafael Montero deal. There's Christian Javier's getting 12 million to rehab an injury. There is 50 or 60 million on this payroll right now with the Astros that they are getting 0 out of right now.
At least Lance's salary is actually counting towards actual baseball.
That
is
for the first time a positive thing. Yes.
Huzzah!
Huzzah. Text message, Jordan is a young 68-year-old, always a young 58-year-old, always hurt. Best days behind him. I don't think best days are behind him. I think this is just something that you have to deal with every year. Honestly, I think these injuries are a big part of the reason probably why he went and signed that deal that looks so friendly when he's got 1,000 OPS. When he's got 1,000 OPS, that deal looks like the greatest deal in baseball. When he's got an inflamed hand and he's missing 3 weeks for an oblique, you go, okay, well, that's why he's only going to make $20 million a year for the next 3 or 4 years.
The other thing that makes everything miserable right now is that, yes, the Astros are one of the worst hitting teams in baseball in a lot of regards, but it's also in a year where offense is down in general in Major League Baseball, so it feels even worse. It's such a It's you're still one of the worst, but you're one of the worst hitting leagues in a year where the strike zone has shrunk, and it feels bad.
Yeah,
it feels really bad compared to what you're used to seeing on the base.
You're
paths.
among the worst in a year where the league is really bad at what we're talking about as a whole. It's just it's bad. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do some headlines. We actually have a good headline for the Rockets that we'll get to. Well, could have been better, but it's all right. Astros, we'll get to that. Big news in the NFL, a release in the NFL of a future Hall of Famer possibly. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next.
Illinois.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, here are your headlines. Let's start with the NBA. We talked about the Rockets and their offseason. Boy, a lot of people texting in their thoughts on Jalen Green, on the Rockets this offseason. We'll get to you guys, I promise. 4-6 if you want to text. Ime Udoka finishes in third place for NBA Coach of the Year. Kenny Atkinson of the top-seeded Cleveland Cavaliers, who trail their series in the second round 1-0 right now to Indiana. He wins the award. J.B. Bickerstaff, former interim head coach for the Houston Rockets. He was number 2. The turnaround in Detroit got him to runner-up. And then Ime Udoka, 7 first-place votes. He finishes third in the running for NBA Coach of the Year. That'll probably be as close as any Rocket employee gets to an award this year. Good season. And Ime Udoka getting recognized as such. As far as the NBA playoffs go, upsets galore so far. So far, Seth, in all 3 of the second-round series that have started. The only one that has yet to get underway is the one the Rockets would have been playing in if they had won in Game 7. Minnesota and Golden State get started tonight in Minnesota.
Ooh.
But the other 3 series, the underdog has taken a 1-0 lead on the road in those series. Indiana beat Cleveland on Sunday evening before the Rockets game. And then last night, in the first games of the second round, the New York Knicks beat the Boston Celtics in Boston in overtime. And then the Denver Nuggets, on an Aaron Gordon three-point shot late, come back and beat OKC, and they're up 1-0. So if you remain into the NBA playoffs, the second round is off to a very intriguing start.
I'm fascinated to see what happens with Golden State, with their many players they have who are 31 years old or older, and on one-day rest going to Minnesota. Exactly
Straight
how
there.
That's going to look. Yeah. I mean, that's after a shot one. That'll be interesting. If we can go back to the NBA, the Coach of the Year voting a little bit.
Yeah.
The thing that jumped out at me immediately was the 5 third-place votes that J.J. Redick got. J.J. Redick finished 6th because he had 0 first-place votes, 0 second-place votes, but 5 third-place votes, which I'm guessing the Lakers writers might be the most homerish sports writers in all of it. Like, they bow down in abeyance to the LA Lakers and just love talking about their allure and their mystique and everything else like that. Those are 5 worthless, unethical punks that voted for J.J. Redick in the Los Angeles area. I'm convinced of it.
I thought in the regular season, he actually did a decent job considering. Look, I know they won at least during the regular season, the thought was they won the Luka trade, and ultimately they probably did. But, he got them to the 3 seed. That's not an easy – it sounds weird to say, and there's going to be 25 other NBA teams that are like, oh, yeah, tough problem to have mixing 2 of the biggest stars in the league together. Not a totally easy I don't think he did a bad job. I thought he was all right in the regular season. He was atrocious in the postseason. Like, when the head coaching started to really matter, he was terrible, playing his guys for an entire half without a sub.
That's true. Yeah, I got to forget you have to forget that part of it because it's a regular season award.
Yeah.
Good job, J.J. Redick.
Yeah. You deserve those 5 third-place votes.
Yes, you are indeed the smartest man in the room. I apologize.
Like
How could I be so dumb?
That's right. The Astros lose last the 1 final score. The offense just anemic. 8 singles and a double in the game. And no Yordan Alvarez. And as bad as Yordan has been by really by anybody's standards, his OPS is in the 600s right now. Just not having him in the lineup is a little jarring. Joe Espada, still talking about quality at-bats and things like that. Joe Espada's never going to get negative on his team. He was asked after the game, is it more frustrating or encouraging that you're getting quality at-bats, but you're just a hit away?
Yeah, as long as the quality is there, I'm fine. Because I know that we're going to get some big hits. Our offense has not gotten hot yet, and we playing 500 baseball. Our pitching is doing a really good job. Our bullpen is doing a really phenomenal job keeping us in game. We just got to be patient and continue to move forward and continue to fight because this will turn around. We'll get hot here soon.
Okay.
Yeah. The Brewers have allowed the second, in terms of pitch judgment, since you mentioned it and whatnot, the Brewers have allowed the second most walks in the league right now. And one of the huge culprits was Myers, the pitcher, last night. And the Astros didn't get a single walk against him.
No. And
the judgment at the plate, that's what's going to be the key this year. And aggressive base running, Sean.
Yeah.
That's going to bring everything home.
Some guys are back to swinging at the first pitch again. And guys who shouldn't be swinging at the first pitch. So the Astros lose. They're back at it again tonight. And if you hadn't heard, Yordan Alvarez officially goes to the 10-day IL. So he'll be out for at least 10 days. Out of nowhere yesterday, although you can see the reasons why, Justin Tucker released by the Baltimore Ravens yesterday. And I guess the foreshadowing for this, Seth, was the Ravens, who had never drafted a kicker in their 30-year history, drafted a kicker. Drafted a kicker in the sixth round of the NFL draft. Justin Tucker, released by the Baltimore Ravens. They put out a very flowery statement about how much he's meant to the organization and how many great memories they have of Justin Tucker. I did not expect the statement to mention at all the shroud of controversy that he's under right now. I can't imagine another team signing Justin Tucker right now, considering the ongoing investigation, and B, the fact that there probably were football reasons to at least look at bringing in another kicker with the Ravens. He was one of the worst kickers in football last year.
He was awful, and you wonder how much of Justin Tucker falling apart last year had to do with him probably realizing there was a swirling fiasco of controversy around him, and all these allegations against him. So the Ravens, who have demonstrated time and time again that they will not accept or allow stuff like this on a team if a player isn't good anymore.
Zero tolerance. Yeah.
Zero tolerance if a player is no good anymore.
Right.
So Ray Rice, who was an aging and not nearly as good running back, or now Justin Tucker, who is the same way. But they did draft Mike Green, who faces 2 sexual assault allegations.
Yeah, so it brought some back in the
allegations.
Building. Allegations. Yeah. So Justin Tucker, I heard the show before ours on the network. I think it was Perloff saying, well, is this going to affect him getting into the Hall of Fame? This won't. I mean, the thing that affects him most getting into the Hall of Fame is kickers just take a long time to get put into the Hall of Fame. But as John McClain will point out anytime it gets brought up, it's about what they did on the field, not off the field.
Yeah.
I wonder if some of that is going to get – I know that is the stated criteria by the Hall of Fame, is it is strictly for what is done on the field. Those rules are maybe somewhat archaic. I think as we get younger Hall of Fame selectors into the committee and whatnot, it may be the stated thing that the off-the-field stuff doesn't matter, but...
Yeah. Listen, that's what they say, and it's easy when they go untested with it, because they haven't... Listen, this is the crew that made Terrell Owens wait, just simply because he was annoying. It wasn't like Terrell Owens didn't have off-field issues or anything else like that, but they didn't like the cut of his jib.
Nope.
So they love to act like, well, we abide by the rules, and we would never allow somebody's off-field transgressions to. All right, we'll see.
We'll see.
I don't think, but that's the thing. I think because it's a kicker, it doesn't ever become a. It's easy to push off for various reasons. Yeah.
That's if he were the the best receiver of his generation or something, or if Deshaun Watson were actually a Hall of Fame caliber player, that would put it to the test.
There's time, Sean.
Yeah.
There's time.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm sick of you hating on Deshaun and counting him out just because he hasn't basically played football in 5 years.
We got answers. Speaking of the Texans, we got answers on a couple of things yesterday from D'Amico Ryans, including how will one of the primary guys they drafted a couple of weeks ago get used, at least early on in his career. We got a Tank Dell update as well that we will get to. All of this from the Texans charity golf tournament yesterday. We've got that coming up here in the 7 o'clock hour next. Stay there. But first, hey, reminder.
Hotel.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we got answers on some things yesterday, so we welcome you back into the 7 o'clock hour here. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Nice to be with you on a Tuesday morning. The Texans had their annual charity golf tournament yesterday over at River Oaks Country Club. D'Amico Ryans met with the media. The McNairs met with the media. Mike Tolman, the new president of the team, met with the media. The McNairs and Mike Tolman particularly were talking about stadium issues, a possible new headquarters for the team that'll land somewhere. If they indeed decide to move their headquarters and practice facility, will land somewhere in the greater Houston area. We'll get to that in just a minute. D'Amico Ryans did meet with the media as well and was asked about Ariante Ursary, their second-round pick. This is an offensive line where you got a lot of guys that are forecasted to possibly play multiple positions. Centers in play for rookie Ariante Ursary, D'Amico.
Adding Ursary to our team through the draft, really liked his tape in college at tackle. He played left tackle, so we'll start him out at tackle and see how he does there. My vision for him is always he can help us at tackle.
Okay, so tackle. He is going to be. Yeah. We can at least for the time being, Seth, put any talk about Ariante Ursary at right or left guard off the grid for now.
Yeah, and I know there's, it's my feel on it is that he just doesn't strike me as a guard. He's 6'6", not extremely extraordinarily tall, but he's a 6'6", and he doesn't play with great knee bend. It's hard for guys like that to go down and play in that phone booth sometimes. So I like him as a tackle, and I hope he gets to just stay there and doesn't get pressed into emergency duty or what have you. There's a problem in this country, in America today, and it's people are way too eager to call an offensive lineman versatile.
That is
the greatest problem we face as Americans today.
It's true.
And it's not as simple as just moving a guy and saying, oh, look, he did it. Yeah. He moved there. That's like if you put me in a nuclear physicist chair and say, like, oh, look, Seth's sitting in a nuclear physicist chair. Everything's cool now. No, there's going to be a meltdown. I'm gonna create huge issues. They're like, yes, but you have a name tag that says nuclear physicist. So you can't guard and say he's versatile.
Yes.
You got to actually be good at various other things. Let the rookie learn how to play tackle, damn it.
And I would say nuclear Armageddon and C.J. Stroud getting repeatedly hit because of pressure coming from the inside.
Yes.
Very equal. They're just the same exact thing.
Equally dire and crucial as any other actual problem in America.
That analogy holds up perfectly. Absolutely. So I guess, Seth, if we're looking at training camp here, we're not that far off. I mean, the rookie minicamp is Friday, which means OTAs is right after that, which means training camp is going to, we're under 3 months away from training camp. I think Cam Robinson's going to be the left tackle for this team. I feel pretty confident in that. It's Titus Howard. If I had to pick which way the possession arrow is pointing right now, I would say guard. I don't feel super confident in that, but let's just say for purposes of this conversation, he's the left guard. So the left side of your line is kind of nailed down. Does Ursary and Blake Fisher become one of the most intriguing position battles in camp if those indeed are the two that are duking it out at right tackle?
Yeah. I think that if one of those guys emerges, then there's a chance that Titus Howard will be the guard and you'll have a little bit of clarity.
You used 2 second-round picks on tackles. I almost feel like, man, one of them better emerge.
Right.
In camp. One of them better emerge, or you're trending towards a couple of second-round picks being burned on at best a swing tackle.
Right, you got to hit on one of those guys at some point. Yeah. Blake Fisher's a huge X factor in a lot of this. I think that now, but they can play right tackle, and you've got guys that are at the very least starters right there slotted in as a starter at guard. It gets a little interesting just because Tomlinson has only ever played left guard, so do you move him, does he compete for both left and right guard, or does Titus actually get a shot at right guard? I don't know. I think it's a wide open competition at every spot. I do feel genuinely like Titus isn't guaranteed a starting position. I think that there's going to be a battle in training camp. He'll have the leg up, obviously, but if somebody really impresses them, I think every guy in that room is going to have a genuine opportunity to get a look as a starter if he plays that well during training camp.
I don't think Cam Robinson's guaranteed the starting left tackle position either. Those are the two. Cam Robinson and Titus Howard are the two closest to putting in ink. At least playing and starting. I don't know what position for Titus.
It was the weirdest thing last year is that through training camp, it became very obvious that, all right, this offensive line is not a finished product. The starters as a group barely played together at all in preseason games, and yet there was this feeling that, nope, these are your starters along the offensive line. And I felt really bad about it, and it never got any better. They didn't play their way into it. I guess it got a little bit better in some regards towards the end of the season, but that's the battle to watch this training camp.
Yep. D'Amico Ryans was asked. I thought this was an interesting question because I've wondered this myself. You went out and traded for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, made a big step up as a rookie last year. Jalen Petrie is not a safety he's a safety by name on the roster, but he doesn't function as a safety as much. But you've got a lot of bodies at safety, and Jimmy Ward is still here. They extended him for a third year during the season last year, so he's back. And it's fair to wonder, especially with them having made the Gardner-Johnson trade, what's Jimmy Ward's role with the team?
Jimmy's doing fine. Jimmy's on the road to recovery as well. He's doing fine. He's out of his boot now. He's starting to get back into running a little bit, so he's in a good spot. And Jimmy is a great football player. I love Jimmy. I love how he plays the game. And again, saying whenever Jimmy is ready, I know Jimmy can help our football team win games. We saw him make game-changing plays for us, big-time plays and big moments. And whenever he's out there, he'll do it. He's a football player. So what I love about him, he's played multiple spots in the defense. So I'm excited to see just whenever he's ready, it doesn't hurt to have a lot of good safeties on your team.
When he said he was out of his boot, that was one of those, I guess, reporting a positive thing, but because of the timing of it and the fact that we're in May, I kind of thought, I thought he would have been out of his boot a while before that.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
Just how extensive was this surgery?
Yeah.
So I think Jimmy Ward's going to be a guy we probably don't see much of during training camp because they're going to be very careful with him, but he's always going to be there at the ready. He's like a better version of Joe Flacco in Cleveland. Joe Flacco advising people on the sidelines, but you know that, all right, now that Flacco is going to be a break glass in case of emergency type of situation in Cleveland. Jimmy Ward they're going to use, but I think they can mix and match him wherever they need to in any given week. They can, depending on the injury situation or what have you, he can be a free safety. He can come up and he can play that nickel backer if he has to because of injuries. So hopefully that works out for him because he's well into his 30s now, and he's been injured pretty much every year for the past several years.
I think getting C.J. Gardner-Johnson sets Jimmy Ward up to be in a perfect role at this, yes, to your point, Seth, this stage of his career. He playing a full workload, he can't stay on the field. Yeah. He's had so many different injuries, and not all of them have been, just bad luck. Like the one he had last year, like he broke the foot. I think it was a broken foot he got. Like he just landed on it wrong, whatever. But his first year with the team, it was a quad, it was a hamstring, it was older guy injuries, and so I think this is perfect. If you got Kalen Bullock and C.J. Gardner-Johnson as your two starting safeties, and Jimmy Ward is there, as depth in case one of them goes out with an injury, or more likely week to week, it would be in sort of a nickel or dime role. Like he can play, he can play up there in the slot. He can cover guys out of the slot. He's played slot corner before, so I think he could be, and then you add the leadership element into it, which that room is just is boiling over with, that secondary room right now. I think he's got a role with the team.
Right. Well, and just to illustrate it, he's going to be 34 years. In his career, he's played 11 seasons. He's only had 2 seasons where he played all 16 games. Yeah. Before they changed the schedule. But then in the last 2 years, he's played 10 games in each of those years. Yeah. In 2022, his last year in San Francisco, he played 12 games, and now he's 34 years old. So it's if you were to go into the season expecting him to be a full-time starter or something, you'd really be in deep water. So as a role player, hopefully he'll come up big in some big moments.
We got a Tank Dell update, and we don't have audio of it because all the clips that were out there on the internet from the media sessions yesterday, there was not good. The quality of the audio on the Tank answers wasn't great. That said, it wasn't a lot of news stuff. The Tank Dell news cycle is a strange one right now. It almost feels like we here in Houston feel like, he's not going to play next year, or if he does, it's going to be at the very end of the year. And yet, anytime somebody says something about it with the Texans, at least over the last couple weeks, it does seem to get picked up as some sort of news with
like an update. Where the update is, D'Amico has said this at least twice and maybe 3 times now. He's in good spirits.
Right.
He's in good spirits, and D'Amico is very specific. This is how I would read into it, Sean. D'Amico has flat out said, we're not putting any timetable on this. And I think most of us feel like, boy, an injury like that for a wide receiver, it's 50-50 whether the guy even comes back to play football again. And when they do play football again, they're not the same version of themselves typically. That it's found money, and it would be an awesome and inspirational story if he came back. But you just got to kind of put that off on a shelf and maybe worry about it in December or January or something. And that would be somewhat of I don't want to say a miraculous comeback, but an unlikely comeback if he comes back in December.
Yeah, I don't think it's a complete accident or coincidence that Jalen Noel is there at 79. Like, there's the best player on our board. Let's take it. Like, I think there's some connective tissue between drafting Jalen Noel and whatever it is Tank Dell's situation is right now.
Nick has said that they do look at what a guy's role on the team will be.
Yes.
And that's where I think you finagle your way around the drafting for need part by saying, okay, we're going to draft a guy, but we want the best player available who's actually going to contribute to the team this year. You traded for Christian Kirk in the offseason.
Yes.
You draft a slot receiver in the draft.
Yep.
Like, those are roles that if they expected Tank Dell to play this year, I don't think ideally that they're going to be spending all these assets on having 3 slot receivers
Smaller
on your team.
Receivers, I agree with that.
The other thing, too, remember, D'Amico last year, and I don't think he was lying, but he felt like during training camp, he said Christian Harris will be just fine, and, he'll be ready to go. And
well, you didn't hear
you
didn't hear him say is in week 15.
Yeah. So he didn't couch that much at all, and I think with Tank, it's D'Amico specifically saying we're not putting a timetable on it.
Yeah. Now, so, and by the way, mentioning Nick Caserio, he will join us tomorrow on the show. Almost tomorrow morning, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio joining us in advance of rookie minicamp coming up this weekend. And the first time we've had a chance to chat with him since the draft a couple of weeks ago. So
first time he's had a chance to chat with us.
Thank you. Yeah, that's true. I got to put us over, not him. Yeah. By the way, did you see? I know you did. Tank's tattoo that he got, his sleeve that he got on his leg.
Yeah, I
feel like a heel turn's coming pretty soon. With
I was freaked out by 2 things. Yeah. One was the tattoo itself, which is like a montage of horror movie characters.
Yeah, it's got Chucky on there from the Child's Play franchise. Yeah. And he's got a tribute to Michael Myers as well, among others. It looks like it's.
But the other thing was that he did the old Dak Prescott where they actually anesthetized him while they were doing this sleeve.
I would want to be too. This is a lot of ink, man.
I don't. Yeah, I don't like this trend. I listen, man. Anytime you go under general anesthesia, you're taking a risk. I feel like anything that you go through that you feel. Anytime you go through a voluntary procedure where you're being anesthetized for it, I would just say maybe take your time, be patient, do it over the course of, just be conscious and do this over the course of a bunch of different sessions.
But maybe this injury that he suffered in that Kansas City game, that gruesome leg injury, has created a new Tank. A new devil-may-care, borderline heel turn. Mad at, it's just, or maybe he's like, it's like when Tony Soprano got shot, afterwards and he survives. He's like, you know what? every day is a gift. And I know Tank wasn't going to die from this knee injury, but maybe he's got that outlook like, you know what? I got to suck the marrow out of the bone of life here. You know, I've always wanted a leg sleeve with Michael Myers and Chucky and various other horror characters on my leg. Damn it, I'm going to go do it. I don't know if I'm going to be here tomorrow. I could suffer a gruesome head injury. I have no idea.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
YOLO. You only get ink like this once in your life.
That's it.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott did this a couple years ago, and I remember I didn't realize that this was it's not common, but it's not unheard of to get anesthetized to get a sleeve put on, and the tattoo community came at me hard, so I got an education in it. But I still don't like it.
So he went under.
Like it.
So he got the same thing, presumably, that he did when he got his multiple knee surgeries. He did to get a tattoo, which is get put under.
Well, I guess that's part of it too. Is like, man, Tank Dell's little body has been put through a lot of hell over the last couple of years. He's got a gunshot wound. He had that broken leg. It was a bad broken leg. He's had this horrific injury. Yeah. You don't have to stack one more thing on top of it in terms of trauma.
I have so many questions. Like, if you're a tattoo person, especially if you're a tattoo artist, text in. So this anesthesia, like they put him completely out. Are they doing this in the tattoo store, or do they go somewhere that's maybe I would be a little concerned about getting anesthetized in those places. I'm fine getting anesthetized at the hospital. It looks like a very sterile place, but I drive by I'm driving down Westheimer, and I see the tattoo parlors that are in their own little domiciles there, and I'm like, okay.
This isn't like it looks like a pretty fancy operation.
Okay.
It seems like a really nice dentist's office.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how sterile is this? And do
they put you completely out, or are you? Because that's the other thing, is being under is one thing, but being under for a long time is the other part of it. So are they just giving him laughing gas or something? I don't know.
I don't know. Text in. I need. Do you have any ink at all anywhere on your body?
No.
Yeah, I don't either.
That's why I can't judge. I can't judge and say like, oh, you're soft for not doing the whole day. Like, I don't know. It's got to suck. I'm sure to get a full leg sleeve at.
I think I'm soft for just not having a tattoo at times. You know, like, especially because so many people have them. Like back in the day, when you and I were growing up, the only people that had tattoos were bikers and guys in the Navy, you know?
They were illegal in a lot of places, right?
Were they really?
They started getting popular when they started being legal. You could go find it used to be you had to go to certain areas to get a tattoo.
Yeah.
It was, it wasn't, kids, you'll notice, go back and watch NBA footage from the 80s. Very few tattoos out there. And if there was any, one guy might have one tattoo or something that said mom.
Yeah. I remember the quarterback of our football team, Tony Rice, back in the late 80s, got like a big tattoo on his arm. That was huge news around campus. Like, oh my God, Tony Rice got it. Now the news would be like, oh my God, the quarterback doesn't even have a tattoo on his arm.
Let's see. In the past, some areas in the U.S., like New York City, had temporary bans on tattoo.
Okay.
So I guess it was more of a local. Sounds like there were blue laws, kind of, but it wasn't. It just wasn't as common or popular.
Nothing's banned in New York City anymore, especially pot. Just walk through Times Square. Have you walked through Times Square at all in the last couple of years since they legalized weed in New York?
I know. It smells like a dispensary. The whole place smells like a dispensary.
The whole place, Times Square, the entire place smells like weed. It's which is not a horrible smell, except when you can't turn it off. You know, like it's when you can't walk away from it. Like, all right, I don't mind a little secondhand smoke. You know, I'm not a weed smoker, but I don't mind a little secondhand smoke. I just don't like to hang out somewhere for hours on end where it smells like secondhand smoke. All right, we got a text, and I'm like, okay, this person, come on now, but it's middle screen. Y'all have to ask Casario about the draft, especially the guys the Texans took. Thanks, middle screen. Thank you, middle screen. I appreciate that. Okay. Tank had multiple artists do that leg all at the same time, somebody said.
Oh, wow.
He hired a dream team of tattoo artists.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So I wonder if it took it took less time than a normal one. So maybe he wasn't. My concern was that he would be under for a long time.
Yeah.
But maybe it ended up not taking that long.
Maybe.
Relative to what you'd expect.
Maybe.
Because the way they do it, back in the old day when the only people that had full sleeves were Polynesians who did it as part of an actual ritual.
Yeah.
That was a way, because doing it with shells, and it takes it's like they go into a trance because it's such a long and painful process.
And some of them have the tattoos that start at the right above your belly button and go down to your knees. The first time I ever saw that was High Chief Peter Maivia. That's The Rock's grandfather. He was a wrestler. I'm like, okay, those can't be real. He's tattooed, his entire lower body is one gigantic ritualistic tattoo, front
Which
back.
you wouldn't, you never saw that except on Polynesian
Samoan
dudes.
Polynesian wrestlers. Yeah. Let's see.
What would you get, Sean?
On a tattoo?
Yeah. What would you get? I'm kind of curious.
I would probably something WWE. I would imagine. Yeah, something WWE. I would
get a rose on my ankle. And then I would get a dancing bear on my other ankle. A Grateful Dead bear, of course, not a.
Yeah.
And then I get a styrofoam cup. Yeah.
I would get the old WWE logo somewhere on my body. That's what I would do. Old school WWE logo. The tattoo parlor had the anesthesia equipment on site because he used to be a Papa John's. Okay. Someone texted that in. That's right. Don't forget, Tank got shot. That's right. Tank could be on one of those.
I said that.
Oh, you did? I didn't. Okay, sorry. I was probably reading the text page. My apologies. Yeah.
So what do you? Oh, as far. Oh, no. But I didn't make it as far as I didn't.
The YOLO
just
part
about
of it.
The trauma that he's part of it in the horror show. Yeah, this is. I don't know. Are we gonna see
Dark Tank?
Are we gonna see Darth Tank?
Darth?
Yeah. That he's going to come back and he's just going to be a completely different dude. Never smiling or anything.
Yeah.
Just out for blood.
Yeah.
I like this. The horror movie theme of it is intriguing and interesting.
You, from now on, shall be known as Darth Twitch. Darth Hands. Something. I need something. What would Tank's Sith name be? Yeah.
I wonder if CJ was sitting in the waiting room knitting to try to calm his nerves and trying to choke back the tears and just happy when he saw Tank came out from recovery.
Waited for it.
The doctor / tattoo artist came out and said, "Mr."
Pulls the rubber gloves off. It's like it was a success.
Stroud, it was a successful sleeve.
It was a successful tattoo.
And then CJ breaks down on the floor.
Tears of joy.
Thank you. Yes.
Tears of joy. All right. The other thing.
Just call me, Tank, when you get home, and let me know you're okay.
Let me know you're okay. The talk yesterday of a new headquarters for the Texans. That was the last big topic at the golf tournament yesterday. That they could, and if I had to bet, they will be moving their headquarters at some point. I don't base that on any information other than this sounds like an idea that that has a lot of positives to it. That the team is viewing as something that could be really good for the city if they build some sort of entertainment district around it, wherever it may. If it lands in Katy, if it lands up in the up north, Harris County, who knows? But the Texans are thinking strongly about moving their practice facility and their business offices off-site. And if you're wondering, wow, that'd be a big change, they're one of 4 teams in the NFL that has their operations inside their home stadium right now. The norm in the NFL, by far, is to conduct your business and practice off-site somewhere from your stadium.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a little bit misleading because there are some teams that have their practice facility right next to the stadium, but the difference is that everything's all in one spot. The weird thing about the Texans setup and where it makes it inefficient both from a front office and from the actual football operation side of things is that, there are a lot of facilities where the training room, the locker room, the weight room are all in this one spot, and then you have the practice fields right outside the doors of all of that. So when the trainers are working with somebody, they can work on the training room stuff, then go out and maybe take a look at them out on the field and all of that. With the Texans, it's kind of an ordeal to just get from the training room over to the practice field. Because the large majority of the time, there's something going on. And it's not just the rodeo. It's all the different events that come in or in just prepping for the next event. There's concrete out there on the actual playing field for game day, the stadium field. So it's just really inefficient when you're trying to make things as efficient as possible. It's rich folks' problem. I mean, it's not like it's the worst thing in the world, but you're comparing it to other situations where people can kind of just have a more efficient operation. From a player side of thing, I would prefer to have everything all right there where you're done with practice. It's not a 5-minute walk back to the stadium. You just get in the cold tank, and then if you have to go and do anything extra, all of that, it's kind of clunky the way it's set up right now.
Well, and I think the biggest thing you bring up is just that it's not that stadium, that whole thing is not theirs. Like they share it with so many people and so many entities, whether it's dates that, whether it's even just graduations. The rodeo, the rodeo's not there at a time of year, running at a time of year where there's heavy Texans practices going on, but it is at a time of year where the staff is trying to get in there to work on the draft, and there are players that are coming into the building, and you're right, it's first world problems, but it's problems that most NFL teams don't have to deal with.
Well, right, it's a first world problem, but you're competing against other teams that have first world problems too. So it's kind of like, does a NASCAR driver worry way more about his fuel injectors than the average person? Yes, they do, because they're competing against other people that have better fuel injectors.
Yep.
From my extensive knowledge and understanding of the motorsports.
Of fuel injectors. Dolly Parton, Colin. Dolly Parton. That's what my tattoo would be. Dolly Parton. My favorite individual on the face of the earth. Maybe not her face, but maybe her birthday or something like that.
Her birthday.
Yeah.
Some tribute to Dolly Parton. Yes.
Personally, I'd like to have something meaningful about
the other leg, but I'd have a sleeve on one leg of Dolly Parton and a sleeve of Amy on the other leg. But yes,
I kind of I wouldn't mind going full Memento, like the movie Memento, where as I get older, I just kind of have little reminders on my body.
Yeah.
So I'll put them everything from the perspective where I can read it,
dude,
and just simple stuff like remember to poop today, stuff like that.
Okay.
But I'll have it in Latin, so it'll look badass.
Those aren't mementos; those are reminders.
Right.
Oh, okay.
The movie Memento. He has a bunch of the movie Memento.
I got you.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen
this guy who just has amnesia, like ongoing. He has no long-term memory at all. So he writes all these notes that are supposed to be reminders to himself.
Dude, if it was true mementos, like reminders of different stages and events in your life, you would have one of the more interesting set of body tattoos. You got a lot of good stories from your years. Yeah.
But I'm trying to forget.
You'd be one of the more interesting people. I go, take your clothes off so I can read about your life.
A picture of Blobby the rooster.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's what
picture of you nervously on the phone telling people it's a corporation. Yeah.
Picture of me giving. God, that was a story I didn't tell the other day. I can't remember. It was for one of the questions of the day, but it was my dad. When I was 16 or 17 years old, he had a car that didn't have license plates. So he said, "Hey, son, let me just." He called me Seth. Actually, he didn't say son. I just need to borrow your license plates for a couple days. So I was like, "Okay, Dad." And my dad fell asleep because he liked to go like 72 hours at a time with no sleep. That was his thing. He got to New York City where he had an apartment. He crashed and forgot, didn't wake up in time to move his car with my plates illegally on it to the other side of the street. So his car got towed. But he didn't have the money to go get it out. And thank God this is before they had everything in online databases and everything.
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting there trying to figure out, like, what do I, like, okay, I can't dime out my dad, but I can't say that I gave him the plates. I didn't even know it was illegal. I was like 16 or 17 years old. I bought my Mazda GLC with the money I got working for $500 with the money I got working in summers. But I didn't. It was 2 months before I got my plates back, and somehow I don't know how he got out of it or whatever. I guess it was just the towing company had it. I don't know, man.
Holy cow! Yeah. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
So I'll have the old Mazda GLC license plates on there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's a story behind all. Seth, tell me about those license plates on the back of your calf. Yeah, man. All right, so we'll see what happens with the Texans and a new headquarters. I got one of the funniest tweets I got yesterday was after, or it might have been right after the game was over. There was a listener, Seth, who was so agitated that right after the Rockets game was over on Sunday, that one of the first things that popped up, I think it popped up on their Twitter timeline. I don't know if it popped up on TV, but Jalen Green has a Wingstop commercial going on right now.
Oh, yeah. I saw a lot of the Wingstop
commercial where he's walking out of the stadium and it's like a paparazzi thing. The flashes are going off, and then he gets in the back of a limo because I guess every player leaves the stadium now in the back of a limo. Sarcastic. Yeah. And he just starts eating some Wingstop, like slow motion. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you gotta save some for yourself, and he's eating chicken strips. And boy, this listener was so agitated. They're like, why are they showing a commercial of him after he scored 8 points? I'm like, I didn't want to explain to him how traffic works on a broadcast. Like, it's already slotted, sir.
Who's got to feel like that, or did all year long, was every time. Remember both Titans games? There were so many Will Levis mayonnaise commercials.
Oh, yeah.
And Titans fans they were seeing those all year long. Will Levis doing the full Jean-Claude Van Damme split with the Mayo commercial.
Do you get agitated during right now? The Astros are terrible hitting the baseball. All of them. All of them are bad. Some are worse than others, but they're all below the standards of what they normally are. Like Altuve is not abjectly terrible, but by Altuve standards, he's in a major slump right now. And when an HEB commercial pops up, an HEB, people would get so pissed that Lance McCullers being in HEB commercials when he's rehabbing his, second arm surgery and whatnot.
That's where I know every time I see one, I'm like, that's it. No, Central Market.
I do too.
I will know it. But then their produce department lures me back in.
Yeah.
I need some seedless grapes, and I'm like, I gotta go. Nobody does it like
the HEB commercials that pop up during Astro games when they're losing 8-1, and then they're losing 8-1. You're angry. They just committed 3 errors. They're going to lose their 4th in a row, and then this pops up.
Make me snacks for the ball game.
Make me HEB snacks.
Buy me some brisket and queso too. Oh, and get enough for the whole crew.
Let me flip all these burgers
and poppers grilled by the flame.
All right, they're not going to get a whole commercial out of us, all right? Give us some live reads, HEB, and we'll play the whole thing. Dude, that commercial, it's in major rotation right now. And I'm still getting used to Mauricio Dubon being in HEB commercials, or any commercial at all, really. But Mauricio Dubon, like Jeremy Pena is just going with the flow and singing in his normal voice. Altuve gets a little bit pitchy at the end of his first line. But boy, Mauricio Dubon opens up his mouth holding some brisket and queso, and like honey is dripping off of his lips.
Buy me some brisket and queso too.
I mean, that's not bad. Buy me some brisket and cake. I feel like he's really trying to get to a place right there. Mauricio.
No, he's very, very likable. He's a hard man to hate.
Yeah.
No matter what no matter what's going on. I guess my viewing experience where I kind of I let the Astros their current performance at the plate filter into it is when I'm watching The Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, these lucky bastards. None of these people have to watch the Astros at the plate.
They're just
bad. Boy, I'll tell you what. Oh, I'd give anything. Yeah.
Just getting a bad mood.
I'd rather go through all of this than watch the Astros try to hit a baseball.
Give me some more Dubon, please.
Buy me some brisket and queso too.
Thank you. I need that. Just keep that handy all show long, Colin. I just need a little. It's a B12 shot for me right there. Get one.
I don't like it.
One more.
That's
one more.
No.
One more.
Buy me some brisket and queso too.
Sorry, Seth. Yeah, sorry. I needed one more. I apologize.
That's my least favorite HEB commercial of all time.
Really?
I can't do it. That song. I cannot take that song.
Buy me some brisket and queso.
I didn't do that. Colin did that.
It's not even them just
don't
singing.
Do that.
It's just take me out to the ballpark.
Yeah.
I hate that song so much. I like it when it's played in an organ at the ballpark, and that's it. But the problem is that song has been. There's so many parodies out of that song with different lyrics and everything that it just brings back every schmaltzy hacking attempt at comedy or whatever else it is over the times. Yeah. Plus, it's been used in some kind of. I feel like it's been in some movies sometimes where some horrible things happen too. They they do the contrast of like a happy song in the background. Well, meanwhile somebody's getting
there's about to be some terrorist attack at a baseball stadium or something like that. The contrast. Yeah. I can't promise I won't play Dubon again, Seth. I just want you to know that, but I won't do it now. I'm good for now.
Who wrote that song?
I don't know.
I think it was Benjamin Franklin.
One thing I know, Seth,
Closer. It was.
Called Tiltsy by his friends. Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Appreciate you tuning in. All right. There is one major voice out there in the NBA community that makes a huge suggestion for the Houston Rockets this offseason. We will have that for you coming up next. My suggestion to all of you is to get to Texas sinus and snoring. Yeah. Oh, boy, that is. I might need some Dubon. No, don't do it. Not during Salento. But that was me snoring several years ago. As you can tell, my energy level is that now. I hope you can tell of somebody who does not snore anymore. There's
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're going to do a Pettycast at the top of the hour, so be on the lookout for that. 8 o'clock today, Pettycast. It's very interesting to me, with the Rockets, the mention of Jalen this morning, where we played some of the audio, including from Jalen Green himself, being very hard on his performance in the first round of the playoffs. Ime Udoka and Fred VanVleet kind of took up for Jalen, said he's a younger guy. A lot of you are echoing that. Hey, he's only this such and such an age. The mere pointing out of the fact that the Rockets have more options than the normal team does with a young core like this has people saying, and I apologize, the text page has gone nuts since this text came earlier in the show, but the how people construe the mere mention of the options the Rockets have as us being adamant about trading Jalen Green. Why are you guys so adamant about trading Jalen Green? I'm not adamant about trading Jalen Green. Now, I will say he's not untouchable to me. If it were the right deal, I would move Jalen Green. But the degree
we didn't even mention trading Jalen Green when we talked about him earlier.
Right, we didn't.
We didn't. We just talked about where I specifically said I can see an avenue where if with the improved play of everybody else around him, and if you inject something into it, then you can get everything you can out of Jalen Green. He's just not. He's not going to be the alpha. It's hard to envision him being a genuine and true alpha of a championship caliber basketball team.
I'm not anti-trading Jalen Green, but I'm also not standing in front of Toyota Center with a trade Jalen Green sign or hiring an airplane to fly a banner over the stadium or something to trade him. Like if it's the right deal, I would trade Jalen Green if it's the right deal. So, and you know who else would? I believe Kendrick Perkins. That's who. Kendrick Perkins with his prescription for what ails the Rockets season.
If I'm the Rockets, I got to address the issue of shooting and a closer. And I'm going after Kevin Durant. I'll package up Jalen Green, Cam Whitmore, and Jabari Smith and some draft picks and go out and get KD. Not Giannis, but Kevin Durant. And you pair him alongside Amon Thompson, Şengün with Fred VanVleet. You keep Big Steven Adams, and now you rocking with something.
All right, so the trigger point in that trade, because I give Perk credit, he actually had an actual trade ready to go. It wasn't just they should get Kevin Durant. That trade that he just threw out there, all comes down to how you feel about Jalen Green. If you feel like Jalen Green is going to be an all-star, you don't do that deal. If you feel like Jalen Green is just a good player who's expendable, I think there's less of a chance that Phoenix does that deal just because now you got Jalen Green and Devin Booker on the same team. There's a little bit of overlap with those two guys.
Yeah, that's the tricky dynamic. Now, it could be a three-way trade or whatever it might be.
Yeah, that's true.
If it's a three-team trade or more, there's not any part of me that looks at Jalen Green as an untouchable guy that you just flat out can't get rid of. If it means also bringing in back somebody like Kevin Durant, I'm totally 100% okay with it. But I'm also, as I've said every single time I think we've talked about this, you gotta try to. It was kind of like it was with Jadeveon Clowney, where all right, was he worth the number 2 overall pick? No, he didn't play up to that football player. So you got to emotionally detach yourself from what your expectations may have been at one point in time and just treat it for what it is. It's okay, yes, Jalen Green is still a very, very valuable asset, and he does very capable of doing some really, really good things. Personally, I don't think that he shows a lot of sign or evidence that he's going to be the alpha on a championship caliber team. Mm-hmm. But I think he's still very much worth keeping around. Yeah. And if Durant were to come in here, you're going to, just like every other guy on the team, every other player on that team is going to look like a better basketball player as soon as Kevin Durant gets on the floor. So, I'm not dead set on you have to trade Jalen Green. I'm just not. I just don't have emotional attachments to him that you have to keep him around.
So you're starting. If you did that trade, because you're trading two pieces of significant pieces of your rotation in that deal. Jalen Green's your starting two guard and your leading scorer, and Jabari Smith Jr. was a starter for 2 years until he got hurt, and Amen Thompson took his spot. but their track record defensively, mostly defensively, with Jabari on the playing and not playing is the numbers bear out that he is a difference maker on this team, even just coming off the bench. How would you feel about a starting lineup of Fred VanVleet, Amen Thompson as your backcourt, and Dylan Brooks, KD, and Alpe as your front court? That's a pretty nice starting five right there, I would say.
Yeah, I'd get excited about that.
I would too.
And then the big question marks are, okay, how does Reed Shepherd come along?
Yep.
In the backcourt.
Tari Eason is a guy off the bench for you. Yes. Reed Shepherd, how he comes along. Now, are you hanging on to the lottery pick that you have this year in that deal, or are the draft picks that Kendrick Perkins is talking about, are they some of these other future picks that you have? Like this pick that you have in this draft is a very tangible pick because it's going to be at worst at the back end of the top 10 and at best at the top of the draft.
I know that, look, the Rockets have drafted really, really well, and that's where I'm not tied to the draft picks whatsoever. I mean, I don't want you to be an idiot about it. And I don't have a preference in terms of which picks you give up. I'm more excited about the growth of the younger guys from year to year over the next couple of years.
The only reason that I would love in that trade, I would love to hold on to this pick is you've got the 7 guys that you've drafted in the first round over the last few years. You are giving up 3 of those guys in that deal, so you've you've gutted your young core to some degree.
It was Jalen, Cam, and who?
And Jabari. So Jabari and Jalen are significant parts of your rotation. Cam's going to get thrown into any deal that they end up doing. I feel pretty confident in that. Like I don't think there's a real future here with Cam Whitmore. He doesn't strike me as an Ime kind of guy. He seems like he's in a doghouse of some sort, and yet he's got enough talent to where I think some of these teams that the Rockets could be trading with are intrigued by him. So I think he's going to be in whatever deal. The only reason I say keep. That's why I say, Seth, if there's any way you can hold on to that pick this year, because guys, that deal, you at least know you're going to get a young guy with that. And I think, too, that might be a young guy they could get there, like the Knippel kid from Duke is who I see mocked to the Rockets a lot at 9. Who fills a need for you. Like he's a sharpshooter, he fills a need for you. So that's the only reason I say that. Look, if it ended up being that pick and the 3 players, then we're just going to get excited about having a future Hall of Famer on the team and see if this can get you over the top in the playoffs, and just pray that Kevin Durant stays healthy when he's here. Text message, Jalen Green's never going to be the alpha. He's never going to be the team leader or the something of the team. I don't know what you're trying to say there. He can be a very good role player, but he'll never be the alpha and the team leader that this team needs. I think that's what it boils down to, is how you feel about, do you feel like Jalen Green can be the best player on a championship-level team? And if the answer is no, then you have to entertain trade offers or trade packages that have him in there. If the answer to that is no, then he's not untouchable. The guys that are untouchable are the guys that you feel can be the best player on a championship-level team. I don't know if I feel strongly that Şengün can be that guy, but I feel stronger he can be that guy, certainly, than Jalen Green, and I feel strongly that Amen Thompson can be that guy. The best player on a championship. Yeah,
Amen Thompson is probably is he the best story or revelation to come out of the playoffs in just one play? As many conclusions as you can draw.
Yeah.
Just in that, because you saw the growth through the actual playoffs themselves.
Yeah.
Games 1 through 4, he didn't look like himself. Game 5, 6, and 7, he just poured it on. I mean, the ability on both sides of the ball to be a huge factor against a really good team was impressive.
The narrative around young players in the NBA playoffs is always that it seems to be that it takes multiple years for them to get to this stage where they're capable of doing what they did in the regular season, do it in the postseason. Amen Thompson did it through the course of 7 games. He did through the course of 7 games what it takes most young players at least 1 or 2 full postseasons to do.
Yeah, Yeah, and the other part. So the person who was asking us the person who was asking about why are we so adamant for a trade. He wasn't, the ones I read at least, he wasn't specifically saying that we were saying they need to trade Jalen Green. It was that he doesn't think there needs to be a trade at all.
Yeah,
I think that the thought that you can just bide your time and wait because inertia or momentum or something like that, we've seen that fail time and time again. The promising young team that look, they're right on the brink.
Yeah.
That especially though with this team, they don't have shooters. They don't have guys who can score. They were a top 5 defense. They can't score enough points in getting the actual ball in the hoop. I don't think it's as clear or as obvious that they have those shooters that are going to be death blows in the playoffs or what have you, other than Reed Shepherd and a couple guys, but that's still banking on development. When you have an excess of draft picks, I don't think it's overly aggressive or short-sighted to say, all right, yeah, you go. Let's not overthink this. Yeah. We can bring in guys who can score as those other young guys that are still on the roster are continuing to develop.
You're in the win. You got knocked out in the first round. That's not a normal 7 seed you were playing. You got knocked out in the first round in 7 games. You were the 2 seed in the West, and you've got a ton of good young players on your team and the opportunity to go do something else. You are in the window now. You're in the front end of the window, but you're in the window now.
Well, and that's so the old rule of thumb of having to have at least 2 stud players, 2 bona fide all-stars to win a championship. Who are the young guys right now that are going to be 2 of those guys? I mean, the Şengün potentially, but he's not there yet. I don't think it's going to be Jalen Green. Yeah. So if you're trying to get a championship caliber, Amon Thompson maybe develops into that guy. That's one guy. Who are your superstars that can anchor an actual championship squad?
Yeah. I've been critical of Şengün, but I think Şengün, he made the All-Star team this year. Like, he can.
No, he totally can. Yeah. But is he that guy already? Right. He still needs to take one more step offensively.
No question.
So,
I see what you're saying.
That's one guy.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
There's nothing. You don't have to be ashamed of trying to import a superstar in this league where so many recent championship teams have been teams with imported superstars.
Yep. All right, Pettycast time. We got a lot. This is a basketball-heavy Pettycast. That happens in the NBA playoffs, especially when James Harden gets knocked out in a Game 7. So get your Petties ready. 713-572-46. Perkins had a hell of an overpay in that scenario. Somebody texted in. It was a good talk radio scenario by Perk right there. Pettycast coming up next. Stay there. are.
BFMG2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to the petty cast. I'll start by being a little bit petty, watching the highlights of the Celtics and the Knicks on TV in the studio here from last night. And the Celtics lost that game, Seth, because they shot 15 of 60 from three. They missed 45 three-pointers. It's a record. That's the most in postseason history. And yet my big takeaway is like, wow, they were able to get open enough to shoot 63s in a game? Because we just got done watching the Rockets struggle to get 15 of them up in Game 7 against the Golden State Warriors. Yeah. I was like, can you turn him up, please?
15 for 60 from three is that's not good basketball to watch. That's not fun, man. That's everything your grandpa is complaining about with modern basketball. That's exactly the embodiment of it.
Yep. So there you go. 15 of 60. So the Knicks, 2 upsets. Knicks and the Nuggets win last night. All right, Pettycast time. Marcus Spears. I want to run this through the Seth Payne analogy meter. You like making analogies. You're very good at it. You like making relationship analogies, I think, especially. So anytime I hear one, I'm like, all right, does this hold water with the master of the relationship analogy, Seth Payne? This was Marcus Spears' analogy amidst a sea of petty about James Harden on TV over the last few days. This was Marcus' analogy.
James Harden is like the dude that got a girl and he sets up nice scenes and he never proposes. They never gonna get married, okay? He's gonna date you. Y'all gonna stay together. People gonna say y'all a great looking couple, but he's never gonna marry you. That's what I compare these Game 7 to.
Okay.
I like that a lot. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that guy exists. That sounds like something out of a romantic comedy where some guy is like has the perfect weekend planned. They're on the beach. He's got a cushion sitting down between him and the woman as if he's going to kneel down on it. Yeah. And it turns out that the cushion is just so they can take a nap together.
Yes.
I like that analogy.
Okay.
It's an extra good analogy because I'm not sure I even knew. I don't even know if the guy he's talking about exists. Is there a guy out there who just continually sets up proposal scenarios and then bails on them?
No.
If there is, this is the perfect analogy.
Yeah. Like that. I mean, that would be next level if that were the case. I just waited a long time to get engaged. Like, I'm not that guy. I waited 8 years. Yeah.
It is. James Harden is a guy he's been good to you for a long time. It's like, wow, we have a nice stretch of a few months here with James. And then he comes in one night as you're sitting down to watch, I don't know, The Odd Couple or something. And he says, just got off the phone with your dad. And you're like, oh, what were you talking to him about, James? Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
And he winks at you.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh gosh, I guess he's going to, whoa. And then you go out to dinner.
Later, and then oddly enough, the woman in that whole relationship is still defending James to all the naysayers in her family. Like, hey,
right? You guys don't understand.
Yeah, you don't get it, man. Yeah, I know he's ruined me once a year setting up engagement scenarios, but you don't know what the rest of the year is like. All right?
Yeah, he's not like that. Well, no, but then perfectly is eventually you dump him. And he goes off to some new woman who's like,
Same
oh, no,
thing.
he's different this time.
Yep.
We have a relationship that's different and special.
And it's the same. Now he's on his 5th woman.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, Marcus Spears.
Good job, Marcus Spears. All right, good. I'm glad we did that. Pettycast, we continue. Maybe the pettiest person on Twitter since the end of the Rockets game is Momster. Tareya Eason, mother of Tari Eason. I really respect the way she defends her son and defends the Rockets on social media. There were way too many tweets to read all of them, Seth, but I picked out my 3 favorite ones that I will read. The ultimate petty here, the momster, Tari Eason's mom. This was right after the game, and this is to Warrior fans. Tari, would not only start, he'd still be your starting center right now. Mm-hmm. I know y'all don't think I'm done. Right now, starting 40 minutes a game. This is just the beginning, and I'm not moving an inch from what I said. He'd be your starting 3, 4, or 5. God, I'm surprised she didn't say and 5. She really thinks highly of Tari, as she should. It's her son. Today, she says, good night, and then ends the tweet. All right, so that's number 1. Is she the next?
Kayvon Looney played his high was 11 minutes, and yeah, I'd say Tari. I'd rather have Tari Eason.
Small ball center, yeah, Tari. Yeah. Why not? Give it a shot. She's replying to somebody in this one. Someone says it's basketball. Relax. I'm a Warriors fan. Oh, defending Tari Eason says her tweets made the series more enjoyable. She replies to this person, and they're both talking about somebody who went after her. Oh, that was mild racism. I've heard worse. I'm never going to be on a court yelling at players. I'm on my page, minding my business, talking about my son. She capitalized all those my's. No other fan base has acted like this. The entitled Warriors know it's almost over. And this is what I love, Seth. They're taking it out on sweet little old me. With the crying emoji. She Southern Belled it there at the end.
I'm just somebody sticking up for my son and enjoying a little bit of round ball. That's all.
Sweet little old me. Yeah. All right, last one is a comment tweet of Draymond Green.
What was she? She was responding. She said it was mild. Okay, I can't read this entire. There was something in this chain of tweets in there that was mildly racist.
Yeah,
okay,
it was the Southern Belle part of it.
Too many tweets for me to keep up with it.
Yeah, it was the Southern Belle part of it. I thought was funny. I thought you'd get a kick out of that. The last one is to Draymond Green. Draymond said something about the Rockets. Said spoiled milk with a bunch of laughing emojis, and then she says this. She retweeted it and said, Man waited till the plane left Houston for this, to tweet this. Found a team that wasn't taking his BS, LOL. You got it, Dre. And you was my favorite Warrior. My boyfriend's going to drag me over this one. I was always standing up for your cage-fighting ass. Timberwolves, she just, all caps, eat him alive! Exclamation points after that. Yeah.
She does petty right. We might have to get we got to take a video. We find a video of her to use as a drop when we do the petty cast.
Yes.
She's about as petty as it gets in all the right ways.
She's unbelievable, man.
I'm kind of scared of her. Like,
100%.
You know, I would totally if she was in my personal circle or something, I'd be kind of nervous about
I'm scared
responding
that
to her texts and
even
everything.
construe this as criticism. Like, no, you're being
you're being lauded in the petty cast.
Thank you. Yeah. Hey, speaking of that Minnesota Golden State series, this is from Anthony Edwards. This was 2 years ago, saying I don't think he's faced them yet in the playoffs, saying he wants the Warriors, and he gives the exact reason why.
What are you looking forward to most of this upcoming season?
Definitely going back to the playoffs and going further in the playoffs to go versus the Warriors. I want to play the Warriors. I want to get to the Warriors. Wherever they at, I want to get to them.
Got you. Why the Warriors so much?
I mean, because Draymond talks so much trash. That's pretty much the only reason.
Okay. So he wants Draymond. So this is going to be a fun series, man. You know,
there was one that was a candidate for the petty cast, which was Anthony Edwards after they beat the Lakers, and it was just too many bleeps. It was him talking.
Oh, he curses like a sailor, man.
Talking about just everything they were saying about the Lakers before the series, what the Lakers themselves were saying, Lakers fans and everything. But it was, I would say 2 bleeps to 1 non-bleep per word. Yeah.
This will not be, as long as the Timberwolves are in the playoffs, I can virtually assure you that Anthony Edwards is going to appear in the petty cast. Will be in the petty cast. Dude, when they beat the Lakers, they beat them in LA to close out that series because it was game 5. So they beat them at crypto.com arena. He walked around, he took a lap around the arena, walked around, as the fans were still buzzing and hanging out around the stadium, because he just wanted to take in all the misery among the Laker fans. He is highly petty.
This is really a celebration of pettiness, is more so this morning than even you and I being petty.
Yeah.
Marcus Spears, Tari Eason's mom, and Anthony Edwards just exemplifying some classy pettiness. I like it.
And the two of them, I would say Momster and Anthony Edwards might be Mount Rushmore pettiness people.
Yeah.
They might be on the Mount Rushmore of pettiness.
I got to live up to that standard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I think you can do it. All right, here's one. This is an old clip, but I think worth playing, as long as we're on this basketball theme in the Pettycast. This was J.J. Redick calling out his guys in the postseason press conference, the day after the Lakers were knocked out of the playoffs, calling out his guys, but we think one in particular.
The work that's required in an offseason to be in championship shape. And, we have a ways to go as a roster. And certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately is we have to get in championship shape.
Okay, so we all know who that was. was about. That
was about Doncic, but also it's also curious because he also I don't know if LeBron James 1 year older, if he chooses to play basketball again, is going to necessarily be the kind of guy that can play an entire half in a game 5. Or was that game 4?
It was game 4. Yeah,
it was game 4 where he kept the starters in the entire second half.
Yep.
Redick also in classic petty fashion displacing blame when he's faced a lot of criticism for his substitutions and his rotations. Yes, that was good petty. Being petty without naming Doncic, so passive-aggressive, but also in displacing some of the scrutiny he's faced. That's good petty, J.J. Redick.
Which is very interesting because as the internet pettied over J.J. Redick, they pointed this out. This was J.J. Redick a year ago, maybe, when he was still in broadcasting, talking about Doc Rivers and the Bucks getting knocked out of the postseason and Doc Rivers not taking any accountability for it.
I've seen the trend now. I've seen the trend for years.
What's the trend?
The trend is always making excuses. Doc, we get it. Taking over a team in the middle of the season is hard. It's hard. We get it. Just like getting traded in the middle of the season is hard for a player. We get it. But it's always an excuse. There's never accountability with that guy. There's never accountability.
Never accountability. Throwing the pen down. You heard that.
Ooh,
right? He threw the pen down. You heard the pen. Now here's J.J. Redick right after his team got knocked out of the playoffs a week ago.
We played 13 games with our playoff rotation in the regular, and Luke obviously played more than that together, but these things take time. Luka just went through it in Dallas with Kyrie, and doesn't happen overnight.
Okay. They're out of shape.
We only got 13 games.
They're out of shape. We didn't get to play together very much. Seth, these things take time.
These things take time.
Yeah.
LeBron James is just a young guy that, you give him time to 2 or 3 years from now,
Can you imagine?
If you look forward, that this team is really going to be something, guys.
It is a version of what people are saying about Jalen Green. Like, hey, the two greatest players in the world just need time.
The Lakers, sometimes it takes trading for a superstar 3 or 4 times before you can actually get out of the first round of the playoffs.
You lost in 5.
Yeah.
In no small part because you played a bunch of olds in the second half of a game for 24 minutes. And Luka's not old, but he may as well be. He's 28 in a 52-year-old man's body, and they're out there playing. Honestly, I think it was dumber to play Luka an entire half than it was 41-year-old LeBron.
Right.
Just the eye test of it, he's
he's only had 13 games to really figure out with those guys.
That's
Sean.
true. That's
meanwhile, I don't know. Jimmy Butler's only been on the Warriors for so long as well. More than 13 games, but still.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here's Tyreek Hill. This is yesterday. Tyreek Hill did the thing that, Seth, you have advised athletes not to do. He was on his Instagram live stream and he looked like he was. And
if somebody asks you to power rank something, don't do it.
Do it.
You go by all means. If you want to power rank somebody, and you think about it and you sit down with a pen and paper and do it, then by all means do it.
Yeah.
But don't just respond to a question and answer it off the cuff, because this is what happens when Tyreek Hill names his top 5 quarterbacks.
You said, could I rank my top 5 quarterbacks? Lamar, Josh, Pat, obviously. No, this is no order, by the way. Baker Mayfield. And Joe Shiesty too.
Joe Burrow. Joe B is Joe Burrow. So he's like,
and you can tell he's doing it off the top of his head. Throws, good shout out to Baker Mayfield in there.
Tough, man.
And you leave off your actual quarterback of your team.
Leaves Tua out there, which I would have said, well, it's Tua, but and Baker had a good year. I get it.
Yeah. Oh, no, for sure.
Baker was a no-brainer number 4 for him on the list.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where immediately people will say, well, he's just saying what he thinks is the truth. Right. You don't have everything that's true does not have to be said when it comes to interpersonal relations.
He has a podcast called It Needed to Be Said. All right.
Oh, is he? It needs to be said, or it needed to be said?
It Needed to Be Said was the name of his podcast, which, as best I can tell, lasted like 3 episodes because there's been no more clips going viral from it.
Yeah. So it's at the end of the day, probably not a big deal, and it's not like it's not like Tua probably doesn't expect to hear weird things out of Tyreek Hill's mind, but it becomes something that you hear about and read about that you don't really need your teammates.
Remember when Tyreek first got to Miami and he said that Tua is the most accurate quarterback he'd ever played with? And people were like, bro, you played with Patrick Mahomes. Like, and he stood on the table for Tua. Now he's just like, yeah, Patrick, of course. Patrick is in there. So I thought that was pretty funny. Who would you rather have, Baker Mayfield or Tua?
Who were his five?
It was Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Baker Mayfield, and Joe Burrow.
Okay.
Yeah. I think most people would agree with 4 out of those 5.
He left Mahomes out of there?
No, he's in there. I said Mahomes.
Said Mahomes?
Yeah, I said
okay.
Mahomes. Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
It's a weird time for quarterbacks right now because honestly, it really it takes a little bit of thinking to think about who the top 5 are, just to round out the 5th guy.
Well, all of it's funny you say that. Those 5 guys he named, 4 of the 5 you can look at statistics from last season and say, oh yeah, like I can see where you make a case for them being in the top 5. The one that you can't is Patrick Mahomes. Like, Mahomes statistically isn't anywhere on the same planet as and I'll include Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield he had over 40 touchdown passes last year. Like,
like you could almost say, if you heavily weight last year into it, and I'm just, I'll wait on Jaden Daniels. It's just, you can kind of, the top 3, I would say, okay, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow. To get 4 and 5, it takes some serious, you got to sit down with a legal pad and really hash it out.
Yeah.
It's a weird time.
And now that you and I lay it out that way, I'm like, God, is it the craziest thing to put Baker in there? Like,
right, and wait, Jalen Hurts is just left out. Like, I got to have Jalen Hurts in the top 5.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he just won the Super Bowl. That's true.
Yeah, and yet the 4 and 5 it's a wide open field, depending on which criteria you want to use.
Tua or Baker, who would you rather have? Point blank, just quick gut reaction. Who would
Baker.
Baker. Yeah, I would too. He's more
because I think he's going to be healthy for the next 3 years.
No, that's true. And
that's an easy cop out. Yeah. But I don't know if Tua is going to even be playing football 3 years from now.
The latest odds on the World Series, the American League, etc., I think are the clearest illustration of where we are right now. The uncharted territory that we are at right now with this era of Astros baseball. I'll explain coming up next.
The Rockets' comeback came up just short with a game.
Credit card.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
People like Tari Eason's mom and her saltiness on social media. I do too. I just don't want her to put Tari too far out over his skis. You know what I mean?
I feel like Tari.
Like she's basically saying he can start for the Warriors at all 5 positions. You know, like
look, Momster, as she's known on X, is she's relatively new to us. It's been a couple of years now that we've known that she gets feisty. Tari's had a lifetime of understanding that his mom's feisty, and he's probably pretty comfortable with it. He can probably compartmentalize. You know what you don't worry about with Tari is that I think Tari's mom can take care of Tari's mom. She can handle her own business. So I don't think Tari probably feels any pressure to defend his mom or anything like that.
No.
That's what I worry about. If it weighed heavily on him that, oh no, my mom, she's a delicate creature and she needs to be protected. I think Tari feels like, mom can handle business. I was the personal brunt of it at times growing up, and she's a tough woman. She's fine on her own.
Y'all should get Tari's mom on the show. Get her to read her own tweets. LOL.
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah.
Or we could get her to respond to. I like when they bring the celebrities on and they have to read mean tweets about them. The problem with doing it with Tari's mom is that I believe she's probably already read every single one of them. So we're not going to be able to surprise her with we're not going to be able to surprise her with a mean tweet.
Someone Nikos on the text line says, "Me and my girl had drinks with Tari's mom at Toyota Center. She's good people." I've heard that too. My prism for stuff like that is Vanessa Richardson, and I know Vanessa really likes her a lot. So that's I've heard the same thing. And she's amazing on Twitter. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. All right, the latest odds for the World Series, the American League, and the AL West. This is probably the lowest point in Astros odds history during the run here. I think they're still inside. They may have one leg out the window, and their head may be, kind of just inside and one leg inside the window, but they're still inside the window of contention. They can win the division and make the postseason, and by virtue of making the postseason, you remain inside the potential championship window, but I think half their body is out the window right now.
The one thing I would say, and is like we always have to, I'm guessing early in the 2020, like the first half of the 2020 COVID season, I bet they were pretty low.
I don't know, man. Because I think there were 8 teams that were going to make the playoffs. Maybe, because they were hovering around the fringe. Maybe. I'd have to go back and look. But I would think last year when they were what?
Yeah, I'm way off. It's June of 2020. They were still 12-1.
Hadn't started in June yet.
When did it start?
Late July. Late July.
All right. I'd have to go a little bit.
So maybe
later
at some. Okay. So to be fair, maybe at some point, like in September, when it looked like they might not make the postseason in the COVID year, possibly. But I think let's take the COVID season out of it, like in the normalized seasons. If I went back and looked, I would bet the Astros had better odds to win the World Series this time a year ago when they were 12-22 than they do right now at 17-17. And some of that may have to do with the fact that Seattle has shown themselves to be a good team early on. So they did last year, too. The Astros are 22-1 to win the World Series, and they're a 500 baseball team. They're 22-1. They're 12th on the list. They're closer to being in the literal middle of the pack than they are being talked about amongst contenders. Like the teams around them in the odds right now, Seth, are Boston, Detroit, Seattle, Arizona, Baltimore. No mention of a New York team. No mention of the Dodgers. No mention of any of the other teams that you view as true contenders in all this. They are 22-1 to win the World Series. They're 8-1 to win the American League, tied for 5th. Even when things have been going bad for the Astros, the odds makers and the betting community still seem to concede that they're one of the 3 or 4 best teams, at least in the American League. And they're not right now.
This is as bad as it was in September of 2020. A little bit better. The Astros were plus 2,500 to win the World Series.
Yep.
And that was they didn't look as good as the team right now does look. It's like this is COVID. You just throw it out the window. As all of our listeners have echoed on the text line this morning, when Espada says, hey, he knows the offense is going to break out at some point, how can you be so sure of that? Mm-hmm. The one guy that you should feel best about eventually breaking out is currently on the IL in Yordan Alvarez. Altuve, despite his awesome start, is down to he's below a 700 OPS right now.
He's in the 600s right now, man.
Yeah. There's Jake Myers is one of the bright spots. And look, hey, Paredes and Walker started off really slow, and they've started to look better, but it's not like they're not, Walker especially, it's not like it's offensive fireworks abound when he's playing at his best. Who am I missing here that I'm supposed to be waiting for to break out and really explode? The best version of Pena.
The best version of Pena, and we, and Pena's actually been okay. Like, he's been one of their better guys,
Well, Pena is what you hope for out of a shortstop, traditionally at least. Is like, he's awesome defensively, and look at this. He's a good batter as well, but he's not going to be he's not going to be leading the gold rush in batting.
No, he's not. He's batting leadoff because he's got speed. He ain't batting leadoff because he gets on base a ton, and because they don't have many other good options. So it's a great question, Seth. That would have been the follow-up question, and I know it's a press conference after a game, so you're not diving deep. But that would have been the follow-up question: is who do you expect to break out? And if I'm gonna err to the side of optimism here, so I'm gonna be glass half full. Isaac Paredes was an all-star. I think Isaac Paredes would be on. Keep in mind, these guys are all 600, low 700 OPS. So all of them have hit better in their careers for the most part than where they are right now. So I would say Isaac Paredes. Christian Walker has been a very consistent offensive performer over the last 3 years. A 30 home run, 80, 90 RBI guy. I think he's one of the ones that Joe Espada has in his head. And I think Yainer Diaz has started to hit the ball a little bit better of late. I think Yainer, those are, if I'm looking at the guys, you need Altuve and Yordan need to be all-star level for this team to do anything. So of the others that are in there, I think the big three would be Isaac Paredes, Christian Walker, and Yainer Diaz.
Paredes is a career 755 OPS guy. It's so in terms of what we're accustomed to with the Astros when it comes to really busting out offensively, it's just not the same team. They are this is a team that the pitching has to lead them if they're going to be a genuinely elite major league team. The batting needs to much improve on what they've been so far. So the biggest question marks for me and whether or not they can actually contend or not are what exactly is going to happen with Ronel Blanco, how does Lance settle in and does he stay healthy, what the hell's going on with Framber. There's a lot of discomfort there and things that could go wildly one direction or the other in all of that.
Yeah, and as I sit here and think of it's a really good question. Who do you expect to break out, Joe Espada? Where do Zach DeZenzo and Cam Smith? What if they're still? DeZenzo just doesn't see a lot of time. Cam Smith has been up and down. If this team still has an OPS that's in the bottom 5 in baseball, but they're contending at the trade deadline, do you make a move for a bat? I don't think they're going to need an arm. Do you make a move for a bat somewhere? And if you're doing that, then who are you moving out? Who are you? Are you stymieing the growth or the development of one of those young guys, particularly Cam Smith? I don't think there's. It would take Cam Smith to be just utterly horrible for them to all of a sudden just sit him down or send him down to the minor leagues. I think grooming Cam Smith to be one of the cornerstones of the future of this team is something that they will do all season long, even if it's to the minor detriment of day-to-day baseball. You know what I mean? I think they will tolerate a subpar OPS and the whatever glitches come with trying to get a rookie to, a talented rookie up to his talent level, to play up to his talent level. I think they'll tolerate that, with Cam Smith in tandem with trying to do whatever it is they're trying to accomplish as a team.
Let's just check.
You got that I'm looking things up look on your face.
Well, just on my misery index and just how bad should I allow myself to feel about something.
Yeah.
As far as the hitting stats in general, for team batting average, the Astros are actually 15th right now.
They get lots of hits, but they're all singles.
It's the OPS that's really strong. Right, yeah, and when they have the bases loaded power or even the ability to hit at all. I mean, they're hitting 144 with the bases loaded this year. They've had the 7th most opportunities in the league to do it.
Yeah.
And, they're in the OPS. They're 21st in OPS right now.
And they get lots of singles, man. They get lots of singles. Text message. Can you imagine how Tari's mom was when he was playing Little League ball? Like sitting in the stands there? Yeah.
I don't know, though. She might be. I don't know. Now, James Harden's mom was notably vocal. Is Tari's mom as vocal
I have no idea.
at the actual games? I think that Tari, there's a lot of people that you meet when you meet them in real life. They're just so much different than their online persona.
Yes.
That Tari's mom might have just been, the group text might have been vicious, perhaps, maybe. But she might not necessarily be a natural extrovert a yeller or something like that. Yeah.
Could be, yeah. People are asking, what are the division odds? Seattle is plus 105, so they're a coin flip to win the division. The Astros are plus 225, which is a little over 2-1. Keep in mind, the Astros were trailing by 10 games last year in June, and by the All-Star break, they had gotten back into first place. I don't know. I just don't know that they've got that kind of run in them this year.
Yeah. You know what? The other thing, too, is various other players have started to look better at the plate and shown more of it. Yainer's started to figure it out, especially compared to what he was earlier in the year. The part about exploding or whatever is they haven't been hitting with power, but they were one of the worst batting averages in the league for a while. And to the point where, nobody cares about batting average anymore, but when you've got a really bad batting average, it's bad. Up to the middle of the pack, they've had a boatload of bases loaded situations and done nothing with it. So I'm talking myself into this, Sean. Bear with me and everybody else. It is just a little bit of launch angle here, a little bit of hard hit percentage there, just a little bit more. It's just they're close, Sean.
I think they're not going to hit 144 or whatever it is with the bases loaded all year. If that's your says you just now, basically. I'm with you on that. There'll be, and to a degree, I'm with you on Joe Espada. It's just none of the names other than Yordan, none of the names we're talking about here are names where oh yeah, that guy starts hitting, then it's on, whereas the lineup used to have 5 guys like that. All right. Best value pick for each team in the NFL draft. This one, I think, this is the one pick for the Texans that is being universally lauded. And this is certainly one we'll ask Nick Caserio about when we have him on tomorrow at 7:30. Who is it? We will tell you coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Credit to the Rockets for fighting back to get it to a Game 7. And I would say whatever the opposite of credit is for whatever that offense was last night. The Rockets just couldn't find open shots all night long.
And that's where, like you had said earlier, if this were a football game, this is the kind of thing where you fire the offensive coordinator afterward.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center 713 call, Lee, brought to you by John Moore Services.
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Best value pick for each team. I love articles like this. The NFL Draft, this is courtesy of the Athletic NFL staff. They did the best value pick from the 2025 NFL Draft for each team. Just for by way of example, like Arizona Cardinals, they got Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, who was supposed to be a first-rounder. They got him in the middle of the second round. That's theirs. Shedeur Sanders is the Browns' best value pick, a day 1 or 2 quarterback they got in the 5th round, that kind of thing. I like these articles because I like to predict beforehand who it is in here. Mm-hmm. And, Seth, if you were to – I think you probably know who it is already just by looking at the rundown. But the one they pick is the one that, A, I picked in my head before I opened the article, and, B, this seems to be the pick that the Texans are getting the most praise for, and that's Jalen Noel, the wide receiver out of Iowa State, with the 79th overall pick, to the extent that I've seen so many people saying they had grades on Jalen Noel of a second-rounder. I've even seen back end of the first round from some graders. And again, the draft experts are different than front offices, as we've learned. But it makes me feel like when I hear everybody talking about Jalen Noel, it makes me feel surprised he made it all the way to the 79th pick in the draft.
Right, and I think some of that is just the size dynamic too.
Yes.
It's only recently that slot receivers have gotten respect in the draft, and there's still, depending on how it all lays out in any given year, it's not a slam dunk that you're going to go high in the second round or what have you. But I would have guessed Jalen Noel because yesterday I was going through and kind of just looking at various draft grades and recaps, and Jalen Noel's name keeps popping up as the guy that was the most intriguing, the best value, whatever it might be, that people just love Jalen Noel. This was from The Athletic. Noel was expected to be a second-rounder, so this is a good get. He's highly productive, recording 245 catches for yada, yada, yada. He's a polished route runner and should fit well with quarterback C.J. Stroud. Like, that's largely, by and by, that's what everybody was saying about Jalen Noel.
Yeah, yep.
Oh, we'll have to play this later. I've got the pre-draft assessment of Jalen Noel from Chris Sims, and I find it very entertaining.
Oh, okay.
But the funniest thing is, before the draft, all these guys – you listen to so this, that, the other thing, and yet they didn't have him very high on the ranking.
Right.
So there is that. I like it if he turns out to be kind of the kind of pick that you would classically get from either the Steelers or the Ravens, where, all right, not all the measurables were quite right. The guy wasn't as big as somebody wanted or this or that, but he can just play football, and he's got really good football character and all of that. It seems like before the draft, even guys that didn't have Jalen Noel ranked as high on the receiver rankings were still talking about him way more effusively with their praise and with more enthusiasm than a lot of the guys above him. So I'm intrigued. I just want to meet the young fella.
Well, those are the guys you're talking about, the ones that are talking him up and yet have him down on their list. They're probably guys who buy more into 40 times. And size, size, weight, speed.
Well, it's the size part of it, too. Because, he's got all the measurables on the speed side of it.
I just meant, like, in general, they're probably more traitsy draft experts or front office people than the Texans are. Like, the Texans are willing to – they'll ignore a 40 time. Like, they're not as caught up in the size element with – I shouldn't say they're not as caught up. If they weren't as caught up, maybe they would have drafted him in the second round instead of the third round. But I think that I don't think it's an accident that he's on the Texans. Let's just put it that way. Here's Emory Hunt. This is Emory Hunt is a draft expert. He's Ross Tucker has him on his podcast.
Ross Tucker has him on his draft podcast.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here is Emory Hunt making a comp for Jalen Noel.
Noel too much. I know this lofty praise, but how he plays and how he conducts his business reminds me so much of Steve Smith Sr. I thought that one was a huge steal. He's going to have an impact role right away as a rookie.
Okay.
Yeah, when we talk about the measurables, I guess the thing that jumps out when you watch him is he didn't have, by wide receiver standards, he didn't have an elite 40 time. He had a good 40 time. Yeah. But his broad jump and his vertical, are like 97th percentile.
Oh, really?
And you can see that when he plays. He's a muscled up dude. Like he's kind of looks more like a running back in some ways than he does a wide receiver. And you can kind of see the explosiveness with each step that he takes. And when he's not super polished as a route runner, but he's got all the traits as he's running his routes where he just needs to clean some things up. That the physical upside is very much there. He's just also a smaller dude, and and slot is a hard position to forecast sometimes because there's so much of a mental side to it. That's where the off-field gushing and being a 2-year captain and everything else like that comes into it, because you need to have a guy that is going to work. Remember, like Braxton Miller was a bit of the opposite of that.
Yes.
I think Braxton Miller was a guy that had all the athletic ability but didn't seem to really want to grind and learn the game of football. Jalen Noel's the opposite of that.
Jalen Noel snatches that ball too, man. He's got really good. Both those guys, both the Iowa State kids, I think ridiculously good. Like they're both very reliable.
This is a week that's been annoying me a little bit because by and large, most of the content being put out is all just still post-mortem on the draft. Evaluation of draft classes and everything. But I get it because the top headlines right now, Sean.
Ooh.
Tell me if you were negligent in putting any of these into our headlines today.
Okay.
Well, you did put one. Okay. Ravens make tough decision. That's
a big story. That's a big story. That's a big story.
It's a big story, but it's almost something that you knew was going to happen, and it's a kicker. It's not Deshaun Watson.
I don't know. I was
whatever.
I mean, I guess drafting a kicker probably increased the chance, but whatever the case, that's a big story.
NFL expects 1 million plus fans to attend the 27 draft in Washington, D.C.
The 27 draft.
Yeah.
Draft 2 days from now, or 2 years from now. Yeah.
Browns linebacker Devin Bush arrested and charged with assault. That's like from 3 days ago.
That's the third headline right now?
Yeah. Fourth headline. Gruden joins arena team as part owner and advisor.
Well, if he'd ever return my text, I'd be happy to talk about that with him.
Oh, he's such a tease.
Yeah. You gave me your number, John Gruden, all right? Return my text.
Okay. This one we're not going to touch because I just don't feel like I don't want the text line to be. Trump plan cuts funding for brain injury research. That's related to the NFL
let's dig into that one for a couple segments.
Let's dig into. Nobody loves talk more on this sports radio show than our listeners want two things. One, talk about CTE and brain injury research, and two, Trump.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's get
Reese's peanut butter cup ever. They're like, ooh, chocolate and peanut butter. This is amazing. They don't say that. Ooh, CTE and Trump. Ooh, yes.
This was annoying me yesterday because this was one of the lead headlines in the afternoon. Fans vote ex-wide receiver Julian Edelman into the Pats Hall of Fame. Good for him. Yeah. I don't care. Okay, I didn't know he wasn't in already. Fine.
It's a Hall of Fame story, Seth.
Yeah. Second suspect charged in death of Super Bowl reporter. I didn't know anybody got shot, and good job catching the first one.
I vaguely remember that story. Yeah, the Super Bowl reporter. Yeah.
Phil Simms, number 11, to stay retired amid Abdul Carter's
That's from like 4 days ago also.
Yeah.
Is Tank's not on the headlines anymore? He was yesterday.
He was at the bottom of the NFL.com headline.
Oh, NFL.com. I got
he's in good spirits.
That was a headline. Tank being in good spirits. Not a Houston headline, a national headline. Boy, you're right.
ESPN revamped and then the last one was the revamped power rankings after the draft. ESPN has the Texans. Take a guess.
We did this, I think. I want to say 10th?
13th.
Okay. Yeah. I know that one of them had him 10th.
And to be clear, these are the ESPN NFL headlines.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's other
not the
elsewhere.
Right. Yeah, man. Oh, so Nick is coming on tomorrow at 7:30. Should we ask him to do something that maybe could pop a headline or two for us? I mean, the headlines.
Something about Julian Edelman and how he thought he was going to suck.
Oh, yeah, that would be great. We got to pull him into that bear trap. Yeah. So what were the reasons you thought Julian Edelman wouldn't make it as a football player?
He had all these off-field issues that have never been publicized before. I'll tell you what. When Julian had to untangle a whole legal mess.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
For anybody that just tuned in, that was complete and total sarcasm.
Yes.
Please don't. There's somebody that turned on their radio just as I was saying Julian Edelman had all these issues.
Yep. Someone said not Power Rank, but A Tale of the Tape, Tari's mom and Mama Stoerner.
Those two would do a good podcast.
I think they'd get along great.
No, you know what they'd be great with? With reaction videos.
Yes.
Just like them watching stuff and talking about how stupid the people are in the videos.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I would love that.
As they drank a Coors Light.
Mm-hmm. For sure. The Astros, talking about the window that they are in right now, the championship window. I made the analogy of an actual window that they've got one leg out right now. The Astros currently have their heads stuck in the window like it's a guillotine, and they're waiting to see if they can get through it before it drops.
Ooh.
But you're not trying to get through it. You're trying to stay inside. You know, you're trying, you don't want to jump out the window.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Am I alone in this? Of all the kind of time-tested methods of execution, I still feel like I might prefer the guillotine over a lot of the other ones. I would prefer it to the electric chair. That looks miserable.
It's the quickest. I as long as I knew, I would want to check the sharpness of the blade before. I would want to make sure that thing is going to go all the way through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't need that thing stopping like midway through my spine.
That goes for any of the execution methods. You know? Like, I don't want the firing squad to be shooting 22s.
But I think you have to ask yourself, if the method goes wrong, how bad would it be? You know what I mean?
How bad? That would be
factor in like 10%. Like, okay, if it goes wrong, how bad? If it goes smoothly, that's the best one. Like, bam.
They do think that you maintain a bit. There's a chance you maintain some consciousness after your head's lopped off, which I think would be kind of trippy.
No,
okay?
Are trippy? Get out.
Yeah, I'm like, I've never seen the world from this spinning perspective.
Can you spin me over? I'm face down right now.
It would be fun if you let's say you're suffering from a sprained ankle.
Right.
At the very least, as soon as you get decapitated and you're still conscious, like, oh, my ankle pain is gone.
Not my problem.
Yeah.
Not my problem.
Those nerve messages aren't even being sent.
That's funny. All right,
I don't want the gas chamber. I don't want the electric chair.
No.
I don't want to be hanged. God, no.
No, that'd be the worst one.
That'd be the worst one.
I think that'd be the worst one, yeah.
Especially if you don't break your neck.
Yes.
It can take a long time.
Right. That's my point. Like, I need to know what the percentage chances of failure are for each of these.
For the life of me, I still don't understand how anybody ever thought at some point, like, oh, yeah, electrocuting them is the far more humane way to go.
Dude.
I feel like that was big electric back in the day.
Yeah, probably.
They were like, oh, listen, they handed some envelopes to government officials, and they were like, hey, listen, we're trying to make a name for this new power that we have.
You do, sir or ma'am. I'm a lobbyist for the electric chair in Washington, D.C., to get that as the preferred method of capital punishment. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. All right, back to the Rockets. This is the 5th time they've lost to the Golden State Warriors in the postseason. Times they followed up with big moves. Let's hope they've got a better hit percentage this time around if they opt for a big move. We'll recap history coming up next.
commission.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, you can text the show 713-572-4610. People are excited about Jalen Knoll. Sean, he's Diggs 2.0. Can't wait. It's high praise, man. It's high praise.
Diggs 2.0. I feel it's unfair to a young prospect to just forecast.
It's a little premature, maybe, for Diggs 2.0.
Really, really good. Now, I don't know how Jalen Knoll dresses. Does he dress as well as Stephon Diggs?
Can he pull off?
Or at least as extravagantly as Stephon Diggs does.
Outfit at the Met Gala last night. I don't know, man. I think Diggs is on the short list of people that could pull that one off. That was pretty good.
Diggs was wearing a black kind of almost like a Matrix type suit with a fur coat draped over one shoulder,
like half a lion draped over his shoulder. Yeah.
In these bright red shoes.
Yeah.
I said it looked like he was using the dark side of the Force to kill Jon Snow on his way to the magical land of Oz.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A lot of other people thought that they looked like there was a little bit of a Prince Zamunda.
Prince, Joffrey, Prince
of Zamunda.
Akeem Joffer of Zamunda. Yes, yeah. Eddie Murphy back in the day. He does. That's true. They had the lion kind of clamping his mouth down on the pullover thing there going on in that movie. Yeah. That's a good one. After playoff losses to Golden State. Seth, let's relive the magic of some of the things the Rockets have done and judge the ones that they need to do better. I would submit that they need to do better than most of these as their big follow-up moves. I think there's a really good chance they run the young nucleus back, but there are other moves that probably need to be made or are going to be available to them. You know, what they end up doing with this lottery pick that they have, if you're going to keep all these young guys, do you draft yet another one to sit and rot on the bench next to Reed Shepherd and Cam Whitmore? Or do you move that pick? And if you move that pick, hopefully it's for something significant. At any rate, the other 4 times that they've lost to Golden State in the playoffs, these were the moves that were made in response to losing to Golden State in the playoffs. In 2015, they lost in the Western Conference Finals in 5 games. That was the first trip to the Western Conference Finals that James Harden made as a Rocket with Dwight Howard on that team. Their big move that offseason, they said, you know what, we need some horsepower at point guard. So they made a trade for Ty Lawson from Denver, who was waived by March.
Yeah, that was
Ty Lawson at his peak was a borderline all-star in Denver. Like, he was very good.
Wasn't there something extra going on with Ty Lawson?
Ultimately, there was. He had some off-the-court stuff going on.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, but that happened. That was after they traded for him. It felt like it might have been they actually traded for him while it was still going on.
He was a distressed asset when they traded for him. Otherwise, Denver would have traded.
He just had personal life issues, right? It wasn't necessarily criminal. He just had some issues in his personal life.
Yeah. He was waived. He was waived by Mar. That was the big move. And again, that was the season where they went 4 was on 11 games into the season. But
I remember we were at, ironically enough, at a Wingstop when McHale got fired. I remember it was like 5 minutes before we went on. I was walking around in the parking lot of the Wingstop over there in Meyerland, and I say ironically because earlier we were talking about Jalen Green's Wingstop commercial.
Yep.
Then Mike Meltzer and I were trying to figure out what the hell was going on with Kevin McHale getting fired.
Yeah, dude, it was funny. The opening day of that season in 2015, 2016, the opening day, I actually did a sit-down interview with Les Alexander for I wrote the chapter of the Rockets, whatever it was, 50th anniversary book. I wrote the Les Alexander chapter. They had me come in and do it because I'd written some really good articles about the Rockets for the Houston Press.
Ooh.
So I got to do a sit-down with Les Alexander for like 2 hours. And this was, I don't think I'm breaking any confidences here by telling this story. That was the Monday after the Texans had gotten blown out by the Dolphins in 2015. Remember that game?
Yeah.
They were losing.
We thought everybody was going to get fired at the bye week.
Yeah.
We're coming up on the bye week.
Yeah,
right?
That's exactly right. They were 2-5, lost to a Dan Campbell coached Miami Dolphins team.
Yeah.
And so
Dan Campbell.
So I come into Les Alexander's office that day to do the interview, and I tell him I'd met him a couple times, but I reintroduced myself, and he's like, "So, you're with 610. What else do you do?" I said, "I do pre and post game for the Texans." He's like, "Ooh, tell me something about the Texans that I don't know."
Oh.
And I'm like, I don't really have anything. Like I said, I forget what I said. I don't think I gave him anything. But he goes, "You think they're going to fire?" And I said, I don't know, man. Like they've historically been at that point a pretty patient team that doesn't fire coaches in year 2. He's like, oh, they got to fire the coach. They're 2-5. They got no hope. You got to have hope. They got no hope. You got to have hope. You got to fire the coach. You got to fire the coach. And I'm sitting there. He said it over and over again as he's flipping poker chips in his left hand, just like flipping poker chips, like one over top of the other. You got to fire the coach. You got to have hope. You got to have hope. And I'm thinking to myself.
5 isn't an unsurmountable. Plenty of teams in history of it.
They have, and the Texans did. To their credit, they got to 9-7. But I that stuck in my brain. And so one day when the Rockets were off to their abysmal start that year, because the season started that day, and they got off to their abysmal start that year. And right about the time they were like 3-6 or 4-6, something like that. I just came in one day, and Ted and Rich and I were talking off the air, and I just turned to Ted and Rich. I said, I think he's going to fire McHale. I said, I think he's going to fire Kevin McHale. And they're like, why are you saying that? He just got to the Western Conference Finals last year. I'm like, I told them the story I just told our audience right now. I said, that's the mentality that Les Alexander had about where the Rockets are where the Texans were through, like 7 games that year.
Well, that was after an offseason in which the Rockets had come back against the Clippers with James Harden sitting on the bench.
Yes, the die was cast back then.
That is so when that year when the move was to then also to early in the season fire Kevin McHale.
Yeah,
I don't think the Rockets are anywhere near that level of drama or anything turmoil on the inside.
Good point.
They're in a better spot in a lot of ways right now than they were then.
No doubt about that. No doubt about it. Okay, so that was after 2015. The next season was 2016, the season that we're talking about. They got knocked out in the first round. They were the 8th seed. The Warriors were the 1 seed. They got knocked out in 5. That was not unexpected. However, major changes that offseason after being 41-41. They move on from Dwight Howard. They sign Eric Gordon and Ryan Anderson and Nene, and they hire Mike D'Antoni to be their head coach.
Right.
Major moves.
I would say, again, that was when, you'd gone through a couple years of Dwight Howard and James Harden just not either seeing eye to eye or being the right fit, and everything just felt kind of clunky, like there was something holding you from being really as good as you could be. I would say, in terms of feel, it still feels better on the Rockets now.
Way better.
Even without having a James Harden on the team, you feel better about the way the organization is operating.
No doubt.
Especially because they're building, they've got a core that they can build with. This is one of the biggest differences between the Daryl Morey-led teams and this current Rockets team is it was always hard with Morey's teams because it was just such a rotating cast of characters. You're just always trading guys in and rotating them out, and it was hard to really get to really embrace a lot of the players.
Yep.
I feel like even though there might be a trade or two here in the offseason, it feels like a more stable core.
So in 2017, they skipped a year of losing to the Warriors. Instead, they got blown out by the Spurs in an elimination game at home. That was when they traded for Chris Paul right after that. So a year later, they lose in the Western Conference Finals to the Golden State Warriors. That was the Chris Paul pulled the hamstring series in Game 5. You lose in Game 7 after missing 27 straight three-pointers. Seth, their big move that offseason? Bring in Carmelo Anthony, who was traded after 10 games as a Rocket.
This is the problem, though. It was never a big move from anybody. Like, they didn't consider it a big move within the organization. He signed a 1-year, $2 million deal. Yeah. It was very much a kick the tires on Carmelo Anthony and see what you can get out of him. But because it's the stupid NBA, and even the really smart writers are really stupid about just jock sniffing anybody with a name. People made a big deal out of it, and the Rockets largely, it was a fringe move in their minds, and I give them credit for moving on from it when it didn't work out.
For the scale that it was a disaster, but it wasn't a big-time disaster that torpedoed the season or anything. It's just...
it's funny because it wasn't after a Warriors loss, but the Chris Paul...
It was after they lost to the Spurs in 2017.
Right, after they lost to the Spurs.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's one that... Remember, that was a year also where... people were looking around, and there was a lot of chatter about you know what? I think a lot of teams are just kind of bide their time and wait until the Warriors are done with this stretch of dominance.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I really appreciate like, oh, we're just not gonna lay down and let the barbarian hordes kill us all and our families. We're gonna fight. And
they should have beat him.
Chris Paul.
And they should have beat him. And Daryl Morey had kind of alluded to having a move up his sleeve, and that was the move. So, but that was after the Spurs. The final time before Sunday that they had lost to the Golden State Warriors in the postseason was in 2019 when Kevin Durant tore his Achilles in Game 5 of that series, and then the Rockets couldn't close the deal in Game 5. And then they played the Warriors without Kevin Durant in Game 6. That Warriors team would end up making it to the finals and losing to Kawhi Leonard and the Raptors. But the response to losing to the Warriors that year was probably the closest thing to a nuke. They traded Chris Paul, the very Chris Paul set that they had traded for 2 years ago, traded him and a bunch of first-round picks for Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook was viewed as the better player in that trade because it was the Rockets who had to give up all the draft capital for them to, quote, take on Chris Paul's $40 million a year contract. Yeah. Chris Paul ends up getting the Thunder to the playoffs unexpectedly, then gets traded to the Suns and gets them to the NBA Finals. So Chris Paul still turned out to have plenty left in the tank, but that was the big move after 2019. I would say, like, of those 4 seasons where they've lost to the Warriors, they've made moves following those seasons that have not worked. So we need that trend to move back in the right direction this offseason.
That was, you lost Chris Paul and got the declining version of Russell Westbrook. The one big hitch with him was like, oh, it turns out
that's the thing. It led to several other detrimental moves just to accommodate his playing style.
It led to like a 2-week stretch during COVID when we thought, who needs anybody taller than 6'4" on the floor?
That's it, man.
We're gonna micro ball our way to glory. That was the beginning of the misery right there.
Yep. So
no, I honestly. I don't know, like that. It's not like I felt down on the Rockets at various stretches during that, but I feel differently and better in a lot of respects about this current team than I did through a lot of that drama and a lot of those moves. And that's not throwing shade at Daryl Morey or James Harden or anybody else. Having this young core of guys that showed something in the playoffs and they can do a little bit better. And I'll include Jalen Green in that. To be clear, because I feel like people keep coming at me like I'm getting on the microphone and saying I despise Jalen Green or something. I've just reset my expectations about Jalen Green, and I think if you do that, if you forget, and you have to forget about the current salary a little bit, but still, as long as you don't think of him as a guy that's someday going to be the alpha, yes, he can be a very, very valuable part of your team, and he can help lead you to the playoffs. Yeah. But they need more, either in development of some of the other guys or in the infusion of a superstar via trade.
This is the sense I get when it comes to. I'll use Kevin Durant as the example because that seems to be the guy that most people in and out of Houston are talking about as a possibility. And I do think of the guys that are being discussed, especially when it's Giannis and it's KD, that KD is going to call. Then Giannis, who's 7 years younger and a top 4 MVP guy every single year, healthier, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah.
I do think one of the biggest differences between the Rockets teams that you and I just got done talking about and this one is that the goal for all of those teams was to try to figure out what the mix was around James Harden. And there was an entitlement that James Harden had in that building that I think till the day that he came in and said, I want out of here, they started to regret all that leash that they had given James Harden and all that leeway and all the things that guy from Dallas, the Mavericks commentator whose audio we played last week, talked about behind the scenes of them staying behind on road trips because James wanted to party in L.A. or Miami. All of those things I think they came to regret. This Rockets team is very different. If you listen to any of the postgame interviews after this loss, it's just a slew of young guys with tremendous accountability that all love playing with each other. I think that's the biggest fear that Rocket fans have with trading Kevin Durant is not necessarily the capital, whether it's draft capital or players or both, that you'd give up to get him. Is his personality going to get plunked in here and spoil that chemistry and mix for the Rockets?
It does. So if you take just that, take that side of it, the Rockets have a good culture going, and you like what they can build on with all of this. Yeah. That's your spine and your core of what you're trying to build. Yeah. Who do you like, regardless of age or anything else, just in terms of who do you feel is a better fit, Giannis or Durant?
Giannis. I think Giannis. I think KD's a better fit as a player, just assuming he's healthy and still playing at a high level. level. He's
yeah, but I think if they it's usually when you talk about culture and whatnot, I never like hearing coaches talk about it unless they've demonstrated that they're good at instilling a certain culture. And I feel like Kelvin Sampson is one of those guys. The culture, if Kelvin Sampson talks about culture, yes, it matters because he's really good at establishing one. I think Udoka, yes, it matters. I think he's good at establishing it. Yeah. I think D'Amico's on his way there. Like they got, on the defensive side of the ball, they certainly have. So with the Rockets, I feel like culture really, really matters, and I don't mind the coaches talking about it because they've established that they know what they're doing.
Yep.
Some coaches talk about culture, and they're like, you're just reciting some motivational
you read a book.
You
just
somewhere.
read a book.
Yeah.
You just read a book. Yep.
Yeah, you're just reciting a paragraph from the book you read this summer.
You just read a Twitter string that Sean Pendergast would read and take as gospel. All right?
Hey, you know what? Yesterday when you said that you have a bunch of various self-help Twitter threads that you bookmarked, the one I realized – I've got like 19 different bookmarks of AI prompts that you should use to streamline a process, to the point now where I need an AI prompt to consolidate all the AI prompt streams that I have to show me how to do something.
All right, there's an AI. Okay, we got.
I haven't used a single one of them, by the way.
I've got an AI question I got to bounce off you. I'll do it in the next segment about AI, and also the biggest story in the NFL. The biggest story in the NFL yesterday. We've got the reaction. We will react to the biggest story. And can these items sustain us through the dog days of now until training camp? I've got a few I want to.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Justin Tucker released by the Ravens. So I was mildly surprised. You weren't as surprised as I was, I think, Seth, that he was just kind of dropped in the middle, early May, just dropped kind of out of nowhere, at least to me, that he would get released by the team. But I suppose drafting a kicker, even though it was the 6th round, is probably a tell that they're not bringing in that guy. You're not drafting a guy using draft capital to get into competition with Justin Tucker.
Well, and also, I mean, the thing with Justin Tucker is that it's from the outside looking in, and a lot of this is, allegations in lawsuits, et cetera, but there seems to be more of a paper trail with Justin Tucker, at least according to the allegations. There seems to be more of a paper trail and some established complaints from prior history that I would have been really surprised if Justin Tucker was kept around, especially because he wasn't a good kicker.
That's the
I'm not trying to give the Ravens, morality points or anything. It's a lot easier to do when a guy is old and struggling.
People reporting on this cited the Ravens saying it's football reasons why he's getting let go. There are football reasons to cut him loose. As you point out, he was the 31st most accurate kicker in the NFL last year.
Yeah.
There's out of 32 teams, he was 31st in accuracy. He missed 10 kicks.
At the age of 35.
Yeah.
So all right, you don't have to be a genius to know what happens, especially when a guy has legal allegations swirling around him. And it's been a little bit of his field goal percentage from 5 years ago in 2021, that was one of his better seasons. He had the best field goal percentage in the NFL, and since then, it's dropped a little bit for a couple of years, and then the lowest it's ever been in his career last year.
Yeah, he still has the highest of any kicker with 100 or more field goal attempts in the history of the game. He's at 89%. But you combine that with all the accusations, 16 therapists in 8 different spas, and yes, to your point, much more of a paper trail. Did you know that he sang opera, Justin Tucker? That was a big deal they were making. I guess he does it for charity to raise money for the Catholic Church in Baltimore.
Yeah, that was the other part about Justin Tucker is this is a classic fall from grace.
Yeah.
At least potentially, allegedly, a fall from grace was that he was very well known for a lot of the work he did with Catholic charities in Baltimore, in and around Baltimore.
Yeah, yeah. I've got audio of him singing opera. Let's judge him here. It's Justin Tucker.
That's really him?
Yes. That's pretty good.
My standard is that anybody who ever sings opera sounds like it's the best opera singer who ever lived.
I know, I don't have.
He's one of the best opera singers.
Right.
Yeah.
He I feel like I'm just gonna read like the last 2 paragraphs of the Ravens statement with that playing underneath it. It gives it some catharsis.
I'd be kind of pissed if I spent my childhood kind of doing some hardcore musical training and that what my parents had funneled me into was opera singing.
Yeah, it's a kind of a niche. Yeah.
You can any musical instrument you can carry it around, or like, oh hey, you're hanging around a hotel lobby, there's a piano, you sit down and play.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that guy.
Yes.
Nobody wants to hear you sing opera.
No,
in general. It's impressive for about 20 seconds.
And
You're
it's
like, listen, all right, buddy,
pretentious.
I'm trying to eat here. Yeah.
How does this statement hit with him singing underneath? His reliability, focus, drive, resilience, and extraordinary talent make him one of the league's best kickers for over a decade. We are grateful for Justin's many contributions while playing for the Ravens. We sincerely wish him and his family the very best in this next chapter of their lives.
Yeah, they got a lot of people were either giving the side-eye emoji or questioning why they gave him a flowery release as he left. And this is one of those areas where I'm pretty forgiving when it comes to stuff like this. Life's complicated. And I think for a team like the Ravens that I think treat their players really well, and there's kind of the guys that are core Ravens guys have a certain loyalty to them, and like their team atmosphere for a long time has been considered like, man, those guys have a tight locker room.
Yeah.
Like they're doing criticism for it, but they also aren't going to ignore the actual football side of what he did for him.
Yeah.
They could have put it at the bottom. It's complicated.
Yes.
You know?
Hashtag.
Something like that.
Hashtag it's complicated. You can turn it down now, Colin. Now, I was raising my finger to turn it down, not turn it up. Yeah, that was funny. It was funny that you were turning it up. So Justin Tucker. I wonder, too, the NFL's investigating all this. So he gets released. I'm assuming the investigation continues here, right? In case he were to get picked up by somebody.
Yeah. Well, or they're doing their own investigation, but they have to be careful. When the NFL tries to dig into stuff like this, they're damned if they do and damned if they don't. Because if they're genuinely trying to get to the bottom of the story, one of the things they do is they want to speak to the women who have made allegations, or they request.
Mm-hmm.
And that is... And it happened with Deshaun Watson. Immediately people hear that and they think that the NFL is going to come in and try to bully a witness or what have you. But if they don't do anything at all, then they're just standing by and they don't care, this, that. So they're however extensive their investigation is, I'm guessing what they're hoping is that Justin Tucker is just going to retire.
Yes.
And that'll be the end of it, so they don't have to be associated with it
The
anymore.
NFL probably wishes they were cranking out more news right now. Like, this is the big story. Justin Tucker, can we get the schedule is getting released a week from tomorrow? Can we get there, please?
I'll tell you who the NFL is happy about is Deshaun Watson being pushed out the door.
Yes.
I think that I wonder how many meetings were had about, okay, just what do we do if the Brender and if Deshaun Watson is an all-pro and all of this, that was going to be a PR nightmare for him.
Oh, yeah. He never got close, thank God, for their sake.
Let's start a conspiracy theory that the league has actually been giving him money to tank.
That's right.
So that they didn't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
People will buy that.
Yeah. For sure. Nowadays, put it out there. See what happens. Larry's in Stafford. What's going on, Larry?
Hey, what's going on, son and Seth? Hey, I got a few takes I'm going to get off, but before I do anything, I got to thank my man Sammy for allowing me to have that experience with him the other night at that Game 7. on that deal with Justin Tucker, they had to kind of be kind of flowery with him because he's going to probably be a Hall of Famer that's going to go in as a Raven. So they probably don't want to just completely sever that relationship because he has been probably the greatest kicker in the National Football League. So and his distance or whatever won them a lot of games. So I'm thinking that's why Baltimore did what they did with him. Now, the next thing about the Rockets, here's the thing. I watched Jalen Green do a lot of bad stuff in this series, and I watched him after he was getting doubled and all these other things. He would run down to the corner and just stand there and didn't have, like, any movement in his game or, like, cutting through the lanes and things like that. And it just made it look like he was just, sulking or just confused about how to get his game right, and it just never materialized. Now, I was on the bandwagon of possibly getting rid of him or whatever, but I'm kind of backing off of that right now because what I'm doing is to get me Giannis and put Amin at the guard at the point guard and put Jalen at the 2. I'm thinking I'm liking that, man, because Giannis and Jabari Smith, Amin and Jalen might be what it looks good for me. And the reason why I'm out on Sengun because he got cement feet, man. And when I watch a ballerina like Hakeem Olajuwon play basketball or dudes that are fluid in the post or whatever, I can't watch Sengun's short arms stuff against a point guard, man. I need somebody to be a little bit more aggressive. And I told y'all before, them Euros do that kind of stuff to folks, man, and it's confusing basketball to somebody like me who played the game. So I'd rather go get Giannis than KD, but that's just my opinion. Last thing before I let y'all go. I saw Pinky Ring and the beautiful Hannah McNair yesterday talking on TV about their whole position about moving somewhere out of the greater inner city of Houston, but staying in the greater Houston area. Here's the thing that I can say things that people really can't say. If we're being honest, NRG is in the ghetto. And when I say it's in the ghetto, it's because there's nothing on either side of Kirby or Fannin that allows that thing to expand the right way that it's supposed to. And so when you're trying to modernize and everything, you got new uniforms and all these other things, you want glass buildings, you want steel, you want people to be able to party and all that other stuff. And so Cal and Hannah are doing the exact right thing, trying to make sure that they nurture that relationship with the rodeo in the city of Houston, but understand that they're going to want something that's fresh like a brand new Corvette, son, if you know what I'm talking about in our hall.
I appreciate it, Larry. Yeah. A lot of people ask me, Seth, like, how do you think this thing ends with the stadium stuff? I mean, we're still years away. They've got years and years on the lease, but not that many years away because you got to plan. I do think, like, if I handicap it, I think there's going to be a new stadium if I had to handicap it. And I know they're saying all the right things right now about renovating NRG. I just don't see logistically, because the adjective they used yesterday quite a bit was world class. Mike Tolman said it. We want a world class experience for our fans. I think that both the structure of that stadium, the area around it, and the logistics of trying to do it when there's so many things going on all year at that stadium almost prevents that from being able to happen, and
there's the thing is, if the greater Houston area, if it's anywhere from 9 to 11 different counties, Montgomery County is still one of the fastest growing counties. Yeah. Like Liberty County is one of the fastest growing counties in the area. There are a lot of high growth areas that have aggressive plans, and their planning departments are working 24 hours a day. If push comes to shove and the Texans can't figure out a good deal to stay there as a lessee at the stadium, there's going to be a county that offers them a competitive deal and does exactly what happened with the Cowboys. And it seems less likely that Harris County would be the team that can keep up with some of those outlying counties where also you might have several hundred acres, everything else that goes with it, and bring in partners and all that. But as far as the headquarters themselves, I don't think that affects the fans much at all.
No.
I think it's almost a slam dunk that the headquarters are somewhere else. Like, as far as where they practice and everything else, I think that it's going to be somewhere else.
If anything, that should excite Texan fans, because the talk yesterday was that it would be the fulcrum of an area where they might build some other stuff up around it. Like an entertainment district of some sort around the headquarters and the practice facility. that regardless of where you live, it would make it fun, like going out to, like during training camp. Like that
might have a really nice setup for training camp.
Yeah. So
even though right now for training camp, they put those tents up they rent those tents. They look like permanent structures, but they pay for them.
Oh, the tents over the stands there. Yeah, the bleachers and everything. Yeah. As far
I call it a tent, but it's an awesome pavilion.
Yeah, it's what it is.
But they have to rent it every year.
Larry said something, and we're up against it. I want to address something else Larry said in that call about the Rockets. I get what Larry's saying about Şengün for Giannis and what it might look like. Larry left out one big factor in that thing that I want to make sure we address in the final segment. Appreciate the call as always, Larry. All right, so we'll do that coming up next, and we'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop as well today. But first, Beck's Prime. I was at the Beck's Prime in
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we just had Larry and Stafford just called in. It's always interesting, the reaction to Larry's calls. Sometimes Larry said, this is a text, sometimes Larry says good stuff. Also, he says some dumb stuff. People do not like the idea of him trading Şengün. Şengün is getting a bigger defense on the text page than trading Jalen Green is getting.
I think Larry, in some respects, has the burden of comparing every center to Hakeem. And Şengün does not look or move like Hakeem.
Not even close.
He kind of moves around on peg legs.
Yeah.
But he does. But he gets it done.
Yeah.
There's times where I just want Şengün's heels at least to come off the floor when he makes a shot.
I would like him to work. I was thinking about this yesterday. It's true, right? He's flat-footed.
So
he just stays on the ground.
Yeah.
Dead-legged. I thought about that. I'm like, you know what? I was thinking about what each Rocket needs to do in the offseason. Like, I think they all need to work on their free throw on that. But like Şengün, I wish Şengün would go through like the Rocky Balboa training session from Rocky 3, where Apollo Creed took him out to L.A. and made him do all the footwork changes. You know, he was jumping rope and doing all the footwork stuff, jumping back and forth, like or dance classes, anything, something that improves footwork for Alperen Şengün.
Oh gosh, I can't think of his name right now, which is really embarrassing. Oh yeah, Gary Gulman. He's a comedian. Mm-hmm. He has a bit where he talks about how he could predict how happy or unhappy a kid's childhood was by his free throw percentage. The kids with the unhappiest childhoods tend to have the best free throw percentage because you're just out there. Or your your mom's working her second shift as a single mom at as a nurse or something. Boy. Yeah, you got a 90%. You got a 90% free throw percentage. You definitely saw some stuff
what
as a kid.
Theory.
Maybe these guys all have. Maybe they just had too happy a childhood. That's why they can't shoot.
What a theory, man. Yeah, right. You drafted a bunch. Like Amen Thompson seems like he and his twin brother, really good upbringing. Should have been in the driveway a lot more than spending time with your awesome parents inside. Yes.
Kind of falls apart with Steph Curry, but other than that,
a little bit. Well, maybe there's some secrets. Maybe Del Curry, maybe.
That's true. Del, you monster.
Yeah, you monster. Yeah. You're a monster. So the other thing that Larry, in talking about, his take was trading Şengün for Giannis, and then, he kind of said, and then you put Amen at the point, and you got this lineup of, here's your starting five. Fred is the one thing that we can ascertain from the interviews following the game on Sunday, which was Fred VanVleet doesn't look like he wants to go anywhere, and even more particular than that, Ime Udoka doesn't look like he has any desire to replace Fred VanVleet. The question becomes, does the team opt in on the last year of his deal for $43 million or whatever it is, or do they not opt in, but they come back, the two sides agree to something that's less per year? 3 years, $90 million, something like that is what I'd seen thrown around. And there's some administrative stuff that goes with him. With them not opting in, he technically becomes a free agent, so blah, blah, blah. The NBA collective bargaining agreement is a nightmare, but I think the bottom line is whether it's on a new deal that's maybe less average annual value but more long-term, or whether it's opting into the final year of his deal, Fred VanVleet is going to be the point guard for this team next year. I hate to break it to anybody who wants to move Amen Thompson there or thinks that they're going to bring in somebody else. Fred VanVleet is going to be the point guard for the Houston Rockets next year.
And again, I can't reiterate this enough. I'm not demanding that Jalen Green get traded or anything. I very much think that Jalen Green can be the best version of himself when you bring in a superstar and or more shooters and people who can score with the basketball to the team. There's mounting evidence, at least, that when it comes to being a genuine alpha, he might just not be that guy, which is fine.
Yeah.
Which is fine. It's just he can be a valuable part of a really year and help get them to the playoffs at all. I think Fred VanVleet's going to be in the mix.
I absolutely think he's going to be in the mix. So the other thing getting mentioned on the text page here is counties outside of Harris County speaking on whether or not their county wants a football stadium out there. Yeah, a lot of people out in Katy bring it out here, which I guess I'm not sure I forget which county it is out that way. I know Fort Bend is down Sugar Land way, and Montgomery County is up where the Woodlands are. Montgomery County weighing in, at least one texter saying, well, no, we'll take the headquarters and practice facility, but we don't want the stadium. Yeah, because I don't think taxpayers are going to be paying for the practice facility.
Right, yeah, it doesn't seem like that would be almost just a really good, I don't know, whatever
like a luxury item
businesses get when they're building.
Yeah.
And that it would also, you end up having a lot of high income individuals who spend a lot of money in that county as well.
Yes.
Build some big houses and what have you.
That's true. How big an AI user are you? I know you just mentioned it a couple seconds ago.
I dabble in it.
Yeah.
I've never been able to use it to the point that people promise you can use it, nor do I want to. But it's not like I use it to write out my takes or anything, but I do use it. I use it mostly a lot of times when I'm reading, when I'm doing prep for a game, I might want to read 10 articles, and then I have AI I'll copy and paste those articles in and then have it do bullet points or an outline of all the articles, kind of with the main points and everything. But one thing I've learned is that it's you can't you have to read all the articles because it's bad.
Yeah.
Even when I'm just feeding it into it, they juxtapose names and numbers and everything. But I kind of, just to organize my thoughts, I'll use it.
Okay, the reason I ask, the thing that I'm getting hit up with now on mostly on Instagram, because, on Instagram stories, you get 2 or 3 stories of people you're actually following, and then they mix an ad in there every 2 or 3.
Yeah.
The thing I'm getting hit up with recently is this 28-day AI challenge where you learn how to use different AI apps and things like that. It's 15 minutes a day, just learning how to use it. Now, it probably means you got to subscribe to a bunch of them or at least do a trial and stuff like that.
Well, a lot of times you're buying a course.
That may be what it is, too. Yeah, I've only hit shop now, so it's because I've been intrigued by it. I just haven't had time to look into it. So if you hit shop now, but you just don't buy it, then it keeps showing up in your stories.
I've done a couple things where I've bought courses, just to learn a few things to do with video editing and another couple things. And it's worth as long as you're not spending a ridiculous amount of money. It's nice because it's like anything else. Once you spend money for something, you feel like you got more follow through.
Yep.
Yeah. So some of them are pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't done any of the AI ones or anything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I honestly, at this point with AI, it feels like it's the wave of the future. Really, at the end of the day, it's just a better and more advanced version of the way you already use the computer.
Google and whatnot. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I need to be aware of it as much as I need to be. Kids that are 19 years old are the ones that are going to be really good at it.
Yeah.
I don't want to be an accountant in 1985 who swears he'll never use a computer.
Yeah.
Because that's the end. So I'm very open to it, but it's also in its infancy where there's more. It feels like on the sum total of it, there's still more drawbacks and annoying things about it than there are actual benefits.
I would really just like to turn you and me into South Park characters. That's really all I want to do.
Like something funny with it. Where you can just, Okay, the best thing for stuff like that, with a lot of editing stuff, if you don't want to actually learn how to edit, is get an app that just automatically does it for you.
Yeah, I've got a few of those I just haven't used very much. I thought about, I like the videos where they take scenes from a movie, but they put people's heads on them of, the metaphor of this, it's this person. I'm I'd really like to learn. And there's an app where you can do it. I didn't have to buy it. So to your point, if I had to pay for it, I would be using it probably.
You know what has streamlined my life incredibly is in writing things like ransom notes and what have you. I mean, the number of different fonts and everything that you can use, Sean, you got to be careful with your geotagging and whatnot. But it's so much easier to still and also make it look aesthetically pleasing.
Sure.
Some of these old serial killers from the 70s, I admire the effort, but where the ratios are all out of skew.
No. If I'm going to use an app, I want it to have a font on there where I can just push a button and it looks like I cut the letters out of several different magazines.
Like serial killer
font. Yeah. I need a serial killer font that has it where I just cut the letters out of the letters. Give me something I can do on my phone that looks like I did that. Yes.
Yeah. There's an app for that, for sure.
There's got to be, right? There's absolutely got to be. Someone says helps with spell check too. I'm a pretty good speller. I'm all right there. Text message. AI is awesome. I used to write grant proposals for my nonprofit. It would take me 3 or 4 days or a week or two. recently did one with AI. I finished it in 4 hours.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And that sounds like there's a lot of organization involved with that. You probably got to check off a million boxes. For doing that, and that's where I've started to experiment with it, Sean, is in task management.
Yeah.
So, like, you know me. I need to be able to simplify things and break it down to where I don't get distracted. So I've used it a few times to be like, hey, break this down into 10 steps for me.
Yeah.
And one good key is always to, like, ask me the questions that you need to help me do something.
Yeah.
And then it'll do it. That's pretty cool.
Okay.
I did have a long conversation with AI about space-time one night.
I remember that. You came in very happy the next day about the conversation.
It was a cool conversation.
Yeah.
They always tell you you're asking really good questions.
Okay.
They're like, oh, thank you.
Always?
Well, you know, I do like to think I'm paying attention. Yes.
I don't know. After like the fourth time they tell me it was a good question, I stopped believing them. I'm like, oh, really?
Yeah.
These have all been good questions? Hey, quick reminder, speaking of questions, Nick Caserio, 7:30 tomorrow on the program. So Nick Caserio, Texans GM.
I'm gonna give him the AI definition, the Gemini definition of drafting for need.
Okay.
Since he asked for a definition of drafting for need,
He asked for it. He asked for it. So, yeah. So we will give him the Gemini version. In the loop, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez. How we doing, boys? How we doing?
Quite well. I'm very excited to hear what Nick Caserio's response is to this particular bit. I know that it's not quite a bit, but however, I do want to see.
I am too.
Because I feel like it'll hit him like, oh, this is a bit. And I just want to hear what that reaction is. I
feel like it's going to start an interesting conversation between him and Seth. That's what I'm here for.
There is, well, you know what we might play? I don't know. I don't want to get, this might be better for a podcast, but some of the, a clip I saw and a bunch of people forwarded it to us as well as Costa, the GM of the Ravens.
I'm gonna pull that audio so you and I can play it early in the show tomorrow, and then
so
we'll
he's
ask.
Talking about how, like, you got to accept that nobody knows who the hell's actually going to be a good player. So the volume of picks is as important as just the actual picks themselves.
Yep.
That they want as many swings at the plate as possible.
Yep. No, I've got that on the list to ask Nick about tomorrow for sure. How you guys doing?
Terrific, man.
What's the question of the day?
All right, so the last night there were 45 missed threes by the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, 15 of 60.
Yes, they were hard-headed.
I was impressed that they got, having watched the Rockets only shoot like 15 the night before, I'm like, wow.
Yeah,
what are
embracing modernity.
Yeah. What are things in life that you're just hard-headed about?
Oh, like the Celtics were last night?
It's hard-headed about shooting threes. Mine is the dictionary. It's soft, and it crumbles and caters to the lowest common denominator and puts words in there that are not actually words. Like irregardless is in the dictionary, which is stupid. Over-exaggerate and that's stupid. So I'm hard-headed.
Is hyperbole in there?
I'm here to tell you, Seth. I'm here to tell you, Seth.
This guy?
The dictionary is wrong.
The dictionary is wrong?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. If you want to keep going back far enough, we shouldn't even be speaking the language we're speaking. You know? It changes throughout time and history.
But irregardless, come on.
It's a live language.
Why did you direct that at me? I don't say irregardless.
No. I'm just saying that's my point. Yeah.
That's your signature word for making your point. Yeah.
I am set in my ways that if you've missed 26 straight threes in a game, then you've got to go for 27. I will defend the Rockets to the death on that.
Yes. Okay, you told me about this question before the show. So I said, you know what the thing for me to do here would be not for me to say these are the things I'm hard-headed about, but ask my wife, Amy, what I'm hard-headed about. She had no shortage of things that I am hard-headed about.
Oh, my gosh.
Read them all. Sean, without guilt, read them all off because I don't have one for you.
She's got paragraphs.
Okay, I will. Okay, so not willing to change opinions on something once you have one bad experience. Example, and she names a restaurant over here on Kirby. Like I had one bad experience, too much salt.
Done. I'm
never
actually
went
there.
back.
Oh, you're that guy?
Never been back, and I liked that restaurant too a lot.
I'm with you on that one.
Never went back.
I always feel bad about the people who are like, I got sick at this restaurant once, and I'm like, yeah, it's food. That happens sometimes.
Chipotle, haven't been there since.
Willingness
might be a little different.
Willingness to try new places outside of the 5 mile. I am, man. I love our neighborhood. Not using the ice machine the way it's supposed to be used, but sticking your hand in the ice bin and putting.
You do
I
that?
wash my hands.
Oh no!
You know how long it takes to just sit there.
Oh God!
I open it up. up and I grab it and I put the ice in.
You're never opening a taco stand in this town.
Not letting me have a puppy is what she just said.
That's a good answer. Puppy?
No,
Good answer.
It's
answer.
it's not letting her. I don't want to raise a puppy in a high rise. It's not a good place.
Who cares? People do that.
I care. Yeah, I know. But
you're just hard-headed.
How much of this? Can I ask a question? How much of that that stance that you have there is care for the puppy or care for yourself, not wanting to have any level of tasks that you will have to do?
Definitely both. I'll admit it's definitely it's both. It's absolutely both. Like if we had a puppy, I would be cool with it for sure. I love dogs, and I love the dog we had. Our dog passed in 2019. We moved into the high rise shortly thereafter, and that's why. But
let the woman have a puppy.
Maybe. We'll see.
I'll tell you, Sean. So I when I realized what you did, I just went ahead and my God, the ellipses are really flying on my text.
From your
when
wife?
I asked Brandy, what am I hard-headed about?
She's
It was immediate. It was immediate. I started seeing the little dots. All right, this is where she's wrong, and I'm going to explain to her exactly why she's wrong. This is what she says. When you have a point to make, you won't let it go. You get very... This is the thing, Brandy. There's times where I'm trying to make a point and you're saying you understand, but I can tell that you don't completely understand. And she'll say, Seth, you're repeating yourself. I'm like, no, you don't get it precisely. And technically, what I mean.
Brandy, I don't think you're helping. I don't think you're helping at all.
Brandy, he does do that.
Oh, no. The fourth text in her multiple texts.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Ask Sean.
Yeah! I swear Brandy and I have not had conversations about this. All right?
She texted that as you were saying
That's
that.
hilarious. Oh, my God. That's
Come
funny.
to find out, you guys have a running text thread of just he did it again.
Now we're basically married.
He did it again.
Yeah.
Brandy's had a long life of agreeing with me and then me saying, no, but it's more complicated than that.
The war is over, Seth. Oh, my God. What a great topic. All right. This is where we both say we love our wives.
Yes.
Yeah, Amy and Brandy, we love them.
We'll see.
Yeah, exactly. Amy's still texting, right? Now look at this.
The dots are still popping.
Yeah, there's still text coming in. All right. Thanks for that bit of marital therapy. Boys. Appreciate that very, very much.
Not our faults. We didn't do this.
Hey, Crosstalk.
Yeah.
Sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing.
I should stop yelling into this microphone.
Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. That's right. Seth, antibodies and very pleasant conversations with
Then never let it completely die until you're 100% sure that they get your point.
150%, yes.
Well, technically, Sean, 150% is ludicrous.
All right, we're done. We are out of time.
Now I got to text my wife.
We are done. Yeah, you'll get the good ones.
That's the best stuff.
You'll get the
dissertation
good
coming.
You'll get the good ones.
360 evaluations are bogus.
I know.
I'm going to text the whole family right now.
I feel like HR is texting me right now. Yeah. All right, we're done. We're out of time. KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. That's what you're listening to. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Yeah, happy Tuesday to you. You are in the loop. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Those are the names of the people that are talking to you right now. Shout out to the fellas.
You think I'm kidding? I'm literally
No, I know you
them.
are, and it makes me very excited for what 1040, the question of the day, sounds like, because it might just be bang on John Lopez time. That might be what it is.
So what are you texting her right now?
The question of the day is what are things that I'm hard-headed about?
Yeah.
Okay, so you texting her what am I hard-headed about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oof, that's gonna be. Are you gonna send some? Go ahead and send it to Christina. I don't know if she'll respond.
You got to now.
Now this is
screw it.
We're doing it as a family, baby.
Yeah.
We're doing it as a family.
I wasn't trying to get involved.
Yeah. No, you part of it. What you mean not trying to get involved? Trying to hide back there behind the microphone. All right, let's get going on a Tuesday.
And then I texted thoughts. 1040, baby.
I have a feeling that thoughts is going to come back as one of the thoughts. All right, 713-572-4610 is the number to appreciate to the Mo Karam Injury Law Firm.
We keep it 100.
For the live streams, both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston, where, I think we've had over a day now to think about this. We've had some time to breathe, hopefully to wind down a little bit. when it comes to your Rockets, as it pertains to them, and we'll talk about this a little bit more as the show goes along, but are you a stand pat or are you a be aggressive now? Because I think that there was a lot of conversation when it comes to this team going into the playoffs, even very early into that particular series, where people are like, this is a young team. You were a number 2 seed. You know, you've got these young, talented guys. There's a lot of development to be had. This is their first playoff series, so on and so forth. And it feels like there was a lot of folks that were in that stand pat area. Now, after the series, I kind of want to get a gauge for where people are. Are you in that stand pat situation still, where you want to let this team grow? Like Ime Udoka's talked about, that there's still a higher ceiling on the potential of this group? Or are you in be aggressive mode? Are you interested in some of the names that have been put out there? Or even just in the general sense, do you feel like you need to push forward with what this team has beyond what this team has?
If you're not aggressive at this point, then you're not doing the team justice. You're not serving the team or its fans or anyone else the way they need to be served. Because this is very much a correlation to what the Texans were after the first year.
I'm glad you brought it up.
It's like, hey, they got a window opening. They got a window open. What are we going to do? Just stand pat, or we're going to go out and get, Aziz Al-Shaair. I'm talking about last year, Fondigs and things like that. No, you have to be aggressive here. This isn't a team that is, hey, they might have something. No, they have something. They're just not there yet. That you have to be aggressive.
Yeah, but I think and we got some text yesterday talking about, like, this team feels like you're in the 2023 Texans realm, where after the season you looked around and you were like, hey, this was great. Like, this was a step forward, but now the expectations change. With those expectations changing, like, do you have the circumstance to meet the new risen or raised expectations, right? And I think with the Texans, there is a little bit of a difference from that last season where they had some young talent, where you have your C.J. Stroud, you have your Will Anderson Jr., you had Jalen Petrie. You did not necessarily know where that was. You were learning on what he had. You had some other young wide receivers. Obviously, you had Damian Pierce. Like, you had some things, but I don't think that the talent level that the Rockets have equates nicely to what the Texans have. Right? It's a different level of young talent. Basketball-wise, to the point where you could not get them all involved in what you were doing. In the regular season, you had some deep rotations, rather. In the postseason, you couldn't even find the space to get them all involved. Now, maybe you could say that, hey, you could have done more to get some of these guys involved, but in the ways that a playoff rotation shrinks, you couldn't find all that space for them. So it's a little bit different in that regard, in that you still have a lot of talent. It's just, I think the evaluation becomes, is this talent there? And I think that I'm in the place where I'm also in an aggressive space, and it's because of the history that we've seen in basketball.
Yeah, I think as your point, like, the Texans had the franchise, the dude, but not a lot of the other pieces at an elite level. The Rockets have a lot of the other pieces at an elite level, but not the dude. So they're different but similar. I mean, like, the Texans were looking for those other really good big pieces to complement the franchise. They have that, Rockets. They don't have the franchise. So that alone tells you should probably be aggressive, because they're in the same space in terms of the window being open.
Yeah, and the thing about it, when you bring in the window being open, and like I said, we'll dive more into this. We got B. Scott coming in at 11, and I know B. Scott wants to talk about this, so we'll talk to him more when we get into that. But I think that I keep coming back to the Memphis Grizzlies, who were in your place just 2 years ago. Actually, there's two teams that I'm kind of thinking up in this space: the Grizzlies and the Thunder. And so the Grizzlies were in this space 2 years ago, and you could even make the argument that they had more of an answer in regards to who do you give the ball to in those moments where you just need to get a bucket.
Well, sure they did.
Right?
Well, they absolutely did.
A couple years ago, they were the number 2 seed. They had all the young talent. They had a young, hot coach that people liked a lot, and they were looked at as, ooh, they're opening up a window. Right? This is going to be there. And something that frequently happens in sports that I don't think we acknowledge enough is that we see a young team, we go, oh, man, they're going to be here for the next 5 years. And then all of a sudden you look up and something has shaken to the point where they're not in that same space. And that's happened with the Memphis Grizzlies. But on the other end, the Thunder did have an abundance of talent, but they knew that they had Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
That's Texans-esque.
You knew you will.
Yeah, but you didn't have all the other pieces.
But I think that the Thunder were in that place where they could just kind of chill, because they knew that they had that central piece that they were building around. I think this Rockets team is still looking for something that could be that central piece.
Man, they bring white gloves into the studio.
They sure do.
Things just change.
Things
just change. You get a trophy that's white glove worthy. That's a trophy, baby.
Absolutely. So if you are viewing us on the live streams, you will see that I am currently sitting closer than I could have ever imagined to the Gold Cup. It is the championship. It is the trophy that is won in the Gold Cup tournament.
Yeah.
And we are joined by the legendary, right? The legendary Houston Dynamo player, U.S. international. Brian Ching joins us now in studio to talk about the Gold Cup. Brian, how you doing, man?
I got a chill there, Brian. White gloves, baby.
I know, it's pretty ridiculous, huh?
That is one badass trophy right there. It is the Gold Cup.
You know, the funny thing is when I played about 20, 25 years ago there, probably even longer than that, it was silver.
Oh, really? The Gold Cup was silver.
I'm pretty sure it was silver. That's my memory of it anyway. They upgraded.
That is fantastic. And Reggie and I are just huge. As you know, I've covered you since we were going international and Dynamo and all the titles and all that. And that's how I got to know you a little bit. Huge soccer fans here. For those who are maybe casual soccer fans, this is enormous. The Gold Cup in Houston, especially the final. Can you just kind of talk?
Wait, can we make it explicit what we're talking about here? The city of Houston will host the final. Of this Gold Cup tournament.
Yeah,
it's specific.
July 6th is the final. So if you want to come, CONCACAF.com. It's at NRG. CONCACAF.com is where you can get tickets. It'll be fun. I've played in some of my best memories of or games have been in the Gold Cup when we won the Gold Cup in Chicago. 2007, I think, was the year that we won. And then one of my worst, we lost in the final, I think, 2 to 3 years later, 4 or 5-0 to Mexico in New York. That was a tough one. But you know what? This is for
at least Mexico doesn't talk a lot when they win.
Back in the day, they never used to shake your hand. So.
at least they're humble about it.
It's a good rivalry, and a lot of good games have come out of it. But it's whoever's the best in the region at the time, right? And so it's Caribbean, North America, and Central America. Who's the best team? A tournament of who's going to be the best team. And so typically in the past, the U.S. and Mexico have won it the most, but as the MLS has grown, you've seen the competition from teams like Honduras, Canada. Canada's coming on strong, just beat the U.S. 2 times in a row, right? So it's going to be a good tournament, and the turnout in the finals are always fun games to go to and experience.
Yeah, I was interested for you, obviously being a U.S. international, playing quite a bit and at a very high level. Like, where did the Gold Cup rank for you when it comes to these tournaments? Clearly, it's not going to be in the same space as the World Cup, but I mean, beyond that, it has to rank fairly highly, doesn't it?
Yeah, the biggest honor for a player is to represent their country, right, in a tournament. So it's a pretty major thing in a lot of the players' eyes, right? And so, especially when it comes to regional competition, you want to be the best, right? And anytime a U.S. guy steps on the field, they want to win a game. And so, a lot of these finals have come down to U.S.-Mexico, which is a massive rivalry. I loved playing in those games and also hated playing in those games, at the same time. But, a lot of pride comes down to when there's something like this trophy on the line. And I think you're going to see a lot of that passion this summer.
And other games as well at Shell Energy Stadium. Can you take us through those? I was thinking about this, when I saw you in the hallway earlier. Like, you've got a bunch of nations coming in. And all of them have big representations in Houston. Every single one of them. It's going to be just a wild atmosphere, even if you just want to go see and you're not really pulling for one or the other.
Look, one of the things I love about Houston is its diversity, right? And anytime you come and you play, like a Honduras or El Salvador, who have massive backings here in Houston, a lot of it comes from guys like Boniak playing on the Dynamo. And, anytime those two teams come here, you get these big crowds that sell out Shell Stadium. And so, there's going to be a bunch of games at Shell Stadium for the lead up into the final. Hopefully, I want to see the U.S. make the final, obviously, rooting for them. But you never know the way the competition is grown. And so, there's games here on June 19th, 21, 25. 21st and 20. Come pregame at pitch 25. We're gonna just throw that in.
There we go. Yeah, of course. That's a great place.
And then the finals on July 6th, which is going to be explosive, especially if it's the U.S.-Mexico game.
All right, so you mentioned the United States men's national team, and I mean, in tracking it, I have a group chat that we pop off anytime there's a friendly or any kind of match. And under Poch, it's just, a huge name at the top of it. Like, what has been your impression of his early tenure? Because it's been a little rocky, but I'm interested to kind of see from a professional's perspective how you're viewing it.
It is definitely rocky, right? And anytime a new coach or new change comes in, it always takes a while for the players and the coach to kind of get along, and maybe the coach to kind of implement his style or what he wants within the team. And so, it's been disappointing, I'm not going to lie, to watch the U.S. Struggle recently. But when I look at that team and see some of the things that they've accomplished in the past, I have a tons of faith in them. And I think they're going to get it right for the World Cup. They're just in a rough patch, which sometimes is good as a team. If you can make it out of that rough patch stronger, sticking together, that's one of the things that is going to get them far in tournaments when they kind of figure that cohesion out.
So this Gold Cup is going to be the opportunity for like the triumphant surge of the United States men's national team under Poch, right?
It's a huge tournament, I think, for them to get things right. And I think there's a lot of pressure on Poch to get things right. And if he doesn't get things right, a year out from the World Cup, there's a good chance that it could change, right? And one of the things is when they get former U.S. guys on the staff, because they knew what made us successful in the past, and a lot of that comes down to just the American spirit and the fight and the cohesion that the team has. And with guys playing all over the world now on the team, that sometimes that makes it difficult. But I think getting a guy like Tyler Adams back, I think he's kind of the core of that team. Him and McKinney and Pulisic, as far as what the culture is going to be, and if they can get that culture right, this team can go really, really far.
You just hit on exactly what I wanted to ask you about. Like back in the day, especially when you were playing, the United States was known as defense and midfield. Your strengths. But that's changing with so many people playing internationally. Would you like to see that more aggressive, upfront type style?
I want to see just cohesion and fight from the guys, right? And I think that they're talented enough to be very successful now. I mean, some of these guys are playing some of the top clubs in the world and doing well. And so, what I think they need to get right is that cohesion, that fight, back to the American spirit. What made us successful in the past is we weren't technical as a lot of the other teams, but we were just as athletic, and we had that spirit of, hey, it's us against the world, and we got to go out there and we got to stick together. And, some of the most successful teams I've been on have, pretty much all the successful teams that I've seen have some level of cohesion, that there's a culture in that team, there's a spirit, there's a fight, and it comes not only from the coach, but I think more so from the players. And they have to have a core group of guys that lead that culture and that spirit. And if you don't buy in, you got to get out. You pushed out. They had that going into the World Cup. When they were really successful as a young group of guys. And I think they've kind of lost that a little bit, but hopefully they can find that back in the Gold Cup tournament.
We're talking to Brian Ching on behalf of the CONCACAF Gold Cup, which is coming to Houston. The final will be here July 6th at NRG Stadium. There's a few games ahead of that in June as well that are going to be at Shell Energy Stadium, so you want to get out there and see it. But I did want to ask you real quick before we let you go. As a man who's played in the Gold Cup, you mentioned some of the finals, but is there kind of a resounding memory outside of those, like kind of the outcomes of the Gold Cups that lasts with you? Is there like a high point or maybe even a low point that you think about when you think of the Gold Cup?
Yeah, I think the high point was in 2007 in Chicago when we won. Mexico went up 1-0, and then we had to kind of fight our way back to win that game. And like I said, the American spirit. We were in Chicago, 80,000 seat stadium, and we were the away fans. Unfortunately, we were the away team. Unfortunately, we score a goal, and we got beer thrown on us and stuff. But that's what we expected back then. Hopefully it's a little bit different now, with more and more Americans getting into it, supporting the men's national team, and so that was probably my pinnacle of my Gold Cup highlights.
Well, we hope that the U.S. men's national team can do something special this time around, especially with it being here in Houston. Brian, we appreciate you greatly. I'm probably going to talk your ear off about a little bit of Dynamo here in a second, but we thank you for coming in, man.
Thank you guys for having me. Thanks.
There you go. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Tuesday. Coming up next, are we watching the one thing that can unravel the 3-5-2-4-6-10. We will talk about that next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Credit to the Rockets for fighting back to get it to a Game 7, and I would say whatever the opposite of credit.
7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Faggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Happy Tuesday to you. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. I think that might have been the first time but still, appreciate you hanging out with us. Much appreciation to Brian Ching. Off of the microphone, Oscar Boniek Garcia, which was fun for me because the dude who just absolutely got a chance to love his game playing for the Dynamo. And just to be fully transparent, because that's the type of show that I think we want to run here. I said at the end of that segment that I was going to talk Brian Ching's ear off about the Dynamo, and then I got scared. I did not ask him.
That's Brian effing Ching.
I didn't ask him a question. I was like, I watched you win championships, dog. Like the MLS Cups for real. All right, let's get to these Astros because there was another loss yesterday when it comes to on the field, at least when it comes to runs. 5-1 loss against the Brewers, which was a little disconcerting because you John Lopez hyped me up that this was oh no, it's cool. They're going up against some easier challenges here.
Yeah.
Like they're going to be able to no, they got another loss. But more importantly, before the game got going, we found out that and actually right about 3. So just about an hour after we got off the air, we found out that Yordan Alvarez was going to the IL with a hand injury, and I imagine that that's part of this. That's a large part of this because it's possible that we are watching the one thing that can unravel the Astros right before our eyes.
Yeah, look, I did reserve the right to change my mind. Remember that part?
I don't remember that at all.
I
don't remember that at all.
So it's more of a question. Are we watching the one thing that can unravel our Astros hopes? Because like the two players that are just non-negotiables to me anyway, and we is had a good start and is a proven player in the postseason, etc. But the two players that are kind of non-negotiable are Jose Altuve and Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah.
Well, Yordan is now on the IL, and we saw it.
Can I add retroactive to the 3rd? So I mean, it's probably about a week.
May 13th is the earliest he can come off.
Yes.
Yeah. May 13th is the earliest he can come off. So what we're seeing, and we saw it yesterday live and in living color, was some of the issues that might pop up. And specifically, that's runners in scoring position, clutch hits. Remember, I speculated yesterday when we were talking about Yordan that he had a hand issue. We didn't know he was going to go on the IL at the time.
I mean, he had missed a couple games back to back.
Right. That maybe that's something that has been there all along. Maybe it's something that has sort of lingered and affected his batting average, his .210 batting average, and his 18 RBI in 29 games, et cetera. Well, I'm pretty much convinced that has been the case, that it's been there all along. And here's the problem. Who was the guy that said, yeah, it's the same ankle, but it's in a different place? Remember, was it? Who was that?
I don't remember which of.
It was a Raven, I think. Was it the Ravens? Anyway, we were laughing about it, like it's the same ankle. But so the swelling is in a different place. It's still the same ankle. Well, guess what Joe Espada said yesterday? It's the same hand that put him on the IL last year, but he said the inflammation is just in a different place.
I think when it comes to the more immediate portion of this, like the idea of this being the thing that unravels the Astros kind of feels silly because those guys haven't been incredible either. Like they've been the best. Well, not they. Yeah. Altuve has been one of the better of the guys who have been doing things outside of, like Jake Myers getting out here with 4 for 4 and a couple of homers and all that. But like, no, I mean it's been Jose Altuve, but even to his own standards, he has not been all that great, and the whole team has just lacked hitting, especially slugging, right? Like even in instances where they get some hits, it's singles, it's maybe a rare double here or there. Like it has not been nearly enough offense there. But I think in the long term, and I think that might be what you're getting at when we start talking about windows. Hell, we were just talking about the Rockets window, and we will circle back around to that conversation. But like when you talk about windows, that's kind of been this season feels like a sub kind of conversation to that larger thing about the windows. And if you find out that, Yordan Alvarez is dealing with something that's going to be chronic or that's going to consistently, nag at him, that's going to be a potential window closing type thing, especially as you've taken away the light. Like, this is where you can go back to the offseason and go, ooh, might not have been the right decision to not really be aggressive in retaining Alex Bregman. Might not have been the right decision. Well, I still feel like I'd be comfortable with the idea of the Kyle Tucker trade, especially because of what it feels like we know about the lack of ability that it feels like they would have to sign him on the backside of it. But losing those high-end talents that can float you in some instances, that can be the tent poles that you then rest your team upon, you have few of us who are supposed to be that. Altuve, Alvarez, it feels like, especially Yordan, it's possible that breaking down is happening. That's the type of thing that could really shut that window.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying, like, it might have lingered all year long. It might be something that has lingered all season long thus far. And he's a non-negotiable. Like, you have to have the big fella in clutch situations. Yesterday, 2 for 14 with runners in scoring position. Obviously, Yordan was not there,
and that's not just yesterday. That's all season long.
Well, it's funny you say that because they've in 20 of their 34 games so far, they've scored 3 or fewer runs. That's kind of the thing where you go, okay, got to get Yordan back, get well soon, Yordan, and some of these other guys, especially Paredes and Walker, have to step up because you're down to one guy that you feel like, okay, he can be our clutch guy, and that's Altuve. So you have to get Yordan back and get more out of the other guys.
Yeah, I mean, but that's been where you are, and that's the thing that's kind of frustrating, or I don't know if it's encouraging or what have you, right, is that I look at this particular injury, and maybe that's the thing that's scary, is I looked at that injury, and I was like, Yordan's not there, and I was like, okay, like this might actually be good rather than bad, right? And that's something that I definitely don't want to be in that place. Like, I don't want to be in that space where or you're in dangerous territory if you're ever feeling like, I might be better, even if it's for a week without Yordan Alvarez in my lineup. Like, that is not a good place to be in, and that's where you are because of how poor he's been. But yeah, that's the type of thing that I think could really end up pulling you down.
Yeah, and he has to get back to his old self. That here, those two guys are as I mentioned, are non-negotiable if you're going to make any kind of run at all. Yesterday was a perfect example. They were only down 3-0 in the 6th inning. That was a very doable type game. You could make some hay in that game. Bases loaded with 1 out, and Zach DeZenzo and Jake Myers come up, and there goes the rally. So in other situations, if you had a Yordan healthy or get something out of Walker and Paredes, then all of a sudden, you're back in maybe in that game, maybe win that game.
Are you getting to a place where here's the thing, like I don't think you're going to be the type of team that you want to be if you don't have more than just the couple of guys that we're talking about here hitting in a way that's substantial and also hitting in a timely way. Are you starting to get to a place where you're worried about if this is just what the Astros are offensively? Because that was one of the concerns, and I know for me personally, I will talk about it for myself and not speak for others. I felt confident that you would have Isaac Paredes and you would have Christian Walker come in, and they would be able to give you make up a decent amount of what you were losing offensively with the changes that you made. And it's getting to a place where I'm looking at it like this might be kind of what you are, especially with the way in which you've had an across-the-board downturn offensively, to the point where we just got a text in, fire Cintron, all right, Alex Cintron. The worst situation to be in as a hitting coach is when people talking about you, right? Because at that point, I feel like it's a bad thing. I don't even know how often people go, man, they're hitting so well. Who's that hitting coach? Who is that again? Like, why? Like, I don't even know how often that happens.
Hire that man.
Yeah, people pop up when they stop hitting for you, but man, because I think I do have some concern. It's starting to creep in.
I think I'm trending toward that place because you have to get, as we've been talking about, you have to get Yordan back, and you have to get more out of those guys. This offense right now, 34 games is not a small sample size. It's early. Everybody say it together, all right? But
the damn bell.
but it's not that early. And last year they really started their run kind of the very last of May and the 1st of June is when they kind of started turning things around. Well, those dates are creeping up on us as well.
Yeah.
So maybe, this is what they are, and especially if you don't get these guys healthy. And then the other aspect here, the other big thing, their pitching has been so good.
Right.
Their pitching has deserved better. bullpen. You're getting McCullers back. The starters. I know it was kind of a battling type game from Blanco yesterday. He gave up more hits or as many hits as he's ever given up as an Astro. I think 7 hits. But by and large, starting pitching has been there. Bullpen has definitely been there. Hader has gotten his saves, and you're still, scoring less than 3 runs in 20 out of 34 games. That's the scary part.
Yeah, right. Feels like you're becoming the Mariners, and I don't like that.
Oh, God.
Which, speaking of, Mariners
God.
got it. Or Mariners.
A's got the win.
Yeah, the Mariners lost yesterday, so the A's are a game out of the AL.
Mariners and A's, baby.
What world are we living in, man? Where do we live in that it's the Mariners and the A's at the top of the AL West?
Yeah,
it is still early, but yeah, we have to see what that looks like as Yordan Alvarez out for at least another week. We're dealing with this. I would be lying if I told you that the darkness wasn't creeping in on me right now, baseball wise.
The darkness is creeping in.
The darkness, yes, that is where I am. If you can't tell by the way that I'm wearing my hair today.
That was a wild moment we had earlier. I'll tell you about that later, Figgy.
It's not that wild. I think you're hyping it up.
It looked like an awning.
His
hair looked like an awning.
We'll see that.
When
we'll see
put
the Astros
bun down, it was just like whoop.
See the Astros back in action today on the road, and that's another thing. They've been bad on the road.
Yes,
they've been bad.
Yeah.
We'll see what that looks like once more tonight. But coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Inspired by the Celtics missing shots and continuing to take them. 45 missed threes, most in a playoff game in NBA history. They were hard-headed, and to that end, what are the things in your life that you are hard-headed about? 713-572-4610. We'll bang on John next.
Yeah, I did text the family, and my phone is buzzing like crazy, so I think they have some answers. Here's a fun thing to do.
Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Time for the question of the day. Inspired by the Celtics missing 45 three-pointers in a game that they almost won.
45.
They just kept shooting. This is their identity, and they were not moving away from it. Their level of hard-headedness that,
all of these road teams are killing it, though,
frankly,
man.
I respect. And we'll talk more about that here in a second. But the question of the day is, indeed, what are the things in your life that you're just hard-headed about? 713-572-4610. And, Lopez, I have a feeling I know where you are on the Celtics and the way that they've gone about this. You would have wanted them to stop shooting three-pointers, no?
Oh, hey, 3 layups and you win the game. Pump fake. Drive to the basket, you win the game. And that's not old man on the porch. A lot of young
that's definitely old man.
No,
on the
it's
porch.
not. A lot of young NBA writers are in the same boat. A lot of NBA coaches.
Once you become a writer, you become an old man on the porch. I think that's part of the journalism degree is the old man on the porch 101.
What about a lot of radio hosts across the country that are in the same boat? And
driving to the basket.
Oh, how did Steph Curry change the game the other night? Driving to the basket. That's Steph effing Curry that did that. But that's neither here nor there.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah.
Do you happen to remember who won the championship last year?
Yeah, I think it was these Boston Celtics.
You want to know how they did it?
They were a very talented team.
By putting up the most three-pointers in NBA history. Like, this is what they've done.
That's
they
not
have
the
leaned
answer,
all
though.
the way into math ball. But the one thing I will acquiesce on, right? I will acquiesce. When they are missing shots, it is some of the ugliest basketball. Or not actually ugliest, because I've seen ugly basketball. But it's some of the most uninteresting basketball. However, I cannot blame them and Joe Mazzulla with his Rain Man thing he got going on or what have you, right? I cannot blame them for looking at this and going math-wise, we have the talent to play this way, and it makes the most sense because even in the game where they're shooting, you look at their shooting numbers and they were not very good. They were still in a game in the hundreds.
It was up by 20 at one point, though.
3 layups. 3 layups.
Yeah, no, I actually understand and very much agree with the way they've
I don't think they switching to that anytime soon unless it's a last resort.
Putting up the most three-pointers in NBA history in the finals is the answer if you can knock down 35%, 38%.
And they can, but there's shooting variance that'll happen.
The thing is, when it's bad, it's bad.
It's
correct.
I can't defend that when it's bad, but if it's good, then keep shooting.
And you know what this is reminiscent of, and we'll get to what are the things that you're hard of, like coaching decisions, especially in football, going for it on fourth down. I think that if you are going to pride yourself on the more often than not numbers of it, then you have to stick to the plan, because if you move away from the plan, then you kind of violate the idea of, well, and more often enough when you do this.
If the numbers are in your favor. And if going for it on 4th and 1 is 52%, 54%, then yes.
You go for it every time and you deal with the instances where you miss.
But if shooting three-pointers is 34%, then I don't know if you shoot as many three-pointers. There's a difference between 34% and 54%. You know?
Yeah, but I think they don't want to get out of their game, out of their normal.
I get it. I get what they're
doing.
So
they're trying to shoot themselves out of it.
But they were hard-headed.
Yeah.
They were definitely hard-headed. So what are some things?
I think with a reason, though.
Just let it go. Maybe he's hard-headed.
I won't.
Maybe he's hard-headed about that. Maybe,
I am.
Maybe we have his answer.
That is one of them. 100%.
Figgy, what did Christina tell you?
Yeah, so I
tested
the question of the day, and I'm going to read you exactly what she texted me. She said, your damn health.
Your health?
When it comes to that, you don't listen for bleep.
Oh, man, you got to change that.
And this is not telling the whole story.
Oh, let me explain.
So, I'm hard-headed about just keep going to the doctor and they not giving me an answer to what's going on.
Yeah.
That's when I get irritated. I'm not scared of the doctor or anything like that. I would love to go every chance I get. But whenever I have a problem, like me having a problem with my knee, I want to Pfizer, but my pockets are getting thinner. And that's when I get irritated. I start going through my conspiracy bag, man. Like, nah, man, the government trying to take me down, man. Like, how am I paying $200 and y'all ain't giving me an answer?
Yeah.
Like, that's when I get hard-headed.
Did you say anything else?
Nah, that was it.
That's a good one, though. That's a good one then on what are you hard-headed about, like the Celtics taking these 3.
How about you?
Yeah, it is smart for me to go first, huh? Because you're gonna filibuster through the rest of this. So I hit up a homeboy of mine because I was like, that's probably a better place to go than a homegirl because that might be a little longer. My stance on boneless wings is absolutely one of those. I feel like you should not do that.
They're nuggets.
They are chicken nuggets, and they are sold at a chicken wing premium, and that is wrong. Like they're good. But it's bad value. Stadium funding with public money. I'm very stubborn about that. And then pet social media accounts.
Oh no! Come on, man!
Oh man! I think they stink.
Oh man! I've got so many of those that I follow. You've seen them.
I know, and I've held my tongue, haven't I?
Oh man!
I think they stink.
Those are the best. We rate dogs and dogs doing cute things.
They never cause any problems. Man.
What do they do to you?
I think they stink.
They stay in their lane, man. They ain't out here with no hot takes.
Yeah, Reggie doesn't like cute. We've established that.
I love plenty of cute.
He doesn't like cute. All right, so I got a litany of things that have been texted to me from my family. Ceiling fans. I have to sleep with a ceiling fan on, even in the dead of. I have the heat on, but a ceiling fan. Finishing a project, like even if it's just kicking my ass. Like if I'm putting together a table or making something for one of my kids or grandkids or whatever. Even if it's just kicking my ass, I am going to finish that.
See, that one makes sense.
I am going to finish that.
There's a completionist, there's a determinist. Can we go back in the winter? You be having that fan on?
I got to have the ceiling fan on.
I'm the same way.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Leaving my vehicle on when pumping gas.
Yeah.
Y'all aren't the only ones.
Hard-headed about that. That's a good point.
Y'all aren't the only ones that don't like that.
At best, right? Even if you're not going to blow up the whole spot, which you might, you're just wasting gas in that moment. Like, why?
You're not. If your car is off for more than a minute and a half, then it's better to just leave it on. Unless your car is off for more than a minute and a half, it's better to leave it on.
How long are you pumping gas for?
I looked at about a minute.
Okay. He out here running a pit stop.
He out here with the time clock.
Yeah.
A stopwatch.
One of my sons said you were hard-headed about the phone you had.
But that's not on the table no more.
That's true.
All it took was your baby girl.
And Lopez was not biting the bullet. I thought he wasn't going to bite the bullet for his grandbaby. I was telling him, like, man, get it for the grandbaby.
I did.
He was talking about not being in the group chats and all that stuff. He would not budge.
I was the green bubble. My other son said the music at a party. Like, if we're hosting, I'm playing the music.
Oh, you're not going to let nobody touch the aux?
No.
Okay.
Man, you crazy, man.
I am playing the music if we're hosting a party. Oh, everybody's weighing in on this.
Of course they are. Which I just got one in that is actually a great one.
My daughter said taking a very specific route while driving, whether it's more efficient or not.
Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah. I'm going this way.
Of all the ones that you said, that one is the worst.
You could cut across over here. No. I usually go this way.
I go this way.
That one's the worst. Especially in Houston with the traffic that you might face. You're like, this is the way. I just realized one that I know that upsets y'all because I'm pretty sure we've gotten to this place before, and it's kind of a two-parter. I don't watch trailers for movies that I know I'm going to watch. Like, I'm hard-headed about it. So people are like, oh, man, have you seen the trailer? I'm like, no, I already said I was going to watch that, so I'm not. And then the second one is just recommendations.
You don't like recommendations, or you do?
I'm very finicky on them. I don't frequently take recommendations on like media from a lot of people. People are like, oh, you got to watch this. I'm like, no, I don't. Like Tiger King. Yeah. When Tiger King was popping, people were like, you gotta watch Tiger King, and I was like, no, I don't.
I really don't.
I really don't. And I haven't to this day. I know everything I need to know. I know about Tiger, Carol Baskins, and everything. I know what I need to know.
From this 409, I'm hard-headed about people putting their last name on the back of a pro jersey or a college jersey.
Dang.
Okay.
Really?
All right.
I guess he wants the player's name.
Oh, okay.
Hard-headed about only eating at restaurants where I get points.
That's a good one. You're winning here. That is a good one. I appreciate the dedication to the bit there. But they said sorry, Fogo de Chao. Like,
they're getting very specific.
Yeah, it was like, do you think Fogo de Chao is like, damn,
man, we lost Chuck.
Yeah. What the hell? Do you not like dogs? I mean, dogs are cool. I ain't got no problem with
that
dogs.
That one bothers me, man. It's cuteness. It's cuteness.
Well, you know, the thing that really gets me is the folks that got the dog account where they tweet or they post in that
as the dog.
Oh, my son does that.
I'm like, do you not have shame?
My son's dog Campbell, which is You need to look it up. It's Parks of Houston or something, where Campbell, they go to a different park in Houston almost every day, and Campbell rates the park for dogs.
No, Campbell didn't.
Yeah.
You rated the park.
No.
And Campbell enjoyed being outside.
Campbell did.
I love that now, and one of the things that you're the most hard-headed about, everybody is coming back to you. The 281, Lopez, I deliver gas to gas station, leaving the car on, can blow the whistle, blow the whole place up. They go over that in safety training.
That is not.
Thank you.
No.
No, this is an expert right here.
An expert.
No.
Clearly, they said they had the
He's
safety
in that
training
field.
and they've seen the
You
video.
ain't in that field.
They got the video. So Google is what you're defending.
Take a back seat, bud. This is a professional right here. From the where are you
281.
from? The 281. Salute to the 281. Saving lives.
I do love that the 346 goes, they will not smoke dispensary weed. So they're like, is it
I
just
know a lot of people like that, man.
Is it just that the experience is uncanny for you? Like, I feel like I got to get this from behind the Denny's. Like, this is the way that I need to get my weed, right? Like, is that how that works for you? You enjoy the fear of it all? Fear is probably not the right word.
Now Captain Scott is weighing in.
Yeah.
I'm hard-headed about throwing those damn popping cork. They catch fish. So, yeah. And by the way, it's Tales of Houston Parks. Shout out to Campbell, my son's dog. Look at this. How cute is that? She rates different parks around Houston.
He rates parks around Houston, and he takes picture of the dog.
It's on Instagram.
What's the best park? Because I want to take Jackson to a park.
Well, follow Tales of Houston Parks on Instagram. Look at all this. She goes to dozens, if not hundreds, of parks and rates them for dogs. There you go.
And I do want to pre-defend myself by saying I will take recommendations if I ask for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's really just the recommendations that people offer unsolicited. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I still think that the Celtics are going to win that series.
I do too.
And they're going to do it doing it the way that they do.
Yeah, missing a lot of threes.
Making a lot of threes.
missing more than they make.
Hey, you talking about the champs right now, man.
Every once in a while they miss. It be like that sometimes. All right, you're in the loop. Coming up next, we welcome in the man B. Scott and a go around the NFL, including, does this lawsuit feel like it is fair to you or is it litigious? We'll talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I just want to get a gauge on where people are on their anticipation and excitement going into next year.
You've won 10 games 2 years in a row. You've been to the second round of the playoffs 2 years in a row. The expectations are to do what you've been doing and more. And so I think, it's old hat to be in the gutter. You're already up there. You're dancing.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From Attorney Hughley Traffic Center, 713. This is Seafood. A couple of wrecks fairly close to each other. Both are on the shoulder. West Park Tollway eastbound at Hillcroft. Also West Park Tollway eastbound at I-69. As I said, both are on the side. Few morning showers, thunderstorms, cloudy, windy, and humid, 79 degrees. Churrasco Steaks and Seafood, the best Latin fusion in Houston. Join them for happy hour every day from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. and all day Thursday with 4 locations throughout Houston, River Oaks, Memorial City, Woodlands, and Sugar Land. Make your reservation now at Churrascos.com. I'm Laura Houston, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Brian Schottenheimer moved Micah Parsons and Dak Prescott's lockers next to each other. It's the kind of thing a college coach might do. But this is the NFL. Grown men, millions on the line. If your leaders need locker room feng shui to hash things out, that's a red flag. Championship teams don't need rearranged furniture to have real conversations. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is Captain Y, and we're here with Mason, who just won the new Impact Windows from Stormtight Windows. He's the grand prize winner of the up to $25,000 Impact Windows giveaway. Congratulations, Mason! How'd you hear about our giveaway?
I heard it on the radio, and I went ahead and gave it a shot.
Now, how surprised were you when you got our call letting you know that you just won up to $25,000 in brand new Impact Windows?
At first, I hung up. I didn't think it was even real until they called me back.
Mason, what are you going to do with all the savings?
I got tuition due in a week. I got to pay some bills.
There, the savings are real, the giveaway is real, and if you're a homeowner and would like a chance to win up to $25,000 in brand new impact windows, now is your chance. Just text the word VALUE to 373737. There's no purchase necessary, but you have to text the word VALUE, VALUE, to 373737 for your chance to be the next big winner. When it must be done right, call StormTight.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner. With over $6 billion in business loans and more than 120 business specialists right here in Houston, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. It starts with your free consultation. Call 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 832-688-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
Guys, have you been thinking about TRT? The time is now. You can visit any Low T center and get your consultation and test free. Don't let Low T slow you down this summer. Get the energy you need at Low T Center. The offer is limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps, or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, y'all now coming in with all your hard-headed stuff, and I feel like this is going to be a thing. We're just going to have to bring this back later on in the show. From the 713, hard-headed about always buying extra seating at the movie theater for a buffer zone. Oh, y'all missed the Money Bucks over here.
Damn.
Or Miss Money Bucks. I don't know who that is. Somebody said that they're hard-headed about giving praise people for knowing it. They're like, I refuse. That okay, you're hard-headed about I will always tell the truth no matter what.
Yeah, that's awful.
Which I'm not saying this about you personally, dear listener, but I feel like a lot of people who are like, I'm just a truth teller, oftentimes are I am a jerk because I don't want to consider people's feelings.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm the total opposite.
You will lie just to avoid hurting people's feelings. Huh?
Yeah, I'd never want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Oh, by the way, B. Scott's here.
Hey, that was one of the worst things in the world, though, back in the day. I don't know if y'all remember this, like in school, there would be somebody that would sing a lot that thought they could sing better than they could.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, oh, there goes singing so-and-so again. and they were probably a little bit better than like somebody that couldn't sing at all, but they weren't good enough to just be singing all the time. I had a few of those. It's like, oh man, I nobody has the heart to tell them that don't nobody want to hear you singing all the time.
Well, it depends. Well, you said in school, man. In school, they will tell you because kids are not good people. I've often said this.
Yeah,
they're
that's
like, hey, cut that out.
Yeah, it's like, hey man, why is you singing?
I'm sure you have a thing or 2 or 10 that you're hard-headed about.
Paying the park, man.
That's a good one.
It's not that I refuse because I will pay, but I will first try to find all the ways in which I do not have to. Like I will try to find all the workarounds until I finally settle on, okay, we're going to pay this $30, hopefully not more, But if I can find a free way to park, I will always try to find, over there is cool.
Yeah.
Oh, on the side of the street right
walk.
there. And I will walk.
Yeah.
I will walk in. And that's probably part of it, too, is that I can still walk. I'm still in a good enough shape to walk. But I refuse the parking payment.
I'm kind of like you, except I will also then let the fear and the concern go to a different level, which is, all right, but what happened if this thing get towed?
Yeah.
Right? Like that. Then I get to that space where I'm like,
I'm accountable. I'm accountable. I've been there. I've been there before.
Yeah, I still have a perfect record in that regard, and I want to keep that zero in that instance.
It's only happened. I've only been told, I think, twice in my life. In all of the times where I've gone in these parking kind of excursions, I've only been told twice in my life. And it's been a while. It's been at least 10, 12 years since I've been told.
I'm proud of you.
And I'm literally wearing something that I'm hard-headed about. I'm wearing the Wilt Chamberlain Philadelphia 76ers 13 T-shirt. I will go to my grave. If you're talking about the greatest player in the history of basketball, Wilt has to be in the discussion with Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Period. Period.
The spirit of Bill Russell might have something to say about that.
He wasn't better than Wilt.
I
He won more titles.
I didn't want to go there because I knew he would start there.
I understand that.
He won more titles, but he wasn't
individually, he was not better than Wilt. But the issue was that Wilt always had to go up against Russell, always had to go up against his Celtics. And when we think about the greatest of all time, we don't usually think about them not being able to overcome a team throughout the entirety of their career.
Well, LeBron hadn't won as many titles as Michael.
So around the NFL,
fair enough. We see we got some hard-headed mofos up in here.
Brother, I was like, that's just going to be the segment now if I don't start here.
What I got from that segment was Wilt couldn't get past the Celtics.
Hey,
he's got a couple. He's got a couple.
Don't antagonize him. I don't want to hard time. So I failed to mention this yesterday. The city of Washington, D.C. will host the 2027 draft as announced by the President of the United States. I was like, oh, okay, this is how this is happening?
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're going to host next year's draft, and it'll be at the National Mall, which that's
awesome.
Look, I have been hard-headed as well about, like, hey, this draft going on the road, it feels kind of weird to me. People have continued to show out, which in my face. And this is the one where I go, okay, that feels like that.
Yeah,
cool. That does feel like that'd be cool.
That's going to be very cool.
Yeah, you can sign me up for D.C., period. I mean, nothing against Green Bay, but any big event in D.C., much less the draft, I'm here for it. So, I mean, not a lot of notes on this. Like, sign me up if I was somebody that was either going to be covering it or if, my team, like, the Texans right now, to me, going to the draft, I don't know. Like they're picking later in the draft. Sometimes they're not picking in the first round at all.
And it got you on the yo-yo.
We should try to go, man.
But I mean, if I had a little bit more interest or if I had a little bit more reason to be there, you could absolutely sign me up for this.
Okay, that's interesting. Another thing that was announced in that kind of White House time period was that the White House is seeking to cut funding on brain injury research. Like, this was like the less fun, right? The fun is like, hey, DC gonna host the draft. So the Trump administration in their 2026 fiscal budget request to the Congress is eliminating major federal funding for traumatic brain injury research, which obviously matters a great deal when you talk about football particularly, we've grown to understand more about what's happening with brains, with that kind of traumatic sport that is football and others, right? Soccer also falls in with kind of the head injuries that happen, and also with kind of repeated head usage. But this CDC is facing a $3.5 billion in budget cuts and everything. And according to Dr. Owen Perlman, who is a brain injury specialist and board member for the Brain Injury Association of America, he said the budget cuts would roll back decades of progress. So entirely unsurprisingly, Roger Goodell, commissioner of the NFL, refused to comment on such things. This definitely, I don't know necessarily. I've been trying to think about how I think this would affect the NFL, and I don't know how it would. This feels like it more affects like the lower levels of football, and I do wonder if the NFL maybe would be more comfortable because they've already gotten their concussion settlement when it comes to the players that have previously played, because that's under the guise that those players did not know the risks. Now, I guess you could legally make an argument that these players know the risk. It just feels like the players coming into the NFL are more likely to have injuries and stuff and brain things that they don't have a good understanding of, because it feels like as a nation we're not going to research it nearly as much.
Yeah, I don't know what position the NFL is going to take on this, but this is pretty consistent with what we've seen across the board with the administration. I mean, they've cutting funding to programs that they consider either unnecessary or and I think this kind of gets into political waters, but something that they might consider specifically like what the NFL has done, not just with Black Lives Matter, but even with the concussion stuff. I think they can kind of position that as like, hey, this is not of like our political sort of leaning, and so I can. This to me is just pretty consistent with what they've been doing, whether you agree with it or not. This is pretty on brand and unsurprising. I mean, just read the news and look across the board. They are cutting funding to a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So to damn near everything. Mm-hmm. So I mean, this just kind of falls in line.
Right, and I obviously don't want to I wanted to keep it relatively apolitical, but I think the point is worth making.
Yeah.
But yeah, among the items that are targeted, heads up concussion prevention program for youth and high school coaches and those types of things. So that's the thing that got me concerned, especially, and I'm interested in how parents, especially of young children, feel about this, knowing that some of the protections that have seemingly been put in place around to help the people that bring up the kids in these spaces to be best prepared to help these kids get involved with a sport that means a lot to our cultural zeitgeist, but make it as healthy as possible. Some of those things being peeled away. I wonder how parents feel about that in particular, because that's huge. That's
the thing.
You can't. We've opened Pandora's box on knowing the dangers of this. We can't just go back to the 90s where we're like, it's probably fine. You got helmets on. We know it's there.
That's what would bother me. And it's like the whole concept of you'll be all right. Come on, man. You'll be all right.
Not to get too negative here, but
I did it. I'll take the responsibility.
In my experience, though, parents, obviously the education is there, the literature. But my experience is that the parents that are still letting their kids play football and that are still into football aren't really that into this information. I'm not trying to put cast a wide enough net or just blanket statement, but I just haven't seen as much of that concern of, hey, I need to know more about if you're into football, it's kind of I am not so sure how much this literature and education is being used.
Yeah.
Right, but I think
I'd be curious to know, honestly.
Yeah, but
what's the Venn diagram of the what you're talking about and the people that actually utilize it.
Yeah, that's fair. I think some of it is just the apparatus for instruction of coaches and finding out what's the best practices that we then implement. I think those are the things that my mind immediately goes
we can agree.
Yeah.
This is not good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we can agree on that.
That's the easy part of this, is just not good.
This is not good. I think that we could say that with a certain level of I think confidence.
Yeah.
Not a good thing.
No. So and I don't know how this filters up to the NFL level of things, and I think that there is a question of why don't the owners pay for that research, and that is a whole different conversation that I think that there should be probably some level of societal good in also being a part of this. But it feels like, and again, this is going to wander into waters that I don't necessarily know I want to go into, but it feels like, as a society, understanding better ideas of what is and is not good practices is probably a larger benefit for all of us, which is why we all put in.
What I'm trying to say here is I wish we all cared more. Every point that you've made, honestly, Reggie, from the owners to parents, like I wish that this was something that we as a society seem to care more. There are certain things that we just kind of embrace and agree on.
Yeah.
And this is not, for whatever reason, has not become one of them. Like brain research. Like, come on. Yeah.
It's just your brain. You'll be fine.
We're going to play a collision sport where we have to wear helmets.
Yeah.
But we don't necessarily embrace brain research. Come on.
Yeah. Some other things that have happened around the NFL. Ravens designating Justin Tucker as a post-June 1 cut, according to NBC Sports. Remember that they drafted a sixth-round kicker, Tyler Loop.
Yeah.
And so remember yesterday we were hearing from John Harbaugh talking about this as, you know, this
football related.
All decisions would be kind of football related. And Eric DeCosta, who is the general manager of the Ravens, put out a statement that says sometimes football decisions are incredibly difficult, and this one is one of those instances. Considering our current roster, we have made the tough decision to release Justin Tucker. Justin created many significant and unforgettable memories in Ravens history. His reliability, focus, drive, resilience, and extraordinary talent made him one of the league's best kickers over the decade. We're grateful for Justin's many contributions while playing for the Ravens. We sincerely wish him and his family the best in the next chapter of their lives. Close quote. That is the language that they used. Kind of flowery, I guess. Like, how did you take in the release of Justin Tucker?
Pretty flowery. Pretty flowery. I don't think it was necessary to kind of to necessarily give him, but I think that it's key to remember that they are using. It does seem like they're using football reasons to justify this. He wasn't good last year, and you can use football reasons to justify this. So, to me, it stood out that they went out of their way to not only not acknowledge what was going on with him off the field, but to even kind of distance it a little bit or to downplay it or even make light of it. Make light of it might be a little strong, but I feel like by downplaying it, you are making light of it. And by going out of your way to praise him in this way, you are also making light of it.
It's understandable to me how they approached it, but it's also incredibly weak when you consider what these allegations are and how it might reflect just on Justin Tucker alone as a representative of the organization.
Unnecessary too.
It's just weak. But here's an interesting question that Reggie and I were talking about before the show. This is like Deshaun Watson has nothing in terms of pelts on the wall that Justin Tucker has. So how are Baltimore fans going to remember Justin Tucker? Like, in what stead is he going to be held?
Yeah, it's a complicated legacy.
Yeah.
It's a complicated legacy, but also one that ends with him both not playing well and having these allegations out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the thing with Deshaun, I think what messed his legacy up too, especially in Houston, him wanting out. He wanted out before the allegations.
Yes.
So I think people slowly turned on him during that time. And now, Justin Tucker didn't want out. He was just playing bad.
But Deshaun also won well at that time, right? Like the last time that the Texans fans saw Deshaun Watson actually play for the Texans, he was still a good player. He was their best player, their franchise player. This is a little different, where this was your kicker who was great, perhaps the greatest of all time, who wasn't good recently and had all of this other stuff on top.
Yeah, but that greatest of all time potential, I think that makes this interesting, because I think Larry and Stafford, when he called in with Payne and Pendergast, made a good point, which is he's like Hall of Fame type dude, whether it's team Hall of Fame or NFL Hall of Fame. Like, how do you handle the embrace of that on the back end of that? Especially, well, I mean, we know the NFL hasn't come back with the result, or whoever ultimately is doing the investigations here has not come back with the fullness of this. Like, let's say that it does come back and you come through and you're like, oh, okay, so we got all the affirmation that we need with all the documentation or whatever. How do you find a way to embrace him, or do you just kind of let that sit?
It's an interesting question.
I don't envy them in that regard, and that probably is one of the reasons why they were. Hey, we appreciate the football portion of this. We're not going to talk about all that. He can just go and have the good rest of your life.
Yeah, there will be eyes on this because I think it's going to depend in large part on what the result of those investigations are, or whatever investigation there is. And then, this statement makes you think that they're going to lean toward embracing him. Like, they can do whatever they want, but there will be eyes on this for sure.
Yeah, did they do anything with Ray Rice as far as bringing them back? I know they ain't going to do too much, but did they ever bring him back for
Well, he brought out the team just a couple of years ago, right? He did his dance and all that.
Yeah.
Well, you're thinking Ray
You said,
and that's the thing with Ray Lewis, because technically he beat that charge.
That's right.
So that's one of those court of public opinion things. I think that this gets a little interesting if you have actual court of laws.
And it was back in the day.
Well, and Ray Rice
not Ray Rice to my knowledge.
But Ray Rice also, and you don't have to ever forgive for these types of things, right? But he also did all of the quote unquote right things after the fact. And we are talking about, look, and I don't want to get too much into their personal business, but we're talking about a one-time incident that we know about, a one-off incident that we know about that was ugly and inexcusable and horrible. But with this Justin Tucker thing, we're talking about a pattern of behavior, multiple accusations. Like it's a little bit different from both Ray Rice and Ray Lewis, where we're talking about a one-time incident that is adjudicated one way or the other.
Also a pattern of instances where the Baltimore Ravens might have had some level of understanding as to what was happening here.
Yeah.
Which is a little uncomfortable as well. Or, hey. But there you go. That's around the NFL. I will get back around to that particular lawsuit at some point during the program. B. Scott in with us for this hour. Coming up next, speaking of B. Scott being in with us, I want to get to B. Scott's thoughts, and I have a feeling that we're going to be talking about some hoop. All right. Yeah, we'll do that next.
All right. Ability Trees right now.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
B. Scott from Hiram Clark.
The man is here. His name is B. Scott. He's from Hiram Clark, and I'm interested in his thoughts. B. Scott's thoughts, as we always get on the Tuesday at this time. What you thinking on, brother?
It was not a good feeling watching the Rockets lose in Game 7 the other night, but I do feel like it offered us some clarity, the totality of the series, and really the season overall, and the experience that we've had with the Rockets over these last 2 years. I feel like we were offered some clarity by Game 7. And it's pretty simple, and this is where I'm at, guys. I want to get y'all's thoughts on it.
Okay.
Rockets need a shooting guard. They have all of the capital to go out there and get basically whoever they want that's available. There are a few options out there that it seems like could be out there. The simplest and best option is to trade for Kevin Durant. The Rockets need to come together with a package centered around Jalen Green and some shrapnel. Maybe Cam Whitmore and a couple other picks. Go out there and get Kevin Durant, because I think the issue for a lot of people with the Kevin Durant discussion is, oh, well, why would you gut your team for an aging superstar, for an aged superstar, a guy who is far past his prime, not worked out, right? Like it is actually going down in flames. And so why would you disrupt what you've got going on to bring in a guy like that who clearly does not impact winning the way that he used to? But my thought on that is it's a very, very, very different situation coming to the Rockets, a team that is built that doesn't have to gut its situation. You do not have to give up a haul for Kevin Durant the way you would have several years ago because he's an aging superstar. And you have a couple of players that you can dangle in front of the Phoenix Suns in addition to their own future, in addition to their own picks, that I think is enticing enough to offer them without having to gut the core of what you have. And I think the clarity, the thing that you learn from the series, is that Jalen Green does not necessarily have to be a part of that core. And it's specifically a position of need that you need to fill. You need better shooting, and you need a more reliable shooting guard. This would help allow you to do that.
I totally agree. I think the other thing that it does, and I'm interested in you guys' thoughts, I think you need to consolidate the roster a little bit. You really have guys that you want to use and are not using. Like they were saying, talking about Reed Shepherd, the best pure scoring option and all this. Dude's just buried on the bench, and what do you think about some of these other guys? I think by bringing in him, maybe Jalen Green going the other way, you're going to open up avenues for players that you like to be able to be a part of things.
Yeah.
My brain went a few different ways because Kicks Rocks on the YouTube page saying that KD was just added to a year over the top. That Suns roster was not young.
Yeah, is he talking about Bo? Like what young?
But even when he was added to it,
that team got gutted.
Yeah, that team was old in order to do it. And I think that's the distinction that you're making here is that he'd be jumping in, and you still have a lot of talent. I think the question then also you have to ask, how much do you think is actually reasonable that you would have to give up? Because you still have to match salaries.
Yeah,
I think
that's the complicated part.
Jalen Green has $33 million on his deal. I feel like that is one of them, right? But outside of that, who else are you throwing in there? I feel like maybe you can jettison maybe like a Jock Landale for $8 million in there, where you would not feel the pain of that. Although you still would need to find some depth centers, which Jock Landale has been good. I want to admit that. Would you be willing to put Jabari Smith Jr. in there?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I would try to not, but I think that's a possibility because you would have to match salaries, and it becomes a numbers game in that sense. But yeah, when you consider the fact that he was also somebody that was underutilized or misutilized,
that's kind of my point.
It's like, okay, well, in theory, no, I wouldn't want to, but in practice, it would make sense because he kind of factored out of what they were doing. Like Kevin Durant would factor, I think, in a major way into both what you're doing offensively and give you some length on the defensive end of the floor. I know he's not, nearly the defender he was necessarily when he was in Golden State, but you're doing some things with Kevin Durant that I think fill the roles that both Jalen Green and Jabari Smith would fill. So, I would be willing to do it. And I would also, as, Kick Rocks mentioned, I think you got a couple of options that make this Kevin Durant thing the best one. Like, the fact that you can bring in a player like this and not gut the team, not part ways with either Alperen Sengun or Amin Thompson, and those will be like the young players that I would mention that the Rockets have that the Suns did not have. That's, to me, what makes it enticing.
Right. The Suns then, they, kicks rocks going back and forth, talking about Booker was not old. Mikal Bridges was sent in that trade in order to acquire him.
Exactly.
And then beyond that, that was a roster that didn't have much, right? Beyond that. Like, they were pretty
it was Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, and then eventually it was Bradley Beal, but they basically had nothing else.
Yeah, they were very thin compared to what the Rockets would be if they made these deals. Now, the question that I have when you start trading for these stars is like, what is left over? And one of the things that I think about, and this is actually kind of aside from the actual situation of a Kevin Durant or whoever else, can you retain Steven Adams' services? Because Steven Adams has been a very serviceable big. I know that you've had to manage his minutes or what have you, but there are some teams out here that need center help that I think would be willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
Do you think that you'd be able to retain his services?
So Steven Adams becomes a secondary conversation because that, to me, is more in lines of the run it back kind of theory. Like, you prioritize paying Steven Adams. You prioritize, obviously, I would say they're either going to pick up the option on Fred VanVleet or restructure that deal. So those become the priorities. Retaining the guys that and already had, whether it be Steven Adams and Fred VanVleet. I mean, those are the two names to circle in-house for the guys. But if you're talking about bringing in Kevin Durant, I think the conversation becomes different, and you're talking about just perhaps letting go of Steven Adams. So maybe not retaining Steven Adams.
What then are you looking at center-wise? Because obviously you have Alperen Sengun, but after that.
Yeah, no, I think honestly after that, I'm not as concerned. I mean, that's a secondary question that I feel like you answer, but now you don't have the same, double big. You talk about do you still have Jabari Smith Jr. as a possibility as a stretch five? Like, I think that's the part that you figure out on the back end and worry about it later, and absolutely just bring in Kevin Durant.
I think part of it is they were so good rebounding, offensive rebounding, and defensively, it masked just how bad they were. I mean, we talk about how bad their half court offense is, but just offense in general, that was weak. I mean, just offense in general was weak. You've got to get some sort of score, whether it's Kevin Durant or whomever, or even another one on top of that. And that's where I go with Sean Pendergast is just adamant. Fred VanVleet is going to be your guard.
I'm with him.
He's going to be, and you're with him.
Yeah.
That's $44 million.
Maybe.
It
could also be 30.
Yeah.
Like, it could be 35.
Yeah.
They could restructure that deal, bring the number down a little bit, keep Fred VanVleet, and then still do all of these other things that I'm talking. Like, I do think, like, I've already just accepted Fred VanVleet is going to be here one way or another, whether it's them picking up that option or restructuring the deal. If they pick up the option, that makes it a little bit more interesting. That changes the timeline on when you could possibly trade him. And I also don't really think that they're going to trade him anyway. So I've kind of just accepted the fact that Fred VanVleet is going to be here. But I do want to point this out and make this real clear about the Kevin Durant thing, because I feel like people are missing this. Because it's Kevin Durant, you feel like you're bringing him in, and now he's the guy on your team. That's the guy that's going to lead you to a championship. I'm talking about putting him in that Jalen Green role where it's still Alperen Sengun, it's still Amin Thompson and his ascension, and Kevin Durant is sort of recast in a bit of a way, like in a different.
Good luck with that. Because Kevin Durant is going to want the ball and want to be able to.
And to some degree, one of the things that I will actually put up as a criticism of Kevin Durant as star player in the league is that at times it felt like he has not demanded the ball enough.
Yeah, no, but I think he'll get the ball. Like, just like Jalen Green got the ball and he didn't know what to do with it. Like, he'll get the ball plenty, but I don't think it'll be the way it was in Brooklyn where Kevin Durant is the guy on the team, the way it was in Phoenix, the way he is the guy on the team. He went to Golden State and became the guy on the team that had Steph on it already.
Yeah.
He's coming here, and I think Alperen Sengun and Amin Thompson are still the guys, and Kevin Durant, now in the later years of his career, we're all taking it in context, right? He's 37 years old. It's not the same as it was back then. You put him in his proper context and in his proper role, and I think it can work.
And there's a lot of people on the text line who have talked about the other options, and I do want to have a conversation about what other options might be there, because I know there's a lot of people, why go get an old guy if you have all this capital and you can get another guy? I think that's one of the things. Daryl Morey was like keep your powder dry until that big star comes free. But the problem is you are then at the beck and call of whatever team ultimately makes a star in the realm that you want available. And Devin Booker is one of those names that I would love it. I just don't think he becomes available.
Yeah.
Donovan Mitchell is another name that's thought of. I don't think he becomes available.
Right.
So I think that's why you have to look at what's actually tangibly there, especially with the timeline that you have. Are you striking while the iron's hot here for a guy? And I'm not even necessarily saying that I'm locked in on Kevin Durant, but even if you're looking in that space, I think that's what you have to keep in mind.
Well, and the other side of that, the big part with getting let's say a younger, let's say bigger fish, I'm interested in having those conversations. But that includes, you talk about what are you giving up and what is the cost of doing business.
That's
now
the real teardown.
Now you're having a much different conversation about uprooting what you started, rebuilding or tearing apart the core. And we can have that conversation. Like if you want to get rid of Şengün for Giannis, let's talk about that. But now you're talking about a much different thing. This to me requires the least amount of disruption, but also gives you the upgrade that you're talking about, the upgrade that you need without doing all that other stuff.
All right, Kicks Rocks, you're doing the Josh Allen thing to me now. No one thought Luka was available either. Are we gonna pretend like we're gonna that is now the status quo? No, that was an anomaly that happened once, and that dude is being absolutely battered by the NBA world behind it in Nico Harrison. I don't think that becomes a
I will say keep an eye out on Boston because I think they can't keep all 5 of those players that they got. Eye out on that to kind of see maybe Ime could get one of his guys from there. I don't know.
Yeah, let's talk through the potential targets if you are in a place where you're willing to go be aggressive. We'll talk about that later on in the show. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping here. And there was a lot of basketball elsewhere, including we now know who the coach of the year is. We'll talk about that and more next.
Payne and Pendergast.
February 2024 Nielsen Report.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on this Tuesday. We got B. Scott in tow with us, getting the text line riled up, 713-572-4610, on his assertion that it's the KD move for him. It's the KD move for him. So that's what's going on.
That's where I'm at. Come at me, bro.
That's right. That's right. Part of that is the relationship that he has with Ime Udoka and the respect that he already has. That's one of the things that you'll hear talked about with the potential of a move for Kevin Durant. And unfortunately, that's not going to be the coach of the year for this year.
No.
Ime Udoka finishes third. He received most, something that's ranked choice voting.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you can receive a whole bunch of second place votes, but also you have some votes here and there that don't go your way where you end up third. No. A lot of people voted him as third. The person who ultimately won this, Kenny Atkinson, who took the Cavs to the next level when it comes to this season. Like they seemed like a team prior who was just kind of really good defensively, but would they have the offense necessary? Kenny Atkinson comes in, and yep, they do. Which, by the way, since Kenny Atkinson's been in the league, I remember the job that he did with the Brooklyn Nets when he was just like, here, you're the guy that gets to handle the toddlers before they actually need to try and win.
Yeah.
And they got him out of there when it was time to try and win for Steve Nash.
Yeah. Yep.
And I never liked that deal. And apparently, yeah, he actually can coach in a big way as he's moved a couple of different places and shown it. 59 of the first place votes did go to Kenny Atkinson. J.B. Bickerstaff, obviously former Rockets head coach, now there in Detroit, helping those young cats find their level of competition. He gets second place as well. But Ime Udoka getting a level of respect around the league, just not enough to finish as the coach of the year this year.
Yeah, but I also want to point out J.B. Bickerstaff, also the guy that Cleveland got rid of for Kenny Atkinson. And so this worked out basically for everybody but I guess Brooklyn. I mean, look around. Kenny Atkinson is up here getting the coach of the year.
Yeah.
Steve Nash is just being announced as an analyst for Amazon. and meanwhile, look at Cleveland. They got Kenny Atkinson. They fired a guy who, what did he do? Just immediately rebound and go get a job elsewhere and become the runner-up to the guy that you replaced him with. Like this, I think this is one that I think is just right. 1, 2, 3. This would be one award voting that I would agree with wholeheartedly in terms of how it played out. 1, 2, 3. I think they got this perfectly right, given the job that Kenny Atkinson did with the Cleveland Cavaliers this year.
No, I agree. Yeah, because what he did, taking them to that level is more of an immediate thing. Like people see it and they see the record and they see what they're doing, and it's like almost a no-brainer. But the turnaround was incredible for Ime.
Yeah. Well, the turnaround and really in back-to-back years. Like if somehow it was coach of the last 2 years, like coach of the year's award, Ime Udoka would absolutely get that because they had the biggest turnaround 2 years ago, and then obviously were one of the surprises of the league this year. I will say it was a little awkward watching Kenny Atkinson do that interview yesterday with TNT, knowing that the Pacers had just walked him down the day before, and I'm like, yeah, he's the coach of the year, but it feels off right here in the moment, but absolutely did a great job.
Yeah, literally all three of the top three coach of the year candidates lost in the first round there either
lost in the first round or was just coming off a loss.
Right, exactly. How did you feel about Ime Udoka just with this series? We didn't get a chance to ask you about that as well, and we've kind of talked about it. I know that I'm gonna poke at you here, Lopez. You called him elite, and I wasn't willing to get to that place. And one of those things was I'm still wanting to see what's happening with his coaching staff and offense. But what was your kind of assessment of how he looked as a coach in this series? Not his first by any means, but his first with this Rockets team.
Overall, I would say big picture view, just the fact that they didn't have an offense. Beyond the fact that Jalen Green did not show up in the way that you would expect him to or want him to for the role that he plays. I think overall, and we talk about this all the time, them not really having much of an offensive identity or really doing much on offense other than, hey, let's just dump it to Şengün, or hey, we'll run a pick and roll here or there.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you just got guys standing around and watching. The ball's not moving. Guys aren't moving. And that was a theme I thought throughout the season, and it was obviously a theme in this series. That was an issue. The Jabari Smith Jr. piece, not figuring out a way to either get him on the floor, and then when he was on the floor, to get him the ball. More like because we did see it a time or two, and we're like, hey, do that another time or two, if you will, and he wouldn't. So I thought there were some demerits, but overall, I would say it's hard to really have a lot of gripes with the job that Ime Udoka has done because you don't really get here without his leadership.
And part of it is also, I still think he's an elite coach. I mean, look at what he's done. You mentioned it the last 2 years. That is an elite job with a team that was going nowhere. Offensively, yes, that has been his blind spot. Go back to Boston and everything else. That's been called a blind spot. But here, I mean, how much of it is personnel? You know, we saw what Jalen Green was in the postseason, and that was lost. And they don't have a shot creator.
Yeah.
You know, that's integral. That tends to be pretty important in a half-court offense.
And I don't want to be the fence rider in y'all's debate here on whether he's an elite coach, but I think you can be elite and yet not flawless. Like elite yet still flawed.
Certainly.
So, like, I think an elite coach, but he also has, I think, a clear
blind spot.
A clear blind spot. And to his credit, we could have done a better job as press in asking follow-up questions on this, but he did admit that they could all be better, coaches included. That was mentioned in his post game, and it stood out to me at the time, and we didn't really follow up with it. But I'd be interested to know what he thinks about that, like how they could be better as a coaching staff, because they certainly could be better, even if you'll admit that the job that he has done over the last 2 years is an elite one.
Right. I mean, one of the nitpicking things that I might think that he has some level of insight into is just utilizing your challenges at the right point. Like,
yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, he had that challenge on the out of bounds.
And he knew it immediately, too.
Well, and it wasn't really – I didn't feel like it was particularly close.
There's that one. Don't forget the foul or the one that they were looking for with Alperen Şengün.
Oh, yes.
The block. Like, there was a number of them in that series where I go, ooh, you're using this here? Especially, early on in the game as well.
Yeah, and that's a Udoka thing and a staff thing, right? Because he's the one who that decision lies at his feet. He turns right to him. Yeah. But he turns right to them, and he's relying on their insight and expertise and them watching the replay. And so together – you know, as a whole, like they got to all wear that as a staff,
certainly.
You know, so like that. I mean, that's one. How they use challenges is something they could certainly get better at.
Yeah, that was, and of course, I want to recognize as I'm the low man on the totem pole when it comes to like belief in Ime. I still have quite a bit of it. Like I still have quite a bit of respect for what he does. And I mean, I'm just amazed that he was able to take a zone with two bigs on the floor, match it up against a shooting team, and make it work for a purely bad. All right, some other things that are popping. You mentioned some of the other things that are happening as the basketball playoffs continue, and I won't hit this too hard, but hey, the games yesterday.
Yeah, kind of lit.
Yeah, they were very late, especially when you talk about comebacks in both of the circumstances. The Knicks pulled out a comeback where they were down as many as 20 points over Boston or from Boston, and they won 108-105. The Celtics missed 45 three-pointers in this game, and man, what a wild game that was for Boston to get a victory. Or sorry, for the Knicks to get a victory over Boston and kind of make a statement against a team that I don't know that many people were giving them a lot of credit for.
Yeah, so I had to catch up on this game in the middle of the night because I fell asleep at half. I'm gonna tell you exactly how this played out for me. The last thing I remember, and I did watch the later game. Okay, so I saw Aaron Gordon and all of that. But the last thing I remember from Knicks Celtics was halftime. Charles Barkley saying they ain't got enough to beat these guys. Talking about the Knicks against the Celtics, they cannot beat these guys.
Well, they hadn't won.
Well, and they hadn't won. It was halftime, and the Celtics looked like they were going to pretty much handle business. And that was the last thing I remembered. And then, of course, I watched the later game, and I'm catching up on social media and realizing, they actually did, in fact, win that game. And so I catch up and see how they missed all of these threes and how it goes south for them. And they literally shot themselves out of the game. Like that used to be a thing they talk about before. I feel like in basketball, we just accepted three was more than two. We say, hey, man, you shoot all them threes, you're going to shoot yourself out the game. Nobody actually thinks that way anymore. Because, they literally shot themselves out of the game. And it was just kind of an amazing thing to see the Celtics, a historically great three-point shooting team, shoot themselves out of the game like this.
So there's that one, and then the later game as you're mentioning, where the Oklahoma City Thunder looked like they had a pretty good commanding lead, looked like they were going to get it done, but Nikola Jokic did the thing that he does, being the world's best player. He joins Wilt, the man who's on Lopez's shirt right now.
Watch out, Wilt.
Giannis and Shaq as the only players to tally 40 points, 20 rebounds, 5 assists in a playoff game, and en route rather to a 121-119 victory there in Oklahoma City.
Real quick side note: how often do you see these? Like, he's one of 3 players, he's one of 4 players to ever have done fill in the blank, and Wilt is one of those guys.
Yeah. Oh, here he go.
How often do you hear
I didn't realize I was opening up this door. My bad.
No.
And it was funny, too, because I was poking at him earlier. I actually agree with him on his point about Wilt. Like, what are we arguing about here? Wilt Chamberlain, great, all time.
Yes.
Up there.
But like when you see these stories periodically, it's like, Shaq, Kareem, Wilt, Jordan, Bird, Wilt, so-and-so, Wilt.
Well, the Joker about to take him off that list.
Yeah.
Get your ass out of here.
But how about Denver, though? Like, honestly, like they looked like they were punting on the season in a lot of ways when they fired Mike Malone. It's like, oh, man, are y'all giving up?
Yeah.
And they go out there and they win in 7 against the Clippers. Then on short rest, in comparison, obviously, to the Thunder, go to Oklahoma City and then come from behind to win this game. And then even that sequence, missing the free throws, getting the ball and Russell Westbrook, instead of trying to make a play in traffic, finding
Everybody
Aaron Gordon for the corner three.
No.
And then Aaron, I know this wasn't a buzzer beater, but it felt like one, right?
Yeah.
His second game-winning shot, like that. I mean, that was just a hell of a way for that story to play out last night.
You just mentioned the Russ final play. I want you to hear what it sounded like. This is not the actual broadcast. This is the studio show. This is their behind the scenes of them watching that moment. See if you hear any level of confidence or what their confidence level is in Russ to make the right play.
No. Oh, gee, Gordon for the win.
No, yes.
That's him in a nutshell.
A lot of Rockets fans will feel that feeling of seeing Russ do that.
Yeah, and that's almost exactly how he described himself, right? Yeah. Like, might make the right play, might make the wrong play, might be good, might be bad, but that's the experience. And of course, and he also mentioned in that same comment, I am a smart player, contrary to what a lot of people like to think. Mm-hmm. Like, he made the right and obvious basketball play right there. And then Aaron Gordon again, getting his second game-winning shot of the playoffs. Really cool story for them.
And then, again, the Astros fall in Milwaukee to the Brewers. I mean, they had an opportunity with the bases loaded and a single out on the board. Did not get runs out of that circumstance. It just feels like the offense for this thing is really rough. This is
14 with
RISP, runners in scoring position.
Yeah,
it's a real problem. This is Joe Espada talking about. He was asked, rather, is it more frustrating or encouraging that the quality at bats are there, but you're just one hit away?
The quality's there. I'm fine because I know that we're going to get some big hits. Our offense has not gotten hot yet, and we playing 500 baseball. Our pitching is doing a really good job. Our bullpen is doing a really phenomenal job keeping us in game. We just got to be patient and continue to move forward and continue to fight because this will turn around. We'll get hot here soon.
Sure, use Jordan.
Yeah, could use Jordan. Hey, look, at least somebody's optimistic. Because it ain't me. Mm-hmm. It ain't me. And maybe that's part of his job. Maybe somebody got to see the glass half full because it's half empty on this side, man. And to their credit, they did turn it around. Lopez, you mentioned this earlier in the show. Mm-hmm. We're creeping up on those dates.
Last couple of days of May into June.
Yeah, and before you know it, that time will be here. Yeah. So we got a few weeks to kind of still do the it's early, hey, it'll be okay kind of thing. Mm-hmm. But eventually, as Clint Stoerner would say, the rubber, we're going to have to meet the road.
Yeah. Yes, and I don't want to be comparing this season to last season for very much longer because then we went through last season. I don't think that you really want those roller coasters once again. But he's right. You are playing 500 baseball, 3 games back of the Mariners right now, which is something that you can make up in a week. But I would love for that optimism to show as actual production because I typically tend to be a process guy, but the process is not. I'm having a hard time continuing to believe in the process with how, I guess, overarching and completely ubiquitous on this team. There has been kind of underperformance at the plate while also still getting some really good stuff from your pitching. That's been kind of disconcerting. But there you go. That's what's popping in the loop. Always a pleasure having you in studio, my boy.
I'm going to go be hard-headed about something.
Yeah, you are.
I'll catch y'all later.
Okay, very good. I forgot about the hard-headed. I'm going to have to find the time to bring that back. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, a lot of things are pointing to the Texans maybe playing international games. Where would you rather see the Texans play? Sao Paulo, or would you like to go to Europe? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about that and more next.
The Rockets' comeback came up just short.
coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Why are you doing that? 713.
That's just mean.
By the way, text line 713-572-4610. Somebody said they call Yordan Kawhi Alvarez. Don't do that to him. He is on the IL.
It is funny.
Dealing with the hand. I don't want to laugh at that. I don't. Although I guess it would track a little bit. Miss the time, but then when he's there, he is an absolute menace typically. Hopefully when he returns, earliest date is the 13th.
Yeah.
Hopefully when he does return, that bat comes back alive, and you have that because they really do need that offense. Because I know somebody was asking, is there a process? When I was saying that, hey man, it feels like they're process oriented. It is, and that's like they want to be, selective with the pitchers that they and everything. It just feels like they're not finding offense. But anyways, let's circle back around to these Houston Texans where it feels like things are pointing towards the Texans playing international Lopez?
It really does. It really does. Well, let me lay it out, which it just kind of, I was digging into this a little bit yesterday just for fun, because the Texans were going to, I have it on relatively good authority, however you want to believe that. They were going to play in London, I believe, last year. But because Andre made the Hall of Fame, they had to play in the Hall of Fame game, which makes their season even longer, which makes travel. So they kind of made that trade-off. Played in the Hall of Fame game rather than go internationally. So they were going to play last year, all right? There's only 3 teams that are on the Texans schedule that are playing internationally this year. The Jags are playing in London.
As they want to do.
Yeah. The Colts are playing in Berlin.
Okay.
And the Chargers are playing in Sao Paulo, Brazil. All right? This is not hard and fast rule, but they tend to not want to play division games internationally. Again, there have been some, but they tend to not. But then there's this, and this kind of made me go, okay, maybe they are going to play internationally this year. In 2022, the NFL instituted a rule that teams cannot have to play internationally at least once every 8 years. Well, the last time the Texans played internationally was 2019. So this will be year 6.
Right.
So they have to play. They're going to have to play internationally this year. We're going to play last year. Okay. So it kind of makes me wonder, the combination of C.J. Stroud, big time star, one of the top jersey sales. The Texans are a team that's won the division a couple of years. They were going to play last year, et cetera, and they have to play at least once every 8 years. It's kind of pointing to maybe start the season in Sao Paulo, Brazil. How does that grab you against the Chargers?
So of the 3 that you've put up, right, you have Jags in London, you have Colts in Berlin in Germany, and then you have Chargers in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Chargers in Sao Paulo is the one that I want the least.
The least.
Absolutely.
For football reasons, I agree with you.
For football reasons specifically, right? This is a Chargers team that will be year 2 under John Harbaugh, and they are only getting more Jim Harbaugh year. I did the thing. They're leaning even further into those principles that they won. And yes, you handled up against the Chargers in the first round of the playoffs, and you mentioned it relatively early in the season. I don't want to have to deal with a team that I think can be a level of menace. On the road like that, with a very
the road
like with a funky schedule, putting
a bad field. Remember that?
That was a thing, right? They're trying to find a way to have some level of quality leveling when it comes to playing on the road. I don't want to see the Chargers in that instance. Like, not that I'm afraid that the Chargers are better than this Texas team, but there's a lot of things that you're figuring out with this defensive line. Like, you talk about field, right? How does traction happen with all of these guys as they're making some level of associations with each other and trying to find a cohesiveness when it comes to the offensive line unit? There's a lot of things that come into it that make me not want to play the Chargers, even though I know there's people that are interested in the Brazil game, especially because the time, like the actual time of the game and the time difference isn't as egregious as playing in Europe. I just don't like that particular matchup in a space where you're playing that on the road.
No, for football reasons, I don't either. It just occurred to me, like, now they have 8 teams that are playing internationally this year. 8. And so that leaves 24 teams that are going to, 8 of which are going to travel.
Yeah.
So by default, the Texans have they have a 1 in 3 chance this year of playing internationally. They haven't played in 6 years. They were going to play last year. They got some star power with C.J. Stroud. They're a hot team. It just kind of points me in the direction of, I think they're going to be one of them.
It just seemed like just the years since it's about that time.
It's about that time.
It's about time to get a jury duty.
Get jury duty.
That's the thing is also, like, are people interested in these international games? Because I think more than anything, I'd be like, I'd rather not for the most part. And one of the things that's nice, though, is that you're not having one of your home games go on the road, which is part of why I was like, actually spare me on the Chargers game in Sao Paulo. I kind of want to see a division game on the road.
I was just going to ask you guys that. Would you rather see Colts Jags in London over Sao Paulo?
Yes,
I would.
I would.
A division game.
100%.
A division game, but nevertheless, I would.
Yeah, and I mean, also a reason to not go play at Lucas Oil Stadium, or I guess in one
That's
way,
true,
also
too.
not go play at Everbank. Like, if they take that game away from there,
Mhm.
I actually be happy about it, right? And I understand that there's like a level of comfort within the confines of it. But yeah, move that to a different dynamic and like have their road game be one that is a compromise in some ways by having it in a neutral site situation rather than anything else.
And even outside of that, though, like it felt like that game mean more because it's a division game.
Yes.
Instead of just playing the Eagles or something where, you know, it don't matter. We ain't going to see the Eagles again in 3 years or something. So it seemed like a division game will make it more like a little bit rowdy.
The other thing
that's
that's
fighting for a spot.
Yeah, the other thing that's interesting is that division game can be at any point during the year. The Brazil game, I can almost guarantee, is going to be the first game of the year. So you know,
because of the travel.
Because of the travel, it's 9-hour flight from Houston, 9 or 10, I forget, from Houston. So you have all this buildup, then you have to come back, and you're beat up, and you know the time crunch or jet lag, whatever you want to call it, et cetera. I think to answer your question, most people say, "Oh, it's cool," but that's about where it ends. Oh, Texans are playing in Brazil. Texans are playing. Oh, cool.
I think it's a cool way to.
Yeah.
I think it's a cool excuse to try to go on the trip.
Yeah.
Like if they were playing in Texas, I mean, if they were playing out the country, I would be like, "Ooh, let's try to. Maybe we could try to do a little trip or something out the country." But outside of that, I wouldn't.
Just getting it done is daunting, man. You know, from their perspective. Yeah. It'd be big time.
Yeah, so we're about a week out from schedule release when we'll get some answers to all
A week
of
from
these.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll get answers to all of these kind of thoughts. Will they be playing internationally? You know, will they possibly take a division game international, especially as we were having more and more games internationally? So, yeah, we'll get a level of feel for that. How do you feel? Because, I mean, we're talking about division games. People are looking at this Texans team as, you know, running away with this division, especially even after we've seen kind of some of the teams in divisions hit their needs a little bit harder than I think you could say the Texans have, although you don't know how much do you want to talk about the Texans having needs necessarily, but hitting their needs harder in the draft and such. Like, you feel good about the Texans in the South.
I still feel about as good as I did going into the draft. I think there's been some interesting things. I'm starting to squirm a little bit about what the Jaguars have done, especially, you know, with Travis Hunter and all that.
I thought you said you didn't have to worry about the Jaguars.
I've been saying it. Don't worry about the Jags. Don't worry about the Jags. I'm just starting to squirm a little bit about that. I still don't have a lot of confidence in the magnificent Gladstone and Duval, Mr. Duval over there. But I think the Texans are clearly going to win this. Going to win the division.
And obviously, in ends to trying to win it, right? Your players are going to matter a little bit. D'Amico Ryans was talking yesterday at the charity golf tournament that the Texans have annually, the River Oaks Golf Club. And one of the things that he talked about that we were really we talked about this a little bit yesterday. We were really infatuated with. He was talking about Jimmy Ward and you know, him returning from injury, but then also like all of the issues that they had in the secondary.
Jimmy's doing fine. Jimmy's on the road to recovery as well. He's doing fine. He's out of his boot now. He's starting to get back into running a little bit, so he's in a good spot. And Jimmy is a great football player. I love Jimmy. I love how he plays the game. And again, saying whenever Jimmy is ready, I know Jimmy can help our football team win games. We saw him make game-changing plays for us, big-time plays in big moments, and whenever he's out there, he'll do it. He's a football player. So what I love about him, he's played multiple spots in the defense, so I'm excited to see just whenever he's ready, it doesn't hurt to have a lot of good safeties on your team.
Hold the mic for still, and first of all, but you brought it up a good point yesterday. Like, what is Jimmy Ward's role going to be?
I think he's just next man up, right? He is a guy that with obviously some leadership in that particular space, which I don't know that you've necessarily replaced. Like C.J. Gardner-Johnson has experience, but particularly leadership in that secondary, I think he has that. But then also a dude who's pretty malleable and can step into any of those roles that you need. And I know that you have young guys, but I also wonder how much he's going to be like big bro, right? You brought in quite a few young guys, whether they're cornerback, safeties in the draft and such. I think that there might be a level of kind of rearing some of those guys into the D'Amico Ryans system. He is one of those guys that has quite a bit of experience in what D'Amico Ryans wants, and I think that he's going to be a level of glue guy in that space. He's going to be a level of OG in the room, and then also just a guy that can step into any one of those roles and play them at a high level from injury a little bit more, which I know that one's a little bit less because you have some of those young guys that have come in. But knowing that you have a guy that can come in with the experience and with the track record to play at a certain level, I think matters a really big deal.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how many spots on the depth chart are open for competition at this point because of that. Because they love Jimmy Ward. You know, they brought in EJ Speed. It'll be interesting to see, you know, what they do with Christian Harris. That might, but the depth chart is already damn near set.
Yeah, and we were talking about it yesterday about, like, is it possible that he could be somewhat expendable? And just hearing D'Amico talk about him really does make me go, oh, that's right. Like, they just love him. Do you ever wonder if, like, the you know, our kind of guy then puts too much of a blinder on this team at all? Because it does feel like that's like, he is our type of guy. We love the way that he plays, which, I mean, there is absolutely value to that because you want to embody the system that you're playing, and he does that a lot. But do you ever wonder, because, I mean, it does feel like you could probably, if you needed to, save a little money in that particular space with some of the ways that you've addressed it?
I think it's more than fair to wonder that. I think, Exhibit A is on the offensive side, and not to just bash the guy, but I think they've been somewhat blinded by Dameon Pierce. You know, Dameon Pierce is one of their guys, does everything the right way. They like his toughness and, how he commits to everything, et cetera, et cetera. But it's hard to say there haven't been some blinders, when it comes to Dameon Pierce. Looking at his production.
Yeah, but although it does feel like they responded, or they actually addressed some of these things in the draft in such a way where it does feel like guys that they do have a lot of love for might find themselves on the outside looking in simply by the nature of competition, the watchword for them. Because it does feel like, hey, if you put Woody Marks in that room, and he might end up running back too. Like, it just might happen that way, where all the love for Dameon Pierce be damned.
Yeah.
If that guy produces in such a way, especially with all of, like, the pass catchers that they've added, with the way that Nick Caley, however he brings in his offense, does that then incentivize them to go, hey, this guy fits what we're doing more, even though we love what you do.
And sometimes they're right about it. It was easy to question their devotion to Jalen Petrie.
Yes,
it was very easy to question it, but it worked out. And now he's found a role. They've put him in a different spot, and now he's got a contract too.
That's right. So there you go. Real quick before we go, we were talking about the international games, and a fair question that was asked from the 713. What is the end game to all these international games for the NFL? Like, none of these countries are going to start a league, which, no, I don't think that's going to happen. Although, the logistics of putting teams overseas still does not feel like it quite adds up, at least not to me. I don't know what you think there. It does feel like they're playing the TV money game, where if you can build enough of an international audience, you're doing the thing that, like, soccer is doing, where they have, we have a domestic TV deals and they're making a lot of money. But what happens if you go, all right, so now we have a deal with, like, Sky Sports in England, or we have a deal with whatever Euro television station that we have. And I'm sure that they have them now, but, like, don't they become more lucrative if you have a stronger audience in all of these places? And then that just generates even more revenue on something that revenue here. But what happens if you now start squeezing the TV revenue internationally? Then you see more and more money tick up, which is ultimately the name of the game.
That's the end game. The end game is money. The end game is always money. And I think legitimately Roger Goodell and the NFL want to place a team or two in Europe. I don't think it's realistic at any point.
They definitely want to try.
They want to try it, and I don't think it's realistic at any point in the near future. But they definitely have it on their mind. But let me flip the tables a little bit. Everybody like, oh, Premier League soccer in the United States, it'll never take. They got pretty damn good ratings here.
Yes.
They have really good. If you look at the ratings of the Premier League on Saturdays and Sunday mornings on Peacock, et cetera, the Premier League is happy with the money they're making.
It's
here.
a lot of fans here too, man.
Yes.
Like, there's a reason why they throw a lot of these watch parties and stuff like that, man.
Yeah, so I think that's ultimately the game. 346 said, if the Texans play in Brazil, I'm going. I bet you are. I bet there's going to be a lot of folks.
I wonder why.
There we go. Yeah. We'll find out in about a week if you have to book those tickets when the schedule release happens. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions as we always do next.
The Drive with Stoerner and 610. The Texans play here. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, you want the sports confession first or the non-sports confession first?
What do you think, Fig?
Let's keep it sports.
Keep it sports first of all.
Good, that allows me to get my non-sports off.
Oh, okay, good. So
not that you have to, I just.
Yeah, I'm about to say, is it a rule?
It's not a rule, but the non-sports one is going to be fun. I definitely want to get to it because anyway. So let me get to the sports. You foul up 3, like the Thunder did.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Knicks one. They both did it. Both of those games were really similar. Weirdly.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I'm a big advocate of fouling up 3, and they're getting criticized like crazy. The only thing I would criticize on that
sorry.
They did it with 11 seconds left. That was the problem. Like, they're getting torched about well, we all know what happened at the end of the game. They ended up losing. I am a big advocate of, especially in the backcourt, fouling up 3.
Right.
They're in the bonus. You don't want somebody to have to maybe get a shot up and it all of a sudden becomes a 4-point play or something. But I'm a big advocate of you foul up 3. I hate that people are criticizing the Thunder for doing this. The only thing you can criticize, do it with 4 or 5 seconds left, not 11.
Well, you can't wait till 4 or 5 because typically teams will go around.
But they can still come up the court.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah, they can still come up the court.
Yeah, so let them come up. Maybe
you're not an advocate of fouling up 3 when you're.
I'm so surprised because
really.
I know that you're not like prototypical old man basketball fan, but like. I'd be inclined to believe you closer to old man basketball fan, which is, hey, dog, just play defense.
Well, no, they do have
worst they can do is tie it.
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of at with it, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, just don't make this too complicated, man. To me, it seems like you trying to outsmart people.
But you do.
No,
you do outsmart them.
The logic of it
works.
But if you up
logic
3,
makes sense.
man, you got to make a 3 to even tie it.
Yeah, so foul them when you're up 3, and the best they can do is 2.
Yeah, no, the logic of it makes sense.
Yeah, but not with 11 seconds. That's where I went. Ooh, that's a little early.
And it's illogical, but I never claim myself to be a perfectly logical person. I think I actually just want to see people play defense. Like it makes me kind of sad. And you know what it might be? I just kind of don't love the idea that the game in this crucial moment where everybody is on the edge of their seats is being adjudicated at the free throw line as opposed to on the
game.
No, I understand. And that's like I will not begrudge the people that use it.
Yeah.
Just within me, like if I'm being entirely honest, I'm like, play basketball.
Yeah.
Play defense. Be a man. Like
Especially
that's what goes through my head.
Yeah, and also, Chet missed a couple free throws.
That was it.
That was the
difference.
Both free throws.
Yeah, that was the difference. Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Which, hey, Chet, that's a problem.
Yeah, that is a problem.
These are my confessions.
I think I messed up yesterday.
You did.
I think I messed up yesterday. In trying to do a good thing that I would do again, which was yesterday was important for 2 reasons around these parts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
And it was also Ron's birthday.
This is correct.
And so, Ron came through, and when they started their show, he was like, man, I feel like I'm going to get some margaritas.
Yeah, he did.
And I started thinking, I might be able to do that for the homie.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the fellas get on. They start talking. They're like, Reg, I know you're listening. Go get the margaritas. And I was like, wait, first and foremost, get out of my head. And secondly, now I got to go get the margaritas. So, I was like, let's go get the margaritas to go.
Cool.
Let's get the margaritas to go. I went to El Tiempo Cantina because it's close. And I didn't price them.
Oh.
I got a text from Clint because Clint is that dude where he was like, look, I'll buy you fly. I was like, all right, bet.
Yeah.
Right? I was like, I was planning on doing this, and Figgy, you can attest to this. I was next to you. I was like,
I was on the phone.
I was planning on doing this by my lonesome.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, bet. So I went to, the best margs in the city, whatever. Went, got them, brought them back. They were fantastic, strong.
Yeah. They always are.
They cost. That, like, bringing a gallon.
You bring a gallon? Let me guess.
Please.
A gallon from El Tiempo?
Yes. Gallon alone.
But I also got queso. I also got queso, but
I was just going to say just the margaritas.
Yeah.
A gallon. I'm going to say $70.
Okay.
I'm gonna say 90.
Up.
Higher than $90?
We played 3 figures for the margaritas.
Oh man.
God, dog.
Right. And I was just like, look, doing it for the homie. And also, I'm gonna get some recoup on the back. So that's nice.
Yeah.
So I went home after the show. I did take a nap. I just fell asleep.
That's what margaritas will do.
That's right. That's right.
NyQuil.
That's right. But then I woke up and I was like, oh, that's right. I was supposed to text Clint. So I texted Clint. And I didn't even say like the whole cost, but I was like, I'm putting in a little bit. So, I brought the cost down a little bit. I was like, hey, I think this is like just $80, right? I have not received a text back.
Oh, wow.
From Stoerner. And I'm not doing this to shade Clint.
Your hands are tied.
I'm not doing this to shade Clint because, like, I was already in the place.
Tune in at 155.
This is not shade.
I
recognize that this
presented
is
by D&M Auto Leasing.
That is not what this is
all
supposed to be.
Clint's business out
However, my thought was,
155, guys.
Because I didn't think about it. I was just like, yeah, this is what it costs. And then when he didn't respond for a little bit, I was like, oh, did I mess up? Did he? Because he might have not have thought that it would cost that much. I didn't even price him out. Like, I didn't try and find the best deal. And I was like, I think I messed up. I should have found a better deal for a gallon of
Those are
margaritas.
good. No, they're great. They're just expensive. Text him right now and just text still waiting.
Nah, I'm not doing that.
Double back.
I'm not doing that.
Still waiting, Clint.
Hit the double back.
I'm not doing it. I already feel guilty enough that I spent 3 figures on the margaritas.
Yo, dog, did you get my text yesterday?
But yes, I feel like I messed up by not looking for the cheapest margaritas.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to confess, I'm officially old now because I heard a term that I never heard before, and this could be an old term, just never heard anybody use it as much. So yesterday, remember I played the young fella, Devontae Yaps.
Yeah.
Who like to talk about the game and the players and all that stuff.
Here we go again.
Are we doing this again?
No, we not. No, okay, I'm just trying to set it up a little bit. But so a lot of people on the internet was calling him like Gooner A. Smith, and
That's crazy.
Coming up on Goon takes.
Yeah.
I had no idea what Gooner means, man.
Can you please explain it to someone else who doesn't know what that means?
Oh, no.
For a friend, I explained it for a friend, John Lopez. So Gooner apparently means it's I guess a derogatory term for someone who is addicted to sexual or sexualized content.
Okay.
No, so
did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Not in that specific way. Yeah. I basically contextually came to understand that it was about self-pleasure, which they turn.
Is that what they call it now?
that is the most clean way that I could get that one.
The Google machine.
Oh yeah, on the work computer. Good for you. But no, I took it to understand like they took goon, which meant like at least previously I had understood it to mean like somebody who was brolic, who would be willing to get you out of here, right?
Yeah,
like a villain and his goons, or a hockey goon.
Yeah, I look at it as a gangster.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, two meanings came up. That one, and also a gooner is a fan from the Arsenal football
club. Well, yes, those are the regular ones.
Yeah.
Those are the regular ones. These kids done gotten out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually talked about that. I think Lopez was off during that time. I think it was Friday. Talked about all of these new words and terms that they just changed over time.
Yeah.
And it used to mean good, but now it's like, ugh. But yeah, I did not know what goon. I was wondering why everybody kept calling them a gooner.
Yeah, and that's the one that's very uncomfortable.
Here go this gooner. I'm like, what? What is a gooner? Because that was
we know.
I thought that was like a thug or like Goonies.
Yeah, like a goon.
Me and my Goonies or something.
And this is a reminder. Don't be getting out here trying to use this young folk slang because you might mess around and say something that you don't mean at all.
No, sometimes you might use a old term.
There is a scenario.
Oh, he's a goon, and they're like, what?
That's exactly what I was going to say. There is a scenario in which I would say that to someone.
Yeah,
you're nothing but a goon.
Yeah.
What?
Or even if you watching basketball, be like, man,
Dylan Draymond Green.
You be like, wait, what?
Exactly.
We need a goon to take him out. What?
Oh no.
You what?
No.
I see you, my goonie. I'm like, what?
These are my confessions.
All right, so this is my confession about the Met Gala, which has been making all kinds of news the last couple of days. We mentioned LeBron, unfortunately or fortunately, couldn't make it to the Met Gala.
People thought he was retiring the way he tweeted that one.
Yeah, he said that the brain ACL that he had was not going to allow him to go. His queen still went out there, Savannah, and I was like, I think he's lying, but I also very much respect it. Like, hey, man, minor inconvenience that I can use to get out of doing something that I might not want to do.
But here's
count it.
We're all familiar with the term the Met Gala. It's huge. the biggest of
It's
the
a big deal.
The biggest of the big stars go there. Patrick Mahomes was there. Did you see Stephon Diggs?
I did, and this lovely lady Cardi B.
Yeah, and like Hollywood and politicians, and it's huge. But my confession is, every year I have to look up what it is. Do you know what the Met Gala is? Other than it's a huge event,
It's like a fundraiser. Though, right?
Yeah, it's a fundraiser. I can't remember what it specifically raises money for.
Yeah, my
Is it
question.
the Met?
I don't know.
Is it the Metropolitan Museum?
Vogue magazine for costume design.
No.
Or costumes.
My
or something
question
like that.
is, they're sure?
Yes, Vogue. I look it up every year. I never remember.
Yeah. See, my question is always like, when you go inside, what are y'all doing? I never see anybody inside.
I guess they take their phones or discourage or.
Yeah, that's why I want to know what y'all doing in there, man.
It's a fundraiser.
Are y'all?
Oh yeah, it's the Costume Institute benefit.
Yes.
Are y'all like swapping blood or something?
Like this is to me kind of like the apex, the highest of the high, cool kids lunch table. Like the only reason people go to the Met Gala is because they know it's huge and big stars are going to be there.
Yeah, fashion. It's fashion for folks.
It's just a cool kids lunch table.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
I kind of think about it like this, because we had local games and trying to raise money and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just be wondering, like, all right, y'all on the red carpet, y'all go in and all that stuff. What y'all doing after that? Like, do y'all got a table? And what y'all eating? Are y'all dancing? And like, is it that off limits?
It's amazing what it's become, and it's a fundraiser. That's all it is.
I actually watched probably 2 segments of the gala. I turned to Channel E.
That's what I'm saying. People know that it's where the beautiful people go.
This is all you see. I mean, I don't know what it was, but you just had people like, yes, look at her.
Yeah.
Angela Bassett. Oh, my God, look at that. I'm just like, damn. I'm like, y'all really into this, huh?
There are a lot better, charitable organizations that could benefit than costumes.
Probably, but they are putting that on. To be fair, they are indeed putting that on. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I saw online an alternative method for ranking the worst teams to have ever made the Super Bowl. Who do you think the worst team to have ever made the Super Bowl is? 713-572-4610. I'll give you empirical data next.
The Rockets' comeback came.
Just live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. What's the worst team to make the Super Bowl of all time? 713-572-4610. Also, Lopez wanted to say, what's the worst Texans playoff team?
This is why I want to have some fun.
Okay. All right. We'll get there. But I was being a weirdo, snooping around on the internet, ended up on Reddit. I said that I've been doing that a little bit lately. And a user, pan_no_kami, has been looking at an alternative method to rank various different teams. And it is utilizing, and they started with like ranking the 10 worst NFL teams of all time, period. And they tried to use worst margin of victory to give them a little bit of insight into who they viewed as the worst team of all time. Interesting, the places that they got to when they were trying to find the absolute worst. Mind you, if you are looking for the absolute worst, is the
worst Super Bowl team?
Well, no, when the
worst team.
Yeah, they were just like the worst team.
What's the worst
here.
team?
I'll get you to the worst team that has made the Super Bowl.
It's got to be the Saints.
What
way
year?
back in the day.
Just one of those years back there.
Yeah,
it actually isn't the Saints. It is a team that was an expansion of sorts. And the Houston Oilers do come up. The 1973 Houston Oilers.
Oh, that was, I think they won 3 games?
One game, 1-13. And they also finished 1-13 the year before that. So they were pretty low. Their worst loss considered week 11 in that season versus the Patriots, where they lost 32-0 to a 5-9 Patriots team. The worst team of all time, according to this metric, was the 1976 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They were 0-14, kind of had that reputation. First team to go winless in the Super Bowl era. So, like, all the things kind of tracked.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And the same user also came around and had the alternative method to ranking the worst teams to ever make the Super Bowl. And I'm interested to see if you guys...
Yeah, that's the one that got me thinking.
Can you pinpoint some of the worst teams on this top 10 list? They have top 10 up here. 10 answers on the board when it comes to the worst teams to make the Super Bowl.
And this is all-time Super Bowl.
This is all-time Super Bowl, or I think this might be Super Bowl era.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Super Bowl team.
Post-merger.
I want to say there was one way back in the day that you guys will definitely not remember. Pretty bad. I think the LA Rams were pretty bad, and I think they were like, I forget their record, but they were.
Don't worry, I got it for you.
Yeah.
The 1979 Los Angeles Rams.
That's the one.
9-7.
Yeah.
Was their record, where divisional round they faced the NFC champion Cowboys as the underdogs. They won there, and then they followed that in the conference championship game against the Buccaneers in Tampa. They got a victory there. They did lose the Super Bowl, though, to the Steelers.
They got killed,
31-19.
right?
31-19.
Yeah, they got crushed. That's the one that came to mind. Another couple that came to mind. Where do the Panthers here rank? When, 03?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 03 Panthers.
Are they not on there?
Number 4.
All right, so what was the Rams?
So the Rams were number 3.
When
it comes to the third
4.
worst team. So, like, just off of that alone, does it feel like the way that they're going about this, like, works? No.
I mean, those are the ones that I thought
So
of.
no attempt is going to be perfect.
Yeah.
So you going through talking about the whole season and leading up to that Super Bowl.
They just were almost like an undeserving Super Bowl.
Okay,
Yeah.
the Giants got to be up there, right?
Giants should be
with
up there,
with
too.
Eli.
That's a good one.
There you go. That's the answer. The 2011 New York Giants.
They're number 1?
Number 1.
Yes.
That 9-7
And they won.
team. And they actually won it.
They went on a crazy run once they got in the playoffs, man. That was unbelievable.
Okay, now I got to figure out who's number 2.
Okay, you want to keep going?
No, at least number 2. At least number 2. Let me guess. Arizona Cardinals? Hey, look at that. Look at that.
The 2008 Arizona Cardinals were 9-7 that year.
Yeah.
And that was the Cardinals as an organization.
What about? I mean, this might be crazy for me to bring this up, but what about the Chiefs from last year?
Oh wow!
Because
he's
like,
taking shots at Clint. You're taking shots at Show.
No, I mean they went 15-1 or something like that, and just lost in the Super Bowl. But they weren't winning. They weren't beating these teams by a lot, man. I think the only time they beat a team by more than one touchdown was the Houston Texans.
Can't believe you're doing this. Number 7, 2024 Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, wow. Good call, Figgy.
So I don't know if we can keep this in our back pockets to throw at Kansas City.
Well, Ron kept saying that was a bad team.
They weren't that good.
That's what we saw. Like that was the thing that was frustrating
so
for me
beatable,
all
man.
season long was just watching this team.
They were
constantly.
They were so beatable, man.
What I call them, they were getting away with it. All stars.
Yes.
Like it just
They
felt like
almost
they
lost
kept
to the Raiders.
Getting away with it.
They were just getting away with it.
Like it just felt like they kept getting away with it. From the 8-3-2, they came up with the Trent Dilfer Ravens, and funny enough, those Trent Dilfer Ravens. Let me make sure I'm not missing this, but yes. No, these aren't the Trent Dilfer ones. These are the 2012 Baltimore Ravens who came in eighth worst. That was the Joe Flacco Ravens. So,
Well, the Trent Dilfer Ravens had that defense.
They had a good defense.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Which is funny because you would think that when you go margin of victory that would put them in that space.
Yeah.
But it actually did not end up in that situation. So, yes, those are some of the other ones. I feel like you guys are probably out of guesses here, but you did a good job. You got number one. You got number 2011 Giants. You had the 08 Cardinals at 2. You got that. The 79 Rams. Man, you did a damn good job. 03 Cardinals, or Panthers, rather. You mentioned the ones that played here in front of Janet Jackson. And then number 5, the 07 Giants, rather. So both
Giants are on their top 5, and they both won.
Well, this is why we can't put Eli Manning in the Hall of Fame. This is why you have.
Or maybe it's why you should.
No,
man.
No,
they were bad teams, and Eli just put that team on his back.
They got hot in the playoffs. That's what it was.
Eli got hot.
No,
Hall of Famer Eli, that is.
Some of the other teams that you guys didn't get in there. 86 Broncos. John Elway reached his first. They
got crushed.
Yeah,
they got crushed in the Super Bowl.
Yes, they did.
Was that the
39-20 versus the Giants.
So
they lost by 19 there. I mentioned the Ravens in 12, the 1980 Raiders, and the 2015 Denver Broncos. Where
I was thinking about that one too. I couldn't remember how their whole season was.
Was that Tebow?
Was that that was Brock? Was that Brock Osweiler? That
2015.
The Broncos.
Are you real right now? The 2015 Peyton Manning, or as I like to call him, Williams
that
Manning.
One. Oh, that one.
That's the one where Brock Osweiler kind of carried the team a little bit.
Yeah, when he was out.
And
right.
guess who gave him that contract?
Yeah, you're right. Which leads to, let's have a little fun and be completely honest, the worst Houston Texans playoff team.
So the one that come to my mind is the one with Brock Osweiler, right?
There are eight options here, right? It's not like you have a crazy amount of them, right? You went 11 and 12, and let's be honest, those are not even anywhere near on the table here, right?
No, those are the good ones.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
You have 15 and 16.
Ooh.
One of those is a Hoyer year.
That 15 one was bad.
That's the one that got spanked by Kansas City, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't even live in here. I remember that one. I'm like, poor Brian Hoyer.
I love that you have playoff teams in little groups there. You have obviously 18-19, both of those Watson quarterback helmed teams, and then you have these past 2 years where I also feel like we can go at. We're not putting. I know this past season, I don't think that we're putting that up there, even though the offensive line was atrocious. Or do you want to have the conversation?
I would put that as one of the worst
because that defense was just so damn good.
This past year,
the defense was good. Here's the thing that's a little scary. You just brought it up. They've never gone to the playoffs 3 years in a row.
Not once.
They went in 11-12, 15-16, 18-19, and 23-24. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, what are you doing right now?
Yeah.
I viewed that as they're about to make franchise history here. Because what you would be implying here is that this is a team that does not win the AFC South.
I said let's have some fun.
That was fun. Hey,
where's the fun within that?
Put the sage and put the sage in that studio.
Yeah, get that out of here. I don't like that.
Dude, those 2015 Houston Texans.
And I feel like you're doing 16.
Really?
Yeah, because I think that was the year they beat. I forgot who was the quarterback for Oakland at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they barely beat or I ain't gonna say barely, but they beat the third stringer. Was it Connor something?
I'm trying to think who it was.
Was that Connor Cook? Was that
yes,
the Connor Cook year?
Yes, with Bill. Yes.
I mean, you got 2 Tom Savage starts that year.
Ooh.
You don't remember that?
Ooh.
Yep.
Man, you had the law firm of Osweiler and Savage.
Yes.
Was what you were working
That's
with.
the one I remember.
That year.
Yeah. I think he was still getting crushed. Bill O'Brien's getting crushed.
Doesn't matter. They won the division.
Yeah, that's right. Back to back.
Doesn't matter what it looked like.
Yeah, it kind of did. It kind of did. That team was bad. I think either of those, but that was definitely a bad team.
I think everybody knew it wasn't going to last either, man.
Mm-hmm.
And just to circle back to what we got here with is if you're talking about via margin of victory, how you were making this, the team that would be at is that 2016 team. Their margin of victory was very, very poor.
Their last 3 wins in the regular season, these are the final scores. 22-17, 21-20, and 12-10. Those are their last 3 wins. Doesn't matter, Brian. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, that was a mess, too.
And that was against Indianapolis, Jacksonville, and the Bengals. They beat the Bengals 12-10 to get to the pool.
Who was starting the time? I think Osweiler got benched, and then
I think that was Savage. Yeah, I think that was.
What a wildly different time you're in. So then, okay, if that's the case, we did look at the teams that did make the playoffs, the 8 playoff teams that you have.
Mm-hmm.
Where would you rank that 2024 year comparatively?
I think 2012 was the best team still that the Texans have ever had.
Okay,
that was the J.J. Watt. We all know, how his big coming out party against the Bengals and all that stuff. Obviously Schaub was still in good mode. It was good Matt Schaub.
Correct.
Arian Foster, good defense. That, to me, even more than 23 and 24, was the best team that the Texans have ever
Over
had.
11, huh?
Over 11, yes. Over 11 is when Schaub got hurt, right? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I'll say 2012 number 1, maybe 2024 number 2. Maybe because of the defense. Because of the defense.
Because of the defense, but that offensive line and the ways in which it hampered your offense.
Yeah.
Like it's so tough because the defense was so good, but the offense was so hampered. And I don't know that I want to say that it's bad, but the offense was actually pretty bad when we got to that place.
Yeah.
It's just the juxtaposition made it so evident, especially because of how talented your team was all the way around in the other spaces, that it made so obvious.
Yeah.
That was not. It didn't compete, but yeah, the defense was so incredible this past season, and looking forward to hopefully doing the thing that you hadn't done yet as an organization, which is go to the playoffs 3 years in a row. But 2, like this team does have the potential one of the
best ever
because that defense still is here.
Yeah.
Like the defense is still here at a high level, and I think it's reasonable. Even though year over year, I will typically say the defense is one of those things that does not translate year over year. It feels like this is a place where I feel comfortable saying that the defense should be still in that same neighborhood.
Yeah,
just be passing.
How y'all feel about 2019?
The 2019 Texans? That was
yeah, that was was that the Kansas City meltdown?
That you know what? That was a good squad.
That was a good
squad.
Because you had the Honey Badger on that team and all that stuff.
True.
Yeah, no, I thought that team was gonna go far.
Yeah.
Well, it was up 24-0. I thought that was the time.
No, that was a good squad. That's up there for sure.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to these Rockets. There's been a lot of talk about if you were aggressive, who are you aggressive for? Let's talk about the potential candidates for that and which ones we like, which ones we don't like. What are some of the factors involved? We'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and getting that new vehicle that you need and want and you've been dreaming about. And that's what I like to emphasize with D&M Auto Leasing. In your mind's eye,
here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the big voice man, John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you on this Tuesday. I mean, we were talking earlier in the show about this Rockets team and whether or not you're in a place of standing pat or being aggressive. And I think that there's still conversation to be had about, I mean, within the Rockets of trying to figure that out. And I think that some of those conversations, I imagine, are relatively accelerated because I think that they also impact how you handle Fred VanVleet and his 100%, contract. Yeah. The decision has to be made on his the option on his to pick that up for $44.5 million on Friday. May 9th is when the decision date is, so they have to make that. And I think that even if they did not pick up that option, that it seems like all the rhetoric would point to them finding a deal where they sign him back to a contract, hopefully at a lower number than that. But regardless, like all of that would have to go to an end of what this team looks like going forward. And I think if you do select the aggressive route when it comes to the Rockets, clearly you have to be aggressive for someone. And so I kind of wanted to take stock of who might be available or who would you want to see the Rockets be aggressive for. And obviously there's two names that have been abundantly clear. Let's start there. We were talking earlier with B. Scott when he was in, during B. Scott's Thoughts at 11:20. And Kevin Durant is the one that has been most open there. It's been the one that's most talked about in NBA circles. There is the association that Kevin Durant has with Ime Udoka when Ime was an assistant in Brooklyn. They have a relationship. There's a respect there. He is seems like he's going to be available with that Suns team, looking to kind of go back to the drawing board with some degrees. And he fits in some ways the need that you have of a guy that you can get the ball to, who can score. How do you feel about the Kevin Durant situation?
Oh no, look, I'm in on Kevin Durant, and I go back to what we started with at 10 this morning. You know, you just mentioned it. You're going to be aggressive or stand pat. I don't see what the benefit is of standing pat. You have pretty much a very good idea, if not the answer, with Jalen Green and what you have in some of these other players and where they could go from here. So the window's open. I think you have to be aggressive. I think you agree with me on that. You know, you have to be aggressive. The easy windows open, aggressive move, the obvious one that could help you the most is Kevin Durant. I do agree with that. But I don't necessarily think that's the only option that can put this team at an altogether higher level. You know, I think there are some other options out there.
So the other one that there's been a lot of conversation about, and I think the one that has been more appealing to some folks is Giannis Antetokounmpo, because it feels like when you see Damian Lillard get injured for the Bucks in this postseason after hurrying back from dealing with a blood clot, that team does not have a path forward to be a champion anytime recently. Like they have used a lot of their draft capital. They're not particularly young. They're not particularly deep. And it just does not feel like they have a way to really be in true contention over the next few years. And Giannis has really wanted to be in true contention. And so if they find a reason to trade, and there's been already a whole bunch of conversations about what those trades look like, how do you like the Giannis fit here? Because the thing that I keep thinking about with Giannis with this Rockets team is that he very much feels different than what you have built here with the Rockets. And yes, if you're getting a star, you're changing your direction. But one of the things that we've definitely seen with Giannis when he's been in Milwaukee is he's a dude where we've seen what it looks like if he does not have another go-to guy on the team with him, right? Before Chris Middleton became a guy that could be a little bit of that in a store, they have problems. I think if you trade the things that are necessary to get Giannis here, I don't think you have that go-to ball handler necessarily, even if you have Fred VanVleet there to make that as apparent. Plus, you really needed shooting around him. Yeah. And what is something that the Rockets do not have in real strong degrees? Shooting. Like, all of the reasons why he is an incredible player stand, it just, like, for some reason, there's a nagging thought in the back of my mind where I go, does that kind of pull you further away from your goal in the short term, in the idea of maybe hoping that within the window that you have, which in some ways is shortened by getting Giannis? I know he's 30, but, like, does that then work for you in your mind?
I think there are some reservations that are clear. You just touched on a couple. But if you get Giannis, I feel look, the problem with this team, in my view, and a lot of people's view, is someone who can create the shot and someone who can knock down the shot. Well, that's obvious. But here's where I am with this. If we all agree, and I'm still a little hesitant on this, but I get the logic. If we all agree that Fred VanVleet is going to be back, he's going to be back, redone contract, however you want to term it. I think the only player that should be off limits in a trade for Giannis is Şengün. And the reason I say that.
So you're willing to make Amen Thompson available then?
I think Amen Thompson. Well, look, I'm not willing. I don't want to.
No.
Like you're willing.
I think I understand. Like I'm not saying that you're like, hey, Amen Thompson for sale. Come pick him up.
You got
Garage
people
sale.
switching the music now.
But I go back to where this team was at its best offensively, for long stretches during the regular season, toward the end especially, and in the postseason, was the double big. What if the double big is not Şengün and Steven Adams, but it's Şengün and Giannis? What is Lob City going to look like there with Şengün pitching the ball up? Giannis is good in transition, finishing transitions. Both of them right there. You're right. My one hesitation is you still don't have necessarily the best ball handler everywhere. You do have Fred VanVleet. Probably still use another shooter. But those two guys in that type of offense, Twin Towers light, whatever you want to call it, especially in today's world of the NBA, I'd want to see it. I sure as heck would want to see that.
Yeah, but I'm real uncomfortable also with having those two guys. Like, I don't think you're wrong, but what you have around them feels like it's really sparse in some ways.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, now I think some of this also has to deal with, like, how much do you think you have to give up for Giannis? Because I think that is one of those places where
more than Durant,
significantly more than Durant.
Yeah.
I think that's something that we don't talk about enough when it comes to those, because I haven't seen a trade where you haven't had to give up Alperen Şengün, although that's also taking into account that the team has very much seemed like they're in a place where, and the reporting has been, I think it was Tim McMahon also getting to the heart of this maybe a week or two ago, the idea that the Rockets very much view Amen Thompson as untouchable within this award. And if that's the case, I mean, it's really tough in together. You can maybe say that they are, putting too high of a price on this. Feel free, but they have literally you having to use Amen Thompson and Jalen Green in addition to some talented players and Alperen Şengün. All three of those guys going out in order to bring back Giannis, with also Jeremy Grant, which is an older team again. Yeah, but like that is a complete shift of where your team previously was.
Yeah, I wouldn't. All three would be a definite no for me. If
okay, so there is a barrier for you when you come
because you got a bleep ton of draft picks too. You got a ton of draft picks that you can use. What do you have? 3 from Phoenix, 1 from Dallas. All those are going to be prime, right?
For some reason, I'm thinking still 2 remaining from Phoenix.
Phoenix, maybe
when it comes to 25 this year, which is currently. I mean, the worst thing that's going to be is probably like 10.
Yeah.
If a team moves up, right? So it's either a 9, a 10, or maybe a top 4 if you're really lucky with that 17% chance you have of moving into the top 4. Like, that is a valuable pick. You have the 27 first-round pick for the Phoenix. But here's the thing. I think those picks are even more valuable to Phoenix. So, because they would be getting the value of their losing back. And so it's weird because I think Giannis is a better player, clearly. He has more runway. But I think when it comes to, like, fit, when it comes to cost, if you're going to have the aggressive within these two players, it feels like KD is the right answer.
For what they need right now in terms of next season and maybe the season after that, with the shooter, with the scorer, with the guy that maybe can he's not going to hurt you defensively, big plus, but he's not going to hurt you defensively. I think that would be a big fit. All I'm saying is, like, if you want to have a little more traction, have a little more runway, as you put it, for the next 4 or 5 years, Giannis intrigues me. He intrigues me, and I know it's kind of counterintuitive to what this team needs, but their best offense has been coming off of the double bigs.
It has, but there's, I mean,
and imagine Giannis being one of those, not Steven Adams.
The question I continue to come up with. You put Giannis in those circumstances, and if you don't have shooting, which you don't, right?
Yeah.
And maybe you could finagle it where you don't end up giving up Reed Shepherd, which I just can't get to my mind. But, like, where is the shooting that you have around them, because what was the answer for teams when they were looking at Giannis as a supernova? It was not just zone. It was like, hey, we're gonna build a wall in front of you. We're gonna have 3 dudes show to the basketball where you can't just run straight through them. And he will find his way to do a little bit of that. But I don't know that the entire offense can beat that. Yeah. Especially when you talk about the era of shooting. Like, I think you managed to get worse shooting in that instance in a way that is kind of odd.
Yeah, but again, if you're working under the premise that you're going to have Fred VanVleet, and probably, I think we're reading a little too much or being biased too much by what he did in the postseason. He's not that good, but he's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's an option there. If you're keeping him, then you have to add, another shooter, another guy that can create a shot off of that. And Amen Thompson is still developing now. He might be gone in that deal, but nevertheless, if somehow you manage, Jabari and Reed Shepherd and whomever else, there's still possibilities there as well. More minutes, he just does.
Am I wild in saying that I don't think that Giannis is the right move?
No, I don't think you're wild. A lot of people,
I just keep thinking about it. And like, I love Giannis as a player. Like, that is the level of star, but it just feels like it doesn't fit with the team that you built.
To me, I feel like you had to kind of, I don't want to say blow up the team to get him, but borderline blow up the team to get him. And I don't think the team need to be blown up at this point. I think we just need that one, I don't want to say shooter or anything. They need shooting all around.
They need a scorer. They need a superstar.
They need somebody, they need that one person that can take over, man.
It intrigues me. It just,
I wouldn't be mad if it happened.
It intrigues me with
but
those
you blowing
two
up the squad, man.
I mean, Şengün is, we all heard him. He's still very, very young, and you got those two guys right there. Put a lot of pressure on defenses. Be okay defensively, obviously. Still, now you'd give up a lot, as you just mentioned, but I don't think you'd give up. And the other part about this is you do have to find more minutes for guys that you believe in. That they believe in Reed Shepherd, they believe in Jabari. And you do have to find minutes for those guys.
Right, assuming that doesn't kind of torpedo all the things that you have here. All right, real quick, because there's some other guys that are kind of out there that are maybe could be on the move, and I'm interested to see, like, if you don't do that or some other maybe more marginal, I guess, moves interesting. But, like, we've taken this on the idea that Jalen Green would be the first thing that you try and put in a package. With the concern that I have about not having a guard, and I think you can probably see where I'm going, is there any way that I could convince you in a circumstance, Şengün goes out and probably Amen Thompson goes out, but you have Giannis Antetokounmpo as like your 4 who is central, and Jalen Green remains a Rocket.
Who's the 5?
You figure that out. You figure that out. But you have Giannis now as that big that you have.
You talk about blowing up the team.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That would blow up the team.
Yeah, I think that might what it takes. To keep
Jalen Green. Not a good time to make that ask. Not a good time for that ask.
And I'm trying to see it out. Trying to see it out. All right. So when it comes down to it, those are the guys that are there. CBS Sports put together some of the stars that could be on the move. So just like guys that might be available, because this is the issue that pops up, right? When you're talking about who could you maybe be aggressive for. Well, yeah, Devin Booker fits perfectly. Donovan Mitchell fits really well. The problem is all the reporting and all the language has been in such a place where those guys aren't available. Guys that might be available, and we could speed run this. You guys, yes, no, on how you feel about it.
A texter just said one. 2 texters just said one. That's interesting.
Oh, I don't think he's going to be available. When we're talking about Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown, I don't think that he's going to be available. In fact, the conversations we've had there are guys that might be available in the middle level. So I'll circle back around to that. Trae Young of the Hawks is a guy that might be available. Would you be interested in some level of deal that brings Trae Young in? A point guard, terrible defender, and I think that would be probably real tough to sell Ime Udoka on, but a guy who...
He gives you what you need.
He passes a lot.
Yeah.
He shoots a lot, maybe a score. Interested?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
I'd be interested.
I thought that would be a no. I thought that'd be
You're
a no.
not?
I don't think I am.
I don't think they are. But that's not my opinion.
No, I hear you.
I just think about it like this. Imagine if you had somebody like that on this squad now in this playoffs.
Yeah. No.
Like, I think things would be a little bit easier. They might still be in the playoffs right now.
I think you put a decent cap as to what you're trying to get to as well. And I think the cost would probably be a little too high for what you're ultimately getting on the back end of it.
Yeah.
Zion Williamson is one of those guys who might be out there. Obviously, it seems like he's not really working.
Nope. No, thank you.
Just because he's not available enough. Because that's the problem with Zion.
Yeah.
When he play, he's so good.
He's good.
He's so good.
Yeah, he only
not
played
available.
40 games a year.
That's right. That's right.
That's it.
Lowry Markkinen.
Ooh.
Oh.
I'm a fan of his.
Yeah.
Man. I like him.
Yeah.
That's a guy that can get his offense. He's not going to be as central as a hub.
Yeah.
And that feels like you're getting younger, but it's very much less good Kevin Durant.
But he can score.
No, he can score.
He can score, and he's a shooter.
It would be hard to defend. Like, if the Rockets had somebody like him, and let's say they do that double big, that would be hard to
pop him out every once in a while.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I think honestly, because I was watching him with Cleveland, they was giving people a hard time, man.
Yeah.
They damn near had 3 7-footers on the floor at the same time.
So
you're a no on that or yes?
I don't feel great about any of those outside of
Who do you feel of these of this list that you have?
Of the guys that we've put up there, I think that's why I still come back around to Kevin Durant. It feels lost relatively while also still kind of keeping the spirit of what you've built and finding a way to upgrade it. That's the one that I think about.
I think if they do get somebody like a Markkinen, somebody like that, it'd probably be trade, right? It'd probably be trade. I think it won't be that much. I don't think it's going to be like you definitely ain't gutting your team for it, but you'll still have probably 90% of your team.
You probably would.
And I mean, I don't know if they're going to give up. I don't know if they have to give up Jalen Green for it, but if they don't, they clearly want somebody like.
Just make them tell you no on Devin Booker.
Oh, I mean, that feels like that's going to be obvious.
Just make them say no.
They're going to. They would absolutely.
I would say keep an eye on Jaylen Brown too, man, because
You still think that Jaylen Brown?
I think if they don't get to the finals or anything, like I don't know if they going. He kind of been struggling a little bit too, man. They got to cut some costs somewhere, man. They paying almost $500 million,
right? And there's been conversations about there's some cutting costs, but it feels like the cutting cost spaces are going to be Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis, which that might be a question for the Rockets as well. Are there moves around the middle? Although you're bringing in more of those kind of players that I guess are somewhat similar to the guys that you have, but maybe you swap some of the guys that you have for guys that fit the roles a little bit better, like guys that can shoot and do a little bit more of the stuff. Yeah, but there's some interesting questions for Rafael Stone and the Rockets that they have to ask. But it feels like if you're going at the very top end, in my estimation, the way I tried to lay out some of like the top end guys that would be available for you, it still feels like it's Giannis or KD. And KD feels, I don't know. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, oh wow, it's time to get into Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Is it time?
More than time, in fact.
So, one of the toughest jobs in America is 713-572-4610. I actually have a list, and I want to salute to somebody that made this list, sort of.
All right.
We'll do it next.
The Rockets' comeback came up just short with a Game 7 loss. The series and the season are a Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it is Figgy's Mixtape. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. 713-572-4610. Do you have one of the toughest jobs in America?
No.
Yeah, I would say all three of us need to just
we're good.
ISO.
We're good.
ISO. Yeah, I wouldn't even put our name near this list.
Not even close.
Yeah. So today is National Teacher Appreciation Day, which is part of the Teachers Appreciation Week, and it's National Nurses Week.
All right.
So salute to all the teachers and nurses. They are actually on this list, but I'm gonna go through this list. I feel like they might need to be a little bit higher.
I agree.
And I have one spot on here where I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna see if I'm in the wrong on this one.
Okay.
So number one on this list is firefighters.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to top.
Yeah, salute to all the firefighters. Salute to all the people that watch 911. I know it's been a tough week for them, a couple weeks.
Are you talking about the television show?
Yeah, television show.
Was there been drama?
I mean,
don't spoil it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna spoil it. But if y'all watch 911 all the time, if you caught up to it, you know what I'm talking about.
All right, I do not.
I'm weirdly intrigued.
I do not. Yeah.
Yeah. Number two, construction workers.
Oh yeah.
Salute to all the construction workers out there. Sometimes I have a hate for them at times when they leave all their stuff around in the streets and close in streets, but I totally understand, man.
Especially in Texas.
It's not personal.
Especially here.
Yeah, with the heat
Yeah,
out there.
it's not personal at all.
Yeah.
That hate is fair because, and it's not even just to leave the stuff out. It's when you pull up to your house and you check your tire and your tire level's low because you got some nail in there that definitely popped out of a construction site.
Yeah, or one of your routes is closed.
Yeah.
It's just like, dang, why y'all close that, man? But I respect y'all so much. Salute to y'all. Members of the military, you know, we always respect them. Salute.
100%.
Thank you for your service. Number 4 is doctors.
Surgeons.
It say doctors.
I'm going to say surgeons.
You think surgeons over doctors?
I mean, they are also doctors. You have to separate out the. You're like, because
no, I'm talking.
I don't
about,
care if you're a hematologist.
I'm talking about the doctor you go in to see to get a physical. Your doctor,
your primary care physician.
That ain't that hard.
God,
was because you're healthy as a horse? Is that why?
You almost made me cuss, man. I'm staying out of that one.
It ain't that hard.
Yeah, that's OG John Lopez.
Wait, is this the top of the list?
That's number 4.
It's not number 4.
We ain't said nurses, right?
We ain't say nurses yet.
Yikes!
Now surgeons, I'm with, but doctors, yeah, take a couple of these.
The nurses are going to riot because look, my mother's a nurse. Thought process, and they like, we do all the hard work.
My daughter is a nurse, and boy,
right, the doctor get to walk in and
I can't wait till I go to see my doctor next. And she's
I know the
listener.
832 who text in talk about Nurses Week. I know whoever that is probably pissed right now. Like, doctors, I do all the work.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right. That's fourth.
That's
Doctors
fourth.
are fourth.
That's fourth. Number 5 is cops. Salute to all the cops,
for
policemen
sure.
out there.
Yeah. Street, especially.
Yeah. Number 6, paramedics.
Same.
I feel like we can put paramedics above cops.
Yeah.
This one, I don't know, man. I'm not sure about this one because I don't think I ever met one in person or just walking down the street and met one of these, bumped into one of these. Astronaut is number 7.
Okay, so
that's number 7 hardest job in America.
I would put that ahead of doctors just because of the preparation you have to go through. You know, the centrifuges and the training and
you got to be
all that.
like they don't be just be sending anybody. You got to be scientists. You got to be a scientist first.
Yes.
But I feel like I would put an astronaut as like one of those unique jobs. It's not like a normal hard working 9-to-5 type of job. And I'm not saying it's easy or anything, but I
think 99% of what they do that is really, really difficult is before they sit down and
go
take off. Yeah. And that's what's the difficult part for me. Yeah.
Okay, so you think it's fair?
Yeah, I think
they're number
is.
7.
I'd put them higher.
Really? Okay.
I'd put them higher.
Okay.
I'm very intrigued by this list, and I also want to acknowledge. All times, the hardest part of people's jobs are the parts that you do not see.
No, like astronauts. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Number 8, farmers.
Oh yeah,
for sure.
That's hard work. Just the farmer schedule. When you got to wake up to do some of those things, I'm like, yeah, man, y'all are working real hard on a consistent basis.
And so many things out of your control.
Yeah.
Weather.
Yep. Number 9 is air traffic controller.
Stress. That is one of the most stressful jobs on the planet.
Is it really? Like, I don't have enough insight into what the air traffic controller has to do.
Absolute stress.
Yep. And number 10, oil workers.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool, but, I mean, what name did I not mention?
You didn't mention teachers and nurses.
I did not mention teachers and nurses, and I'm sure you probably wonder, where are they ranked? So nurses come in at 11, number 11.
Yeah, that.
All right, come on.
I feel like we got to, at the very least, handcuff nurses.
Nurses be holding it down, man. They be running, scrambling,
and dirty jobs.
Yeah.
Yes, bro. We talking about excrement. We talking about urine. We talking about baths and such.
It's funny. I know Lopez was kind of joking around, talking about the nurses not the nurses, but
doctors
just come in. Sometimes they do. They come in, hey, how's everything going? Yep, all right, cool, man. I'll see you in 6 months.
Yes.
And the nurse come in like, all right, you going to be on this.
Then they do
I'm
all
like,
the
I
work.
seen the nurse more than the doctor.
And the blood pressure and the blood and the...
Yeah.
You know,
also, they're the first ones dealing with the ornery patients.
And the ornery patients.
Yep. Yeah, salute to the nurses, man. Happy
Doctors,
Nurses Week. But I think...
Doctor's easy.
Hey, if this
go be a doctor then. Just go do it.
If this was my list and astronaut, if this was my list,
I would switch nurses and doctor. And now I'm just picking on my doctor, who's a big time listener.
I would switch nurses and doctor. I would also very much switch paramedics and cops.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I feel like, yes, there's a lot of emergencies that police respond to, and I don't want to, belittle that.
Yeah.
How many of the responses that paramedics
every
respond
time?
To? Like, it feels like
every time.
Every time you're dealing with some shenanigans.
Yeah.
Hey, watch the show 911. There's all type of stuff going on.
Yeah. Somebody spoiled it on the text board. Not that I was
did they?
watch anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. As long as I ain't spoiled it.
Yeah.
I ain't want to spoil it for y'all who didn't see it yet. And by the way, teachers came in at 16.
No, that's
actually 17.
Wow.
17, man. I think
17 for teachers, huh?
Yeah, that's crazy. I got my wife used to be a teacher. I used to work at a school with teachers and stuff like that. They go through a lot, man. They are basically parents.
Yes.
there.
Yes.
Wait, I was out here pitting the paramedics and the cops against each other. We put firefighters number 1, didn't we?
Yeah.
I was like, dang, man. Like, I bet the cops and the paramedics are like, oh, so they all the way up there?
Yeah. Yeah. So I did not come up with this list, but
good disclaimer there. He's
yes,
like, don't bring that
I
to
did
me.
not. Yes. Yes, I did not. Hell, I have everybody number 1 if it was my choice.
There you go. There you go.
yeah.
Somebody said shout out to the UPS drivers.
Yeah.
Gas station
No air
workers.
conditioning.
Somebody said dancers at topless are athletes over there, man.
Yeah. Goonie.
Okay. All right.
All right, it's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Ficky Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. So the Met Gala was yesterday, and breaking news, I actually watched some of it, man.
Congratulations. Who had the best fit?
Everybody. I don't know. I was just looking at everybody, to be honest, man. So a lot of wild costumes.
Yeah.
And so it was a couple former Texan players there, man. So we seen Stephon Diggs with his lovely lady Cardi B.
Yeah.
Also Jonathan Owens. He was there with a lady by the name of Simone Biles.
Yeah, he was her and one.
And I appreciate you didn't
Plus
have to
one.
do that. Yes.
He was her plus one.
I do appreciate that he was leaning fully into the husband mode where he was out here just giving a few
Sitting
pictures
back,
on the phone, making sure the train looked good. He's like, nah, I'm here for you, baby girl.
That's right.
Nah, you got to. But anyway, what I took from this Met Gala was Ryan Coogler. He was actually there. So if you're not familiar with Ryan Coogler, he's a film director, screenwriter, producer, and his new movie right now that's out, that's doing really good, is Sinners. So
didn't you see it?
Yes, I did see it.
Did you see it? Okay. Was it pretty good?
Yeah, I enjoyed it quite a bit.
Okay,
which is funny.
I didn't see it yet.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good film. I went in, and coming immediately out of it, I was like, it might have been overhyped, and I just let it sit with me. And it's like, no, there's some depth with it.
Really?
There's some real. some real good about it. They have some real themes in there, so I appreciated it.
Okay. So Ryan Coogler, he was on the red carpet or whatever they call it. And this is him talking about, I guess, the reception he got from the movie. And let's be real, I'm only playing this because of that Oakland accent, that Cali accent.
Oh, we've been really gracious, man. That the audiences have shown up, that people have been enjoying the film projections where they can in different formats. I mean, it's meant the world to us. You know, but the biggest thing is, I think, seeing people go repeat times and
that Oakland
people
accent.
having watch parties and taking time off from work to go check it out and discuss it. You know, for us, that's when it gets. That's when you're in rarefied air as artists. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't always happen like that. So, we're sure to recognize it and value it and just say thanks to the audience as much as we can.
A lot of R sounds in there.
Yeah. No, I'm like, dang, is that Robert Woods? When you sitting there talking to Robert Woods and C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
Yeah, but salute to Ryan Coogler, man, and salute to everybody at the Met Gala, man. It looked pretty packed.
Yeah, and salute to Stephon Diggs, who is very much confirming rumors.
It's so confirmed. I felt like they was hiding it for a little bit.
Yeah.
I wonder how Offset feel about this, man. He probably a little bit upset.
Probably.
Offset, upset?
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
If you don't know what we're talking about, it seemed like they left the Met Gala together, Cardi B and Stephon Diggs. So shout out to the man.
Yeah. All right, I'll get you out of here on this. Shout out to all the gamers out there. So, Grand Theft Auto, their trailer. And this time it looked like the storyline, I guess it's going to be more of a Bonnie and Clyde type feel to this game.
Oh, okay.
So is it going to be old school?
It's not going to be old school, but the storyline is based off a man and a woman pretty much together committing crime and all that stuff. So they just released the trailer, I want to say, this morning.
Really? Because that's like a week after they announced that they're going to delay the release.
Yeah, so they did delay the release to May 2026. So
they gave out a trailer a year before it's released?
They gave out a trailer before that. They gave out a trailer last year.
Why?
Because this game is highly anticipated.
Okay, give me a month. Give me 2 months.
They're just trying to tide people over.
They are milking this cow, man. So
I wonder how much they actually get out of that. A year?
I mean, people talking about it now, man.
Yeah.
People talking about they just gonna keep releasing tiny little bits and pieces until it actually drop. And I don't even know if it is gonna drop in 2026. Hell, they might push it back again. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the only thing I feel comfortable about is when it does drop, it will be a fantastic game. That's what Grand Theft Auto 5 ended up being. It was a long delay, and then got to it.
Yeah, I remember this.
Very good.
And look, I think that game came out 12 years ago,
something like that.
Yeah, but that was back in my day. I actually had to go and get the disc.
Oh, my son,
I stood in line for it.
Got 2 kids, full-time job, after hours. He always plays Grand Theft Auto.
Really? Oh, he gonna be super excited about that. It look good too.
Yeah, you should send it to Lopez so he can send it to his son and make it seem like he's actually keeping track of this. Like, hey, did you see the trailer? I did not realize, Figgy, that you were going to start a job war on the text line.
Yeah.
Somebody said astronauts are like royalty. From the 281, 911 paramedics never get enough love. In fact, someone went as far as truck drivers are not respected. Everything comes on a truck, which is true. So much of our infrastructure is that. Someone said get cops off the list. Okay, I didn't even know where that one came from. Seems like they're not factoring pay into this. They said layoffs and stuff feels like it makes oil work harder.
Fair.
Okay, fair enough. And then this one from the 281, firefighters are useless 99% of the time. Signed, paramedic.
I've sensed the rivalry.
Very good.
This one should have been on there from the 346. Correction officer.
Okay, that is not on there.
That should be on
there.
To
round off the list real quick, 12 is roofers, 13 electricians, 14 home builders, 15 engineers, 16 pilots, 17 teachers, 18 lawyer, 19 carpenters, 20 drywall plaster installer.
I feel like anybody that has to do their job above like 10 feet off the ground needs some bonus points.
Yeah, you do.
That's facts.
Linemen and such, especially that come through after these storms.
Window washer. You see them come up here on the 20th floor?
Yeah,
19th
100%.
floor?
Yeah.
Shout out to all y'all doing the jobs that really keep America going, as opposed to us jerks that are out here running our mouths.
All of y'all number one in my heart.
There you go, Figgy.
That's all that matters.
Get those platters attitudes out there.
That's called covering your own.
Hey, this ain't even my damn list.
From 346 Repo Man. Oh, yes. That is a very tough job. Any job where you're like, I need to have a weapon just to make sure that this happens. That's probably one of those. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy's Mixtape. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on In the Loop. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to Clint and Ron, one of whom I might have made mad. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I just want to get a gauge on where people.
Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Thanks for hanging with us on this edition of In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig. Getting ready to hand it over to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. From the 346, they said they're in golf course maintenance. So, okay, there you go. Shout out to you.
It's a lot of time out in that sun, too.
It is.
Yeah.
But I feel like, and not to belittle it, there's definitely work involved. I feel like that's not bad scenery.
It's good scenery.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. And I imagine, I would have to hope that comes with some benefits with it, too. I feel like you should be able to play the course to some degree as well.
I would have to.
So I feel like you're living all right there. I feel like you're living all right there. Yeah. We were talking about the Rockets earlier. I know someone was kind of thinking that we were out of our minds to try and suggest some level of change, some level of addition. I just keep coming back to you can't rest on your laurels to some degree when it comes to a team at a certain point. And I keep looking at the Memphis Grizzlies as a cautionary tale. And I'm not saying the Grizzlies are entirely out of competition, but when you talk about the teams that are contending in the West, who are the ones that you go to? Talk about the Thunder. Talk about the Timberwolves as a young team that's ascending in there. I mean, you might talk about the Rockets before you come back to the Grizzlies right now because of the changes that they've made, and they were the Rockets 2 years ago.
They're the cautionary tale, right?
It felt like they were that team 2 years ago, and so not saying that you would absolutely become that, but I also want to make sure that you don't become that in how you move. Speaking of the Rockets, though, General Manager Rafael Stone, Head Coach Ime Udoka were both talking today, and there's some interesting kind of quotes that are coming out specifically from Rafael Stone, and I will give you a couple of quotes, and I'm interested to see how you feel about them. One of them is Rafael Stone saying that he still values roster continuity as a method of improvement. And this is per Daniel Lerner of the Houston Chronicle, mind you. That won't prevent the Rockets from making changes, but, quote, the bar for change is very high, close quote. So there's that. On one side, where I think if you just took that quote, you would go, sounds like this is a team that, by and large, is still in the lane of stay put, right? And continue to build, right? Stand pat, continue to build within, unless you have, like, the perfect guy that comes available, in mind. Pair that with, and this is per Kelly Iko of the Athletic in that same space, Rafael Stone talking about draft capital and potential upgrades, saying, quote, the business we're in, nobody's untouchable, but we deeply value everyone on our roster. We have those picks. We've accumulated them so we can draft guys or upgrade our current roster. We'll see what makes the most sense, close quote. Which again, now you look at that and you can maybe take some other kind of assumptions. And of course, that's not the end all be all of all the things that were said, and it's probably unfair to try and make assumptions based off of just those. But where does your mind go after hearing those two quotes from Rafael Stone, the general manager of the Rockets?
I think both of those kind of point to the same thing. You mentioned the first one. The bar for change is pretty high. I think that's how he put it. In essence, that.
Yes, the bar for change is very high.
All right. So that doesn't mean that we're not interested. That means we're interested in a very much next level type player. We could be interested.
Right. So we're not doing the the
it's
Celtics.
Like we're not going to change anything because the bar is so high. No, it's like if we change, that's how I'm looking at it.
Sure,
it's going to have to be a very high standard.
I think that's a fair interpretation. Yeah. So kind of the mid-tier moves that maybe you might be interested, like would they be interested in a Drew Holiday or something like that?
Why would they?
Those are the ones that it feels like they're not in that space. Okay, fair enough. The idea that nobody's untouchable jumped off the screen to me because it does feel like, at least in our thoughts of the various people talking about this, that Amen Thompson would be untouchable, or at least the closest thing to. But the idea that nobody's untouchable on this team, like how do you react to
Well, phrase that happened this year in the NBA, up by 45. Literally, no one is untouchable. We know that, but
that was nonsense.
I
think, I find it hard. I find it hard to base anything based on
you wanted an example? I give you an example.
All right. Okay.
Tom Brady was picked in the 6th round.
That is true. That did happen.
That's kind of in the same
always taken in the 5th.
But I think some players are more untouchable than others, and that's the part that's left unsaid. And I do think they value Amen Thompson really, really highly, and that might be one that is as close as you can get on this squad. I personally would keep Şengün, and we've talked about that already today, but that kind of narrows it down, to okay, it's going to have to be Jalen Green and Amen, Jalen Green and Şengün. It's going to be tough to do. So I think that's where he's going with that. Like, we know what we have. We like what we have. But to just stand pat, I think is almost spinning your wheels a little bit.
And I do find it incredible because, I mean, look, Rafael Stone knows that everybody hears these. This is not just talking to the media or the fans. This is everybody. And the idea that nobody's untouchable, could it be that he's talking to one of his cohorts in the general managing profession of the National Basketball Association?
Always.
Hey.
Always.
You want to talk?
Yeah.
Let me hear what you want to talk about.
That's exactly what's going on.
And the idea that nobody's untouchable seems like that would lean more towards the idea of possible interest in Giannis than it would in Kevin Durant, because I feel like you might be able to have some untouchables when you start talking about Kevin Durant. You start talking about Giannis, and you're going to have to be
that's interesting.
a lot more open to the moves. There's real reckless speculation in this moment.
No,
I want to make that clear.
I think that's not a bad place to go on that, because they're always talking to everybody else in the league. Anytime they have an open press conference, it's not just us they're talking to. They're sending messages.
Right. And then one more thing. This is per Ime, the head coach of this team. When talking about Cam Whitmore, this was a quote. Quote, we've had in-depth convos with Cam, probably more than anybody. Ton of potential there, but consistency is the main thing, and he knows that. Close quote.
I'm sure he does.
Cam Whitmore on this team next year?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, I mean, it just feels
that's pretty direct.
It's fairly direct.
Yeah.
Where it's like, hey, we've talked to him. He knows what he needs to do to get out here. Like, not to make the complete comparison to soccer, but every time you see a soccer team, like, hey, no, we've had conversation, and he knows what he needs to do. But very soon thereafter, that dude is playing for another space. But
I don't know nothing about them soccer.
I know you don't. You know something about some margaritas. We appreciate.
I got a little bit of that.
Oh yeah, Clint.
Wait, hold on. We appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to talk to the fellas up the drive, Clint and Ron. Clint, I just wanted to ask a question. Did you see a text that I sent to you?
I did.
All right. Did I offend you by asking for this particular thing?
No,
okay,
no,
good.
no,
I felt uncomfortable. Because I feel like I probably could have priced out the margaritas.
No, not at all.
Reggie basically told Clint, "Where's my money?"
I told him. I told him to send me. I had a hard time getting it out. I was trying to tell him to send me his Venmo, his Cash App, or whatever. And then 2 hours later, in the middle of the show, I get the deal.
He took a nap.
Yeah, took a nap.
And that's fine. Do it right here, and it just kind of slipped my mind a little bit. When I walked in, I heard his voice. I said, "Oh hell!" I probably had to circle back to Reg right there.
No, I was starting to feel myself because I was like, did I do something wrong here?
No, hell no.
You
no,
messed
sir.
it up, man. That was a treat on yourself.
Hey, where's my money, man?
I mean, don't worry. I put in.
Remind me, because I sure enough will forget about it now.
Fellas, yeah, how you living, man? I see you done came in with the chain and everything. You must be feeling good at 41.
New chain.
It does.
New chain, new show.
Yeah, man.
41.
Dig a little chain for the 41st.
That's a present?
Just that was
nice.
a gift. Yeah,
Nice.
That does feel a little different.
Mm-hmm.
I did look at myself in that bathroom. I thought, boy, if I were 3-4 inches taller, but I think a lot of would look at me like a real problem. And I think the chain really set it off.
That would be a problem.
If I was 3 or 4 inches taller.
Like right now, they look at me like maybe, I don't know, but if I was about
you'd be a problem.
About 6'3", I'm telling you, boy, that chain. Yeah, I kicked my leg out a little bit after. Yeah, it's been a real problem.
And the funny thing about that to me is I know it's true.
Oh, yeah.
I know it's 100% true that you said that to
I'm
me.
surprised that you're not making yourself like a problem right now.
There's no question.
It's 100% true that I believe it.
I feel like
hell, baby. 100%. 100%, man.
Not only did I say it, I believe it.
I believe
it.
Oh,
that is great.
I mean, I still think I'm a problem. I just don't know if others.
Yeah, there we go. That's
others
fair.
It's a done deal. That's a wrap. Yeah.
I'm interested from you fine fellas, because me and Lopez got in a little back and forth about this early in the show, talking about the Celtics missing 45 3-pointers in that game that they lost yesterday in game 1.
Amazing.
And that was the most 3-pointers missed in a game. And Lopez is very adamant that you got to switch it up at some point, right, when you're missing all these 3-pointers. And I'm very much in the place where you dance with the one that you brought, right? Like, this is the way that you got to this place. This is where you won a championship last year.
45.
When you were up 20, I think maybe, and they said it afterwards, maybe some drives. I don't think it bodes well for the Knicks, though. I agree. Because I mean, how many of the Rockets were they able to get off 18 against the Warriors?
Total, correct.
They got and the thing is, by the stats, 45 of the 60 attempts were uncontested. Which means all right, Knicks, let's see how many of those are going to be missed again. But you got to drive it or something, especially where they were up. That was the part.
Yeah.
And they kept, somebody was 1 for 10. Was it Brown? Just kept putting them up.
Well, but that's how favorites get their ass in trouble, right? I mean, you just stupidly gave up a game at home to start a series, and if New York's going to knock them off, it's going to take stuff like that. They got a game in Boston, and they got a game that they had no business winning whatsoever. Now, if you can just put yourself in the middle of 3 of the next 6, just give yourself a chance you got a punch chance.
I win another game.
I would not be surprised. Yeah. I'll give Jalen Brunson some. I'll give him some. Maybe it's in 6, but if they're going to get those open shots, they're not going to go 15 of 6. Like they're going to make. Hell, they lost by 1 in overtime. By 3 in overtime.
That's right. Yeah, I was very much in that place.
That's right. But you'd have used all your timeouts as an AAU coach to just force them to run something else.
3 layups, and you win the game.
I don't know how y'all. How many years did you coach AAU?
11.
I don't know how you did. How young did you start?
I did 8th grade to 17 under. 17 under was big time.
I'm watching my son's 11U AAU team.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I almost have to pick up smoking by the half. These kids are so frustrating. I don't even know.
Just chewing the mess out of some bubble gum or something.
we got a situation of they're either going to run the play, come hell or high water, no matter what is done in front of them.
Yeah.
We've practiced this, damn it, we're going to run the play. I don't give a damn if that defender is standing right next to the person I'm supposed to pass it. Or they'll run the play, the first part of it, and then after that, it's every man for
And sometimes
itself.
it be forgetting.
I've never seen a group of kids grab rebounds and just go right up with it. My son pulled up on the break 1-on-3. Pulled up, launched a 3.
Felt it. He felt good.
But I don't know how you do it, man. I walked away. I'm sitting in a 23-21.
Well, my guys were already more than it was the Houston Hoops. It was up.
These kids driving me crazy, man. Driving me nuts watching these games. Oh, no, you did it, man.
Well, but here you are in your fortress of solitude, your solace here, which is the drive. So we'll get out of your way so you can do that. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Appreciation again to D&M Auto Leasing for the crosstalk. But now the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and you see us on YouTube and Twitch. Those of you as well on the text line. Hello. How you doing? If you see young Tyler, and you see me in that chain. I tell you, it does. It's a different look, man. It's a different look. Tell you, man.
The showman.
I did.
No doubt, man. That chain's doing it for you, huh?
I didn't think that until y'all said something about it. And I said, "Well,
is that my boy Ron?"
You're right. You ain't lying. By the way, Clint, I don't know you're built to coach Little League, Clint.
No, I know I'm not.
No, he's not.
I don't think
no offense, Dirty Red.
I know I'm not. Like I sit there sometimes and shout out to Jesse, our coach. Jesse be over there just. I saw Jesse rip a timeout clip and walk around the bench. Just took a walk before he had to say something else to the kids. But no, I think Clint would have lost his spot. He would feel bad about it afterwards.
There's no quick fuse. I mean, I can tell you, if I tell you how many parents I pissed off just in no competition involved. It's just camp and instructions, and I got parents coming to me. Like I had D1, the training facility, like where I used to do all my camps. They'd come to me like, "Hey, Clint, man, we got a parent that's upset. Can you come talk to him?" Yeah, I ain't got no problem talking to him. And the bad thing was too. One of them was a kid that was a pretty good little athlete, but I was just on him. I was staying on him because there's some talent there. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's one of the better kids. He didn't show up the next day. His daddy showed up and said, he ain't coming because Clint was too hard on him. Video games is the devil. Tell Daddy if he wants to talk, we can talk after this camp.
Did he come up? Never heard. Just ended it, huh?
I heard through the grapevine he just didn't appreciate my tone when I talked to his kid.
it's just something, boy. You walk out there and you know. I've watched them in practice. I know they've gone over this, and then they walk out there, Clint, when the whistle is blown, and then just go off and do something else, and that just costs you. Just costs these kids. Man, these kids were pressing, Clint. Kids was pressing, and for some reason, person in the back end just didn't feel the need to be in the back.
Back here watching butterflies.
Oh, just letting people. No, then he just
came up.
He came on up.
You're the safety, son.
They got multiple guys, and I watched Jesse over there in the corner just because I'm losing it. I'm sitting there. I'm on in the stands. Somebody get back. and then you get to a point, Clint. The only kid you can go off on is your own.
Yeah, that's right.
And so
taking that on Trey.
He's on the bench. Guys, Trey, run him. Get in the. That's not my job. I'm up front. I don't care. You know I'm yelling at.
You're behind the glass to watch watch camp.
I know, and I'm usually not that bad. It was the three. Just let the guy get behind you and result the two or three layups that got me. Whenever I feel that hand go on my back from Courtney, I know that
you settle down.
Yeah.
A woman's touch, man.
Settle down. Just
a woman's touch.
I would. I'd love to. Clint would just exhaust all his timeouts just to have conversations with people.
What did
we just go over? What did we just go over?
Hey, I firmly believe in it. We had a good friend of mine was a businessman. I trained his son, and he had started his own little league, soccer, baseball, football, everything. Had fields and everything, and he was a hard ass. Just in a way of like, hey man, you're gonna be on time. We're gonna show up. We're gonna coach you hard. We're gonna play hard. We're gonna be held accountable. And he coached the hell out of them. And everybody in town, he was the only group like that. Around here it's common, right? It's so competitive around here. But parents used to come to me and be like, man, Clint, we got asked to play out there with Greg, and I said, what's the alternative? You show up when you want to. Your kid goes out there wearing whatever the hell he wants to. He doesn't listen. He doesn't get any better. So you make the decision. You want to go somewhere where you're going to get better? You might not like the tone, or do you want to go somewhere and waste your money and your time? And but like around here, it was
just Greg.
Oh, it was just Greg there. It was just Greg back there, boy. It was
Greg.
Yeah, man.
It's old Greg here.
The old don't talk to my kid like that. That stuff is.
And it goes a little far. Someone texted in. My parents loved when a stranger coached the hell out of me.
My mom would scream from the bleachers at me. I'd be on the mound crying because the ump's not calling strikes or what I thought was a strike. And she's yelling to me to dry it up, you titty baby.
That's pitiful.
Yelling from the stands, embarrassing me even more.
Dry it up,
titty baby.
I got no use for you.
I could see Linda feeling that thought.
I hit a home run or something, and I'd be peacocking a little bit. She'd, get your ass in the dugout. Put some mustard on that hot dog. Get him back in that dugout.
I'll come over there and whoop that ass.
She'd be ripping me.
I bet her grandkids could do everything they wanted.
I just got a picture. I just got a picture of a 16-month-old sleeping, and she's talking about how impressive it is. I'm like, she's sleeping. What are we doing here, Ma?
All right. Our guy, the captain, Joe Espada, he did speak earlier, or he spoke after yesterday's game, and I do want to get to that, but I want to kick this thing off as the Astros, they scored one run yesterday. They lose 5-1. Now, it wasn't because they didn't have traffic. They had 8 hits, by the way, or 9 hits. 8 of them were singles, 1 double.
It's not ideal.
But they weren't able to break this thing open. 6th inning was the one that really stuck out. They couldn't get it going. But before we hear from the captain, Joe Espada, I do want to get kind of this conversation started with this. Do you get the sense of what's happening right now with the Astros off right now, or do you think this is a real problem? I know, Clint. We've got some. Hey, it's early. That's fine. However you want to dive
Shut
into
the hell up.
It's early.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you.
But I'm asking right now, do you get the sense that this is just a bad stretch? Because I know what the captain thinks. Do you get a sense that this is the bad stretch, or do you think, no, this is a problem? Like, this is an issue that they're going to have to deal with the rest of the way unless they make some sort of a change. I know it looks a lot worse without Yordan Alvarez in the lineup, but let's just be honest, they have been scuffling and struggling offensively to be consistent even with him in it.
We'll get out of this little funk.
Yeah, we'll see. Here is actually the captain, Joe Espada, talking about the offense and what they're seeing from, or what he's seeing from his guys at the plate.
Yeah, as long as the quality is there, I'm fine, because I know that we're going to get some big hits. Our offense has not gotten hot yet, and we playing 500 baseball. Our pitching is doing a really good job. Our bullpen is doing a really phenomenal job keeping us in game. We just got to be patient and continue to move forward and continue to fight, because we'll turn around. We'll get hot here soon.
Right, turn around. We'll get hot here soon. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, clearly the captain, Joe Espada, believes this is just a bad stretch.
We'll get hot here soon.
They'll get hot soon. They're going to get hot. They're going to get going. Where are you?
There's no doubt it's a bad stretch. I mean, when you look at, like yesterday, I don't know that it was as terrible a performance as it may look. I mean, you still had guys
they just couldn't get the big hit.
They just couldn't get hit right at the right time, and you got Pena swinging it well. You got Yainer Diaz coming around. You got Jake Myers is over 300, and for what that's worth, we'll see if it lasts this year. See if it actually sticks, and he can take that next step. So I mean, we're talking about guys like Altuve, like Yordan Alvarez, Christian Walker. Paredes had 2 hits yesterday. So I mean, we're talking about 2 or 3 guys that are literally the core and the what should be the most productive guys on the team have just not hit stride yet. You can say Altuve did out of the gate and he slowed a little bit, but you look at Christian Walker, who had a hit yesterday, I believe. But you look at Christian Walker and you look at Yordan Alvarez. Those two, no team is going to have the 2 biggest bats in your lineup relative to power and production. Those 2 guys should be right in the middle, and they should be carrying a load. And the reality of it is they haven't. And so I just think it's a bad stretch. I think those 2 guys, I think Christian Walker continues to come around. I think at some point in time, Yordan Alvarez is going to wake up and swing it better, and I think the Astros will be fine. I think it's just a bad stretch.
So you don't think this is an extended problem?
No. I'm encouraged with. I said this from jump, guys, and now I didn't say this in a thought that it doesn't matter what Yordan Alvarez and Altuve and all these up, man. This season's going to go as Yainer Diaz and Jeremy Pena go. And I think Yainer's starting to swing it better, and Pena's hotter than a firecracker, and he's moved up to where he's leading off in the lineup. I think that's a huge plus for the Astros. I think it's a very encouraging sign for the Astros. Look, if Christian Walker, and really if Yordan Alvarez for damn sure, but if Yordan Alvarez and Christian Walker don't swing the bat at, let's just say, the way we've seen them swing it in the past, the Astros are going to be Cancun in this thing pretty quick. I don't care if it's early in the season, middle of the season. Those 2 guys are going to have to produce big time down the stretch and big time when the games matter more. But the ancillary pieces, all the others, if you will, hell, they're swinging it well.
Yeah, Jake has kind of lost his mind to start. DeZenzo, these nuts, is the only one who didn't have a hit yesterday in the lineup.
These nuts.
Listen,
I mean, Dubon's got a 7-game hitting streak. I mean, these. I mean,
listen, I don't think it is going to be as bad as it has been. Right? I will be blown away and damn near in thoughts of maybe really reevaluating myself if Yordan Alvarez stays in this funk the rest of the way if he's healthy. Right? That one I feel pretty good about, and we'll see about Christian Walker. I will continue to say I have that PTSD about that position and that age and someone coming over and doing what the plays level that he has played. He will get back there. My thing is, I don't think they're going to be as bad as they are, but I also don't think that they're going to be ever considered a really good offensive team. Like I think they are going to maybe have their stretches, but they're going to be a team that seems to depend on pitching right now, as even if they kind of start getting going. Because a couple of things for me, Clint, there's just a lot of guys in this lineup that we don't have a history of that You don't know. And we see how much they're switching in and out of the lineup. That makes a lot of sense. Like Dubon is as you said, has got a 7-game hitting streak, has done all right. But we'll see how many at-bats he gets. Cam Smith, obviously the rookie. Jake Myers is out of his mind right now, but history says he may slow up a bit. Like, there's some guys within the thing that just don't, bring what you've seen and in the past from a lengthy lineup. And the other part is they don't seem to score runs other ways. Like, they don't run. They got one person that generally that may run and steal bases and put pressure on the base pass, and that's Jeremy Pena. But outside of that, there's not a lot of, hey, man, I'm going to get a walk or get a single, and I might steal a base to get myself to second, and then somebody
they don't
manufacture runs.
You're
no,
right.
they don't. And so I think that's going to be something that this team's going to have to get better at. Like some of these cats down here, you have to get guys over. Like this, I'm not a big proponent of that, but when you look at this team and this lineup, like DeCenzo ought to be able to lay down a bunt or pull somebody over to hit it to the right side to get a runner over to third. Jake ought to be able to do that. Cam needs to be able to do that. They just got a bunch of guys, to me, that it isn't like, hey, man, I'm confident we know exactly what they're going to do, and they're going to drive in runs, hit the ball over the wall, and they don't manufacture, as you said, runs. That's to me where I'm like, no, it ain't going to be this bad, but it ain't going to be great, though I don't ever think.
That is where, and this scares me, and it might not you, hell, you got him tabbed as a captain, but that is where, to me, Joe Espada has to be a difference maker. Like the whole, which I'm just being critical of Joe here with his comments, but the
trying
whole,
to do the best I can.
Yeah, the whole we'll get hot, man. We'll get hot. Just be patient. We'll get hot. Like that is
baby.
That's I've been to 7 straight ALCSs and that's that mentality. I don't know that's gonna continue to be the path for the Astros, is to talk about, boy, we're getting good at bats and we'll get hot at some point in time. To your point, like, man, I would think that manufacturing some runs is going to be. I mean, hell, I think any team needs it, but I would think the thinner your margin of error gets, the more games you play with no production from Yordan Alvarez, Christian Walker not being what you thought he was, at least out of the gate. You got to lean into some of that stuff, and to me, that's coaching. Like you got because I think they can all move somebody over. Now, whether they should or not is a different question. But we're talking about major league hitters here. If you can't bunt somebody to second or bunt somebody to third or push the ball the other direction to get a run home, like, I mean, damn, man, what are we doing?
Text line coming through. It's the new Astros. Peak is over. You got that right, show. Preach, baby. They have to start doing something. Like, to me, and I think you brought up a good point of, this feels like a guy that's, they've been to 7 straight ALCSs, and this is the type of lineups they've had.
Calm, yeah.
But my thing is, I think if your mindset of the team was different, Clint, you get 8 hits, even if they're singles. You get 9 hits, and 8 of them are singles. If your mindset is, let's manufacture a few of these, like, you would be in a better situation to maybe have runners in scoring position or have someone at third when some of those hits come up instead of the let's get the big inning.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that's a mindset that some of these guys have to shift from, because they just, especially Yordan out of the lineup, like, you get 8 if your mindset is, all right, let's take some chance. Like, they didn't have anyone even attempt a stolen base yesterday.
Yeah.
That, like, not even attempt one. So they're going to have to, I think, reshuffle things to find other ways to score runs than the way they had.
I'd be down with it. I love it.
Yeah.
I love watching that kind of baseball now.
Well, this is more action out there. All right, coming up, the Rockets, they are having their end of the season press conference with Ime Udoka, the head coach, and Rafael Stone, the general manager. And there is one big decision they have to make, and they got to make that sucker in the next couple of days. We'll discuss what that is and where they should go with that decision coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out now. Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know all about it.
610. The Texans play here. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I don't think I've ever heard this one in the rotation right here. I'm surprised it's a little bit with this number here.
A little Metallica for you on
Was
a
that
Tuesday.
what that was?
A little whiskey in the jar.
That was. Okay. Didn't have it.
That'll wake you up.
Yeah, there you go.
Pretty great cover of an old Irish drinking tune.
When I
didn't take you as a Metallica historian.
I didn't have that.
That's
I would not have had that.
Me neither.
I thought you may have appetite for destruction, but I would not have gone in deeper into that.
Some music my pops raised me on.
I was about to say that feels like something your dad didn't jumped in on.
Yeah, definitely got it from the pops.
By the way, update, went for a little walk run. Got me about 2 miles in today.
Nice.
Did listen to some music.
Did you? You went music. How'd you feel about it?
Man, I like kind of being your own DJ.
I didn't feel bad about it. I don't know why. I got really into a real Rick Ross lane for some
solid one to be in.
I don't know why, but got into a real Rick Ross lane and let it rip a little bit. Felt all right.
Whoa.
I did get to a podcast 30 minutes in, and it switched over. But
you just can't help yourself, can you?
Yeah, but I started with bad.
Man, I kind of like knowing I was your own personal and only DJ.
You were. It did add up a little bit.
I feel like I give the theme music to your life.
In and out of breaks, you sure do. Right, that is it. All right, down at Toyota Center as the Rockets, their season ended Sunday night. As I know, many of you listening, if not all of you listening, and them there were wishing they were preparing to face the Minnesota Timberwolves here at Toyota Center tonight. But obviously, they will have to wait until next year to kind of see if they can make the next move in the postseason. But they did speak today, and we'll have some of that audio coming up for you in a little bit. But they did speak today at their end of the year media session, and a couple of things obviously was asked about moves for next year, right? And a couple of things that was said was from Rafael Stone, the general manager, Clint. I think continuity is very, very likely. Plan A has always been to develop our own group, says Rafael Stone. He also said when talking about potential up, we're in, nobody's untouchable. Nobody's untouchable, but we deeply value everyone on our roster. We have those picks, and we accumulated them so we could draft guys or upgrade our current roster. We'll see what makes sense, the most sense, going into the offseason. So there is some words there from the general manager, Rafael Stone, and saying continuity is very likely, but nobody is untouchable.
Well, look, once you get through the building phase, it's easy to have these kind of conversations. And to know that Ime Udoka had the ability to win and improve through the building phase of the organization, and not just roster. We're talking culture. We're talking about everything involved with a winning organization, right? They're on the backside of that. What is that, year 2 for Ime Udoka here in Houston? They got significantly better in year 1. They went to the playoffs, took Golden State to 7. Game 7 this year. There's no doubt about it. It's a lot easier right now to talk about, boy, we like homegrown, we like to develop our own, because that's where they're at right now. We're on the positive side of that thought, and so, I like the way a lot like the way Nick Caserio built things is behind the scenes. Getting the bad apples out, getting the guys that would buy in and commit and love football or love basketball, yada, yada, yada. You get the point. All that stuff is, people poo-poo it all the time, minimize it all the time. But the reality on the flip side of it, when you get 2 years into this thing, and I think they've done that really, really well. The bottom line is, Ron, we all know, they know that this team right here is not going to compete for a title. It don't matter if it don't matter.
The one that's constructed right now.
Yeah, it's just not. It's not going to compete for a title. There's not enough firepower on this basketball team to compete for a title. There's not enough firepower to overcome a beat down, exhausted, aging Golden State Warriors team. And so they've got to make a huge stride, assuming they want to win a title. They got to make a huge stride between now and the time the next offseason starts. And you can't sit here and tell me that that's going to come via development in the offseason.
No, not alone. Not alone, right?
Nope.
Now, he said untouchable. I think Amen Thompson's untouchable. I would be.
Well, I think he was talking about Durant, and I think he's like going and getting somebody, right?
I thought.
I think he was talking about like nobody's untouchable from. I didn't hear the question, but the way I heard the answer is they can go get anybody.
I just heard him say the business we're in, nobody's untouchable, but we are deeply.
Well, you're right. Maybe I didn't hear the question, but that makes sense.
I would say Amen Thompson would be on the list of the untouchable for me personally. Would be on the list for the untouchable. I don't know about anybody.
To me, it really depends on how you want to play, right? I mean,
I don't. For me, no matter how I want to play, I want him on it. I think he can play whichever way.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, that's fine. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that. I'm trying to figure out. I mean, there's a way that Şengün, he just showed. I mean, you got to be higher now than you were, 2 weeks ago on Şengün when the playoffs started. And assuming that you're not going to – I mean, assuming that whatever move you make is going to be complimentary to, or he is going to be complimentary to, I got to believe he's somewhat untouchable. Unless it's a move where you're going, hey, we don't need that center. We don't need that piece. We don't like that style of play. He's not going to blend with this monster move we're fixing to make. He may be another one that's untouchable for me.
I think there are only 3 guys that are even in the conversation of the untouchable thing, and I feel like it's really down to 2 now, because I think Jalen Green has, as we walked into the playoffs, it would be those 3 guys. And some semblance, you would think probably 2 of them probably would still be here, and maybe 1. And to me, Amen was at the top of the list of the 3. I think Jalen Green has played himself out of that. And because to me, if Giannis, like the 2 names that you hear the most are Giannis and Durant. Well, I think Amen Thompson would not be included, or I'd hang up the phone if they tried to include him in either one of those trades. We can go anywhere other place, because I think he can play with both of them.
He's complimentary.
Now, when it's Giannis, I could see how Şengün is included in that, because I don't know if I want them playing together. I can see that, right? Just like if it's Durant, you can see Jalen being attached in a deal with it. So. For me, it's just him. But listen, this to me, we're talking about this earlier, Clint. I think to me, this is more of also them playing the game of, hey, we know all the other teams and looking and listening, and we don't want to appear or feel like we are in desperation mode, even though it feels like everybody knows that they need to make a move for a score. But they're saying, hey man, we're in a good spot. We're in good shape. We want to make a move, we'll make one. If we don't, we don't. We can still roll with this thing. So I think they are going to make a move, but we'll see. We'll see what they do and hear a little bit more for what else Udoka had to say, as well as Rafael Stone in that press conference. As we continue coming up, we've talked a lot about a couple of positions for this team, but maybe we need to simplify things with the Texans. We've talked all about these things. Maybe we need to simplify what this thing is really about and where it's going to come from if this team gets to its goals that they want to achieve. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Underdog Fantasy is available in our great state of Texas. It's right. I've been playing it for a while and won a little bit of money. Wife's even won a few dollars here, y'all.
You sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in, beautiful people here as we are live on The Drive. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, hello, we see you out there. And you should be able to see us as well. And you're on the text line, 713-572-4610. We also believe and appreciate you joining us, and you can be a part of the show that way. All right, Clint. All right, we've talked a lot, guys. We've talked about the burning issues with this team, right? We've talked about the offensive line, which was the number one issue and the number one concern and thing that needed to change when the offseason ended.
They're all fixable.
We talked about the wide receiving core, which was right after that in many cases for us, and we talked about how they could feel it when we went through free agency. And we've gone through the draft, and we've gone through all kinds of things. And now we are settled in seeing what looks like is probably the last of the major moves that are going to be made. There may be somebody that's picked up, but I would imagine the last opportunity for major moves being made was the draft. And we are here. But we talked about a lot of those things, Clint, but usually this league, as you've played it and covered it and watched it, Clint, is not generally led by some of those things that we've been talking about. We generally know what it comes down to in most cases.
Head coaches, play callers, and quarterbacks. And when you look at the Texans right now, I believe the talent is good enough to make a Super Bowl run or to, let's just call it, let's say, to be considered a team that has legit Super Bowl expectations. I don't think that of the team, but inside that building, I think it's very, very likely and real and justifiable to go ahead that we feel like we can make a serious run with, right? And I think it boils down. This thing boils down to three things. That is C.J. Stroud. And the coordinator thing is real, but nobody's going to feel sorry for C.J. Stroud if this Nick Caley thing flops, right? I mean, it's at some point, we talked about this last year, at some point in time, C.J. Stroud has to take the bull by the horns. He has to demand that he has more control at the line of scrimmage on the field. He's got to be the fixer, as you call it, but you've called it for years, or called it the quarterback for years. Is he that guy? He's got to be that guy, right? He's got to be the communicator, right? It's things about C.J. Stroud, and does he understand how to protect himself if the protection's not there? Does he understand how to make his offensive coordinator right? Does he understand how to communicate to make sure the protection, at least everybody knows who they have, how they're going to get there, and then does he have the ability to identify the free runner, the free blitzer? Can he get the ball out on time? This thing is first and foremost about C.J. Stroud. And then it does go to Nick Caley, because I think if we're talking Super Bowl, right? If we're talking Super Bowl and not just fixing problems, Nick Caley has to be next level. Nick Caley, he doesn't have the freedom to be a first-year play caller and get this team where they need to go. He has got to absolute sideline for C.J. Stroud, for Nico Collins, for Joe Mixon, for Dalton Schultz. I've given Dalton Schultz hell, but the truth of the matter is he's got to be put in position to play to his strengths, and that is all Nick Caley. And then the third part of this thing is DeMeco Ryans. They have invested in the defense. DeMeco is obviously the head coach. He's a defensive-minded head coach. He's one of the best play callers in the game, and I said it when he got hired. If you're going to hire DeMeco Ryans, you better year in, year out have one of the top NFL defenses, and it better be real. It better not just be some fluke of a bunch of, you had a good pass rush, you got a bunch of turnovers one year, and it all stemmed from that. No, it's three layers up front, the linebacker level and in the secondary, you better be the real deal. And they have built the roster. They've invested. They've got, there's proof out there watching this team and how good they actually are. And those are the three pieces, Ron, that I think are going to have major impacts on whether the Texans are ever taken serious about being a Super Bowl contender. We can talk about, well, I don't like how they replace him offensive line. I don't like how they fix the problem. I don't like this. I don't like that. What about the wide receiver depth? What about the RB2? What about the tight end? What about, hey, man, they've got dudes. Every year there's several teams in this league do more with less. Every year there's several teams in this league that don't have great protection. Pat Mahomes didn't have great protection last year, and it ended up biting him in the ass. Where? In the Super Bowl. Right? Now, you know it bit him in the ass several times throughout the year, but it didn't keep him from getting to a Super Bowl, winning the AFC again and getting to a Super Bowl. And so Stroud, Caley, and D'Amico Ryans are guys that they have to do more with less. They have to be great. They have to be fixers. They have to be weapons. And if they do, then the Texans got a real chance to make a big-time run this year. If they don't, we're middle of the pack like it appears everybody expects you to be.
Listen, I don't think that they need to have to look at having things go the way it did last year when it comes to a lot of the issues of protection and all of that, because I don't think a lot of people can sustain that. But the thing that did not happen, and this is however it went down, with whether people weren't together, people weren't on the same page, people weren't what's PJ Fleck talk about, the boat?
Rowing the boat.
Yeah, it wasn't rowing the boat all together.
Are we all rowing the boat or somebody drilling holes in the bottom?
No matter what it was, the thing that didn't happen was it wasn't made easier or helped by those other entities that you're talking about. By the head coach, by the play caller, and Tyrant Bobby, and by the quarterback. Right, you know what I'm saying? Again, I don't think you want that to occur again. It was many times, but it was not helped and made easier for those positions, right? Like you brought up the Chiefs, and I know many of you would love to hear that talked about. But Clint, they were able to limp it all the way to the point where the dam broke. Texans are an amazing front seven when it comes to especially rushing the passer. And the Chiefs somehow were able to hold up enough with their offensive line situation to be able to make it through, even though Will Anderson tried to kill Patrick Mahomes and dominate the game multiple times. But they were able to limp it, but a lot of it was because Andy Reid, who is the coach and play caller, and Patrick Mahomes helped them in ways to not make it worse. The Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes was awful and didn't help it. And Andy didn't help it either. But the Texans can kind of get away from and avoid that. If there's going to be issues. And right now, looking at the offensive line and looking at the minimal changes that have gone through, there is still a chance that the offensive line is not just going to be Detroit. And that it's not something that you can just, all right, we know they're going to take care of that, and CJ can just play and Joe can just run. There's probably going to be some things that they're going to need to be helped or, hidden. And can CJ on the field, Nick Caley, play caller, D'Amico Ryans, keep this thing together to where like it isn't as bad as it was last year?
Well, there's no excuse for it to be as bad as it was last year. That's the thing with Bobby. That look, I don't think Bobby was that bad of a play caller. But I do think it was blatantly obvious, and it's unacceptable if you're D'Amico Ryans to look up and have the Kansas City game end the way that it ended when we can point out the Minnesota game early in the season was the same damn problem. And so Ryans, Bobby Slowick, and everybody, you keep going to the press conference to say, oh, it's all fixable. Oh, all we got to do is execute.
They're all fixable.
That is unacceptable. Right, we as a fan base, ain't nothing we could do. But you should be disgusted if you hear D'Amico Ryans talking about it's all fixable, or if you hear Nick Caley talk about it's all fixable. No, it's not. It's not. It's bad scheme that you refuse to fix. That you just kept pressing that square peg round hole, and it bit your ass again 15 weeks later when it mattered the most. And that's what That is the number one job of a coach. Let's talk about DeMeco Ryans. We talk about Bobby if you want to. His ass is gone. We can talk about Nick Caley if you want to, but we don't have a clue what Nick Caley is. DeMeco Ryans has to hold these guys to a standard of it's not okay to walk in here and tell me that we got a roster full of professionals and it's all about execution. Clearly, the communication's breaking down. The coaching sucks. The scheme sucks. Something's got to be fixed. It's unacceptable for DeMeco Ryans, being the head coach, to allow the offense to be what they were last year. And what I'm talking about is the same problems never being resolved.
And that's my biggest thing when you talk about where does it come in with DeMeco is I see some people, how are you putting this on DeMeco? And to me, as I see some people text it in, my thing with the part with DeMeco is, yes, I think those guys are going to handle the offensive stuff. But to me, a big part that it appears that we're hearing and seeing is there was some sort of multiple important pieces in the offense, right, where the quarterback and the play caller weren't on the same page. And maybe the play caller and maybe some of the coaches on the offensive side weren't on the same page, or the play caller and the offensive line coach weren't. And the offensive, that part there is, I think that part does fall in DeMeco's.
Well, no, but here's the deal. DeMeco is the head coach. DeMeco is a defensive-minded head coach. The most difficult thing he's going to do is to consistently push a top-notch offense out there that he can win with. And DeMeco has now hired 2 offensive coordinators that have zero experience calling plays. So you're damn right it's on DeMeco. Like DeMeco, you can't. That's what I'm saying. DeMeco Ryans cannot push to I can't hear. They can't be all the communication sucks. That's football 101, man. I don't care if you're a defensive-minded head coach or not. For your quarterback to not have control. For your quarterback to go several games in a season getting his damn head knocked off, and he doesn't have control, and I'm talking about control at the line of scrimmage to tell the offensive line which direction to go and know who's hot so he knows whether he's got to scramble or who he throws to. It was unacceptable how many times it was an absolute jailbreak up front. The guys didn't know who they were going to block. CJ didn't know who the hell was free and who was supposed to be picked up. It was unacceptable. DeMeco Ryans should have nipped that in the bud mid-season and should not have ever let it become a problem. It's football 101. I'm all about a defensive-minded head coach staying out of the way of the offense. I mean, let the guys coach. But when you hire an offensive coordinator that's never done it before, you've got to check boxes as a head coach. If communication sucks, you've got major issues.
And clearly it did.
You've got if your quarterback is playing, if you're constantly talking about being aggressive and driving the ball down the field, and this 5-headed monster, and halfway through the season he's getting his ass knocked off, and he's the most pressured quarterback in the league, you've got problems, and a defensive-minded head coach has to nip that in the bud. Right? So that's why I say it's no longer. Nick Caley may be good, he may not be worth a damn. DeMeco Ryans cannot let communication be a problem. DeMeco Ryans cannot let an offensive coordinator that's never called plays not adjust at just an acceptable level throughout the season to give yourself a chance to win. This is going to turn on DeMeco if those very basic football 101 things don't get nipped in the bud. There's no excuse. So it is on DeMeco. It absolutely 100% is on DeMeco.
All right, coming up as we continue here on the drive, the Rockets. We heard the end of they're having their end of season press conference. They've got to move to make a decision on Fred VanVleet. By May 9th, they've got a decision to make on his team option. What should they do here? We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on the drive.
For many of y'all out there, it's already happening now. Your hair's thinning, your crown's disappearing. Hell, hair loss.
Odyssey Sports Station.
A succulent Tuesday.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line come through, said, Clint, man, you got to get over this. Never called plays before. Plenty of bad offenses have been run by experienced guys. Chip Kelly had several bad NFL offenses on his resume.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, it's a tough ass job. Even the ones that have been really good at it before can suck from time to time. And sorry if I don't have a little bit of PTSD when the first play caller didn't work. Not play caller with no experience didn't work out, and you just bring another one, roll another one right back in here with the same mindset as the last. And shame, hey, look, shame on me that I'm a little bit concerned about the play caller. Shame on me.
Just not looking at it the right way.
Yeah, I mean that's
Flip
fine.
it over.
That's fine. Look at it however you want to look at it. I can tell you right now
He's never failed.
Who hasn't?
Nick Caley as a play caller.
Well, I mean, he's never.
No, but again, you're not looking at it the right way. You're looking at the way he doesn't have any experience. He's never failed.
Yeah, that's fair.
And he's been around guys who have been great.
Been around a lot of greats. So had Bobby.
So
that's same. I mean, so are you talking about Bobby or are you talking about Nick Caley? Oh, my bad. Yeah, no, look, it is the reality of what the Texans are.
But he's been around
right
two of them.
That's right, New England and LA. Yeah, look, it's just the reality of the situations that is the Houston Texans right now. View it however you want to view it, but the reality of it is we can talk about draft, we can talk about free agency, we can talk about Laramie Tunsil, no Laramie Tunsil, we can talk about wide receiver room depth. We can talk about backup running backs. We can talk about adding a boatload of talent to the defense and having a top defense in this league. If the Houston Texans are going to be a serious contender in the playoffs and not just a team that wins the division, gets you to 9-10 wins, and makes you happy that you play beyond the regular season, if they're going to be a real threat to a Super Bowl, C.J. Stroud's got to be the best version of himself. C.J. Stroud's got to make everybody around him better, including his offensive coordinator who's never called plays before, including the offensive line that doesn't have near the talent that last year's offensive line had, including the wide receiver room that doesn't appear to have the proven players, the proven wide receivers that last year's group did. C.J. Stroud's got to be the fixer. And when it boils down to it, if you're going to make a Super Bowl run, you're going to be a real weapon in the playoffs, Nick Caley can't be baggage that C.J. Stroud is. Nick Caley's got to be a weapon. And there's no excuses for this offense not to be fixed. And I'm just talking about the football 101, communication, pass protection, effective run game, tight ends that can do a little bit. There's no, that is on D'Amico Ryans to make sure that part is nipped in the bud. That's it. I mean, you make of it what you want. View it however you want. You want to get real excited about Nick Caley, having never seen, him do the job that I believe is, from a coaching perspective, one of the most difficult things in all of coaching, calling offensive plays, game planning, scheming, calling offensive plays, managing a game, putting players consistently in position to win versus asking them to play with their weaknesses. That's a tough-ass job. It's a scary job for a lot of guys. We'll see how Nick Caley ends up.
A job that Nick Caley has yet to fail at.
That's right. Correct. Tyler, I need you to bookmark this. Ron is planting his flag.
Cheryl. Now, he also has not done it yet, but he is yet to fail.
You're right. You are very right.
Yet to fail. Right there. All right. The Fred VanVleet situation is interesting. So the Rockets have until May 9th, and yesterday was May 5th, your boy's birthday, so that means today is May 6th. So they have until May 9th to decide, Clint, on his $45 million team option for the 2025 season. If they do not do so at that point, now they will have early rights first to be able to get a deal done, but he would become a free agent, Clint. And I just want to in context, because I do wonder, do you all feel like Fred VanVleet is somebody that they need to bring back, and that the best way that you know you can bring him back, that you don't have to worry about any free agency, is by go ahead and picking up that $45 million team option. I guess that's the first part. Do you feel like Fred is somebody that they need to make a priority to bring back on this team? And I just want to say, if they were to pick up the 45 and go up and jump from the 42 he's making right now, I just want to make sure you all know that Fred VanVleet is the 20th highest paid player in basketball right now. Just want to sink that in right now, that he is the 20th highest paid player in basketball. But this, if he takes this, would put him next year making more than guys like Kyrie Irving, Anthony Edwards, who should be the MVP, SGA, Maxey in Philly, Anthony Davis. Kelly made more than Luka did last year. Like, these are guys that he would be making more money than next year. Jalen Brunson, he would be making almost $20 million more than Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson will make $26 million next year. He would make $45. They can't pick this up, right?
Look, coming from a guy that just had to apologize to Fred VanVleet.
And I mean, pull it together.
I mean, I've never been more of a fan of Fred VanVleet than I am right now. No, you can't pay that. I mean, I'm just looking at if that number would make him the third highest paid point guard.
Is that what it would?
He would be paid more. Steph Curry and Tyrese Halliburton, more than Dame Lillard, more than Luka, more than Trae Young, more than LaMelo Ball, more than Tyrese Maxey, Kyrie Irving, Ja Morant. I mean, that would be, good God, that'd be $10 million more than SGA. So look, I'm with you on that. I mean, there's got to be a ceiling on Fred VanVleet. I know he was knocked down the last 3 games, or 3 of the last 4 games against Golden State, and he was the reason that you even had a chance. But the reality of it is
he outplayed Steph for 3 games.
Yeah. I mean, but reality of it is, like he was not creating and getting buckets. I mean, he was knocking down open shots and knocking them down at a high clip. And so I don't want to minimize it, but he's still not the creator that you need. And I don't know how, when you look at what the Rockets still need on top of whatever they decide to do with everybody else, what they still need, I don't know how you do that paying Fred VanVleet $45 million a year. It's just 1 year.
It's just 1
year, but that doesn't make sense to me. No, I don't know how you.
Even if it's just 1 year, it's not hey man, we got to go for it. And the way we got to go for it is make sure we keep Fred for 45.
Right.
That can't be. So I see some people texting in, would love to have him, but not at he doesn't get an offer that much in free agency. No, he's not going to in free agency, and you can get him back cheaper. The only thing is, if you really want Fred, like, there could be a team that goes out there and offers him more than what you'd be willing to pay. Right? Like Dylan Brooks is making $22 million next year. I mean, that feels like, to me, a Fred VanVleet range.
Ooh, you're going to take 20 from Fred, huh?
I'm sorry. I mean, guys, listen. Fred had an excellent games. What, 4, 5, and 6? Yeah, 7 was all right. He averaged 18, almost 19 a game, 4 rebounds, 4 assists on 43% shooting from 3 in the playoffs. That was his playoff. The regular season, he was at 14 points, 3.5 boards, 5.5 assists on 34% shooting from 3 last year during the 82-game regular season. Absolutely not.
Yeah, no,
that's a 20. That's Dylan Brooks. That's a $20 million. And I'll be honest with you. Like, to me, I understand the value of Fred. I think he embodies exactly what Udoka wants. But I'll be damned. I think they can go find. I mean, $45 million. They can get a couple of shooters for that. And to me, I think Amen Thompson is ready to take on more of a role of handling the ball. I think he is somebody that can initiate offense. And I don't care what they're saying right now. They are going to get somebody in this on this team, significant new piece. And I believe that person will also be somebody that handles the ball. And so even if you were to lose a Fred, I still think this team can roll and still have their playoff aspirations.
Well, I think you would have to, in order to make it make sense, I think you'd have to lean into the intangibles that come along with it, Ron. And that, even though that may be very, very real, you got a head coach that's got all the alpha you need. You've got. I think the way that Amen Thompson plays on the defensive end of the floor, the way a Dylan Brooks brings it every night, you got tone setters. You don't necessarily need Fred VanVleet to be that guy that is the veteran tone setter. And I say that expecting that you're going to bring a guy in here that is a super like elite player, and the hopes would be that guy would be the tone setter. That guy would be the final voice in the room, the biggest alpha in the room kind of deal. So the intangible, not to minimize what Fred brings to the floor, but that intangible I would think would not be as necessary as it has been the last couple of years. Like before Brandon Cooks went off the deep end over here with the rebuild of the through the cluster over here with Houston, this may be a bit of a stretch, but like before he went off the deep end, like his old hat, mature veteran, hard-working dude was important, right? But then once D'Amico and all these other guys, it's like, it's not needed anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
And then they have some younger guys that were ready to.
Yeah. And now I hate the way that it ended. I mean, that does not fit my. But you get at the point. The veteran that's going to fight through adversity, is going to work hard, is going to make your young guys better. That guy. There's some serious value there. But boy, once you get the surefire superstar in here, that guy's going to carry most of that weight.
Yeah. Someone texted in, the Rockets are most likely signing Fred VanVleet and restructure his deal and have him around $30 million per year, saving $30 million is too much.
Yeah.
I don't want to pay Fred $30 million for Fred.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on what you do offensively. Like, what are you going to do offensively?
Well, as I said, I think they are going to make a move to bring – it's not going to be just Fred and Jalen Green in the backcourt again. I think they're going to make a move to bring somebody else in. And to me, this team desperately needs shooting, and they need a big player. Those are two things they need. They need a player that can get you points at the end of the game, a player that you can trust that we've been talking about for the last several days, and they need shooting to go around that. And
not good enough.
To me, $30 million, again, to me, it just makes sense. He is averaging 14, 3, and 5. And he is not somebody that goes and just beats people off the dribble and can go create for himself and others right now to give him $30 million. A year. Just me personally.
Yeah.
I don't get a sense of that. In the 20s. We get in the mid 20s. Let's go. We can have that conversation. To me, still $30 million. I mean, still.
I don't know NBA contracts well enough to be talking
you
about.
You can look on there and you can see who's around the $30 million mark. And
but I can also see who's around 40 when some of these guys ain't got no business. He ain't the only one that ain't got no business.
Yes,
at 45.
but again, to me, you're running a good organization. If you're a good organization, the practice of paying, practice of giving him $45 million or even 30, to me. For me, I can't look at him and say, man, Jalen Brunson's in here making $26 million. We just gonna ride this thing out?
Yeah.
Get to 30?
Look, I think it depends heavily on what they do, and obviously, even the thought is that they're going to go out and get, a Giannis or a Kevin Durant. I mean, it just depends on how he fits into all that. The money obviously can't be 45, in my opinion. I don't know where he lands, but the money can't be 45.
Well, let me ask you, do you all think Amen Thompson's ready to play a point guard role? Do you think he's ready to – you don't think he's ready to play a point guard role? See, I do.
That behind-the-back spin up off the glass did it for me. That last game.
I don't. I think he has got one thing on his mind, and that is getting to the rack with the ball in his hand. I don't think he's facilitating anything.
Well, I think he showed some moments. I think he had about 5 or 6 assists in that game.
I think you watch more than I do. I think he's shown some promise. Yeah, but am I ready to put a stake in it?
Telling me now. All right, what we're going to come in here. Let's just theoretically.
I feel like Kobe.
He's on the floor. Kevin Durant's on the floor. Right, Dylan Brooks is on the floor. Am I ready for him to come in and initiate the offense?
Ooh, no,
and
I'm
again,
not.
I am. Oh,
Yeah, I'm not.
yeah, I'm over Fred making $30 and $40 million. Yes, I am.
A $45 million Fred, you'll take out. You'll bet on Amen.
Yeah, I am ready for him to at least take that role. Or as you could probably find somebody, a more veteran that maybe you feel more comfortable with that can take over that role. Maybe you find your version of a Mike Conley, right? Or something like that if you feel better or more comfortable to take over that role. Because Mike, a guy like that's not costing you 40. And if you want to put that next to him or whatever. But yeah, I'm sorry, man. I listen, Fred was, as you said, man, he worthy of your apology, played his ass off to kick this thing off, but we got to come way down. Like, I will be, the way that they have been able to run things here with the Rockets here over the last couple of years, I will be shocked off my ass if they pay that man $40 million.
Oh, I would too. I'd also be shocked if Amen Thompson's running the show next year.
I wouldn't. I think they do believe it.
Ooh.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think they're flexible to not have to do
Sure,
that.
yeah. They got options.
But I'm just saying, if it came down to it, we got to have. Well, I think you got at least a point guard in the wings.
My man reminds me of like, I think Trey's 10-year-old birthday back when you emptied a bag of basketballs and footballs out there, and they butted heads trying to get to him. He still got that in it to me, man. I'd be excited. I'd be here for it. It'd be fun as hell to watch.
He feels like I'm not scared of the basket version of what Ben Simmons was.
Ooh, you're going deep on me now.
Before, like, Ben Simmons was afraid of the basket when he was an All-NBA player. It feels like that is where he is. He's getting all right. Coming up, a little real or fake. We do this every Tuesday. I say a statement, and you let us know if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living now. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well, right? A lot of well right there. A lot of good stuff right there, man. It's a pretty simple concept. If you're out there and you're suffering from breathing problems, day and or night, let me get you undivided attention. You're going to want to hear this. I got the solution for you. Dr. Matoran is his name. I've been over to his clinic. I'm telling you, the office is tremendous. The staff is tremendous. They've got all the bells and whistles.
Best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive, and a lot to get to coming up here in just a bit. Real or fake? If you are not familiar with this segment, we do it each and every Tuesday. I give a statement, and you can text in as a part of YouTube and Twitch or on the text line 713-572-4610, and you can express yourself, either real or fake, and we'll do that here in just a bit. Somebody just texted in and said, Ron, I have a Blanton's that is 127 proof. Shout out to you. Hey, I did taste that Blanton. Shout out to our guy Joe who came out and hooked your guy up. I had that Blanton.
I thought I was going to get a pull off that.
I think you can, man. You got to come out to the crib.
Somehow you got out of there without opening that bottle, Tyler. What kind of man is that?
No, I mean,
bottle of Blanton's gets dropped off. He just
be honest, man. Everyone I talk to, man, that's a special occasion type.
You're right. That's
type
fair.
Whiskey, and I felt like, that
wasn't the occasion.
Well, that could have got away from it. There are a lot of people that might want to try to get a little taste of that, and that bottle might have
Yeah, that's fair.
I had that one on the birthday before we went out for the birthday celebration.
Oh, before y'all had a little rattler. You and the wife had a little shake.
Yeah,
okay.
Taste it. Yeah, it was smooth. It was, delicious. Very, very good, Tyler.
What'd Courtney think?
She loved it. She's a whiskey.
She dipped back in there. She dipped back in that.
I don't know.
Courtney,
She'll be down there by herself sometimes.
That's Ron's now.
She may have moved past that bullet.
Yeah, Courtney, you keep your hands off that Blanton's now. That's my boy Ron's.
I pushed it all the way in the back.
You didn't want her. You didn't want her to just be walking by and get a glimpse of it. Huh?
Got it pushed all the way to the back. There's a lot of. There's a lot of bottles.
That's one of them deals. That's one of them deals. You get you a good evening going on. You just go out to eat or something. Have you too many pops. You come on home. You continue drinking, and you look up there and you go, let's knock out that Blanton's, man. Yeah, and then you wake up the next day and you're like, damn, why'd I do that?
Knock that thing out. No, man, I got that thing set up. I got. You got to get through a center, couple of guards, couple of tackles, fullback, run, but you got to get through a whole lot to get to that bad boy. I got them bottles set up in front. All right, let's do it a little real or fake. Let's kick it off. Ime Udoka had a disappointing series against the Golden State Warriors. Ime against the Golden State Warriors. Real or fake?
I'd say real.
Ooh, really?
I'd say real. Yeah, look, his team came out flat in a Game 7 at home and messed the bed. His best player was I'm just going down the list of what his team was responsible for. His best player was ended up being a role player all but one game. We talked about it on this show multiple times. There was, I know, 2 games, if not 3 games, where you look up and you go, man, at the end of that game, that plan just seemed like let's face up Şengün from at the top of the key versus the number 3 the third best defender in football. I mean, in basketball, and let that really, didn't. You look at his team when you got, Jimmy Butler out for the game. The team goes out there and drops one to him. So yeah, I mean, look, there's some positives. Obviously, digging out of a 3-1 hole, but I think overall, I think I expected more in those big moments from Ime Udoka.
With his experience going to the finals before, facing that team. I think you're making a lot of sense. I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to say fake. The only thing that I was really disappointed in, because the crowd was rocking. Even though they wore those uniforms, I wasn't a fan of wearing them in that spot. But the crowd was rocking. It's odd they did that. The one thing that disappointed me with him was the Jabari Smith usage.
Yes.
That was the one thing to me where I never got. Game 7, I mean, outside of Fred, when Fred took off later in the series, I thought he was your second best perimeter shooter. Right, that was out there that could space the floor.
Absolutely.
I mean, my man doesn't get 20 minutes in games, I believe, 4 through 7, 5 through 7, 5, 6, and 7. He's under 20 minutes and 12 minutes in that last game, and they couldn't shoot. That was the only thing that I was disappointed in with him, really from a big point. But overall, man, that young team getting off the mat against Golden State, I thought he was all right. Someone said, "Is Jalen really their best player, or is it Amen Thompson?" Well, I mean, I don't think Jalen. I think there may be a couple of people in the line right now in front of Jalen after what he just showed. By the way, to that point, I mean, did he even really put together role player type stats, man? I mean, getting all them single-digit games, is that even role player good?
That's Buddy Hield, if you ever seen it.
I guess Buddy.
Potential to blow up, but probably won't.
It probably sit you with 7, 8, or 9.
Mm-hmm.
All right, real or fake? D'Amico Ryans is currently the best coach in Houston sports.
Absolutely. I mean, he's won a playoff game in both of his seasons. Took a franchise from one of the most dysfunctional professional sports franchises I've ever seen to 10 wins in the second round of the playoffs. I mean, his first year he drafts C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Hit it out of the damn park on both of those guys. We're not sitting here talking about trading one of those guys. I know Ime Udoka didn't draft Jalen, but I don't even think it's close. I think it's. I think it's D'Amico Ryans.
Well, I think we can clearly rule out the captain, Joe Espada, that we're going to do. We're going to rule that one out.
I think that's probably fair.
Tyler,
captain.
Where are you? Although he has been on the bench for a World Series. He is the only one that has a ring. But is it real or fake? D'Amico Ryans is currently the best coach in Houston sports.
Oh, I say that is very real. Very real. Now, I will say that I think ahead of the playoffs for the Rockets that just got wrapped up, obviously, I think it was a lot closer for me in my mind with Udoka and D'Amico Ryans. But I was disappointed with a lot of what Ime did or didn't do during that first round of the playoffs for the Rockets. So, yeah, it's D'Amico hands down.
It's interesting because when you start to look at all of it, like I think Kelvin Sampson would like to have a word in this. I think all of those, when I look at Kelvin, D'Amico, and Ime Udoka, they all had to come over and take right. And Udoka and now obviously what D'Amico has done, they've done it in a very short period of time where they've climbed to the top, close to the top of where they were. And Kelvin Sampson has done it with them, and now they're one of the top. I'm gonna go with Kelvin Sampson as they're one of the top.
I think that's
programs
fair.
In college basketball, and now he's he's kept this thing going for years and years now. So I'm gonna say it's fake and go with Kelvin Sampson. All right, real or fake? Tank Dell will make a big impact on the 2025 season for the Texans?
Will make. No, it's fake.
It is.
Yeah.
You're not ready to go there.
Well,
You are fake news.
You think
Yeah,
he
I hear
plays?
you, Trump. Yeah, but I think it's late.
And not going to make a major impact.
Well, I mean, look, we as fans, let's be honest, guys. Assuming, like, I'm just reading the tea leaves here. I mean, you go out there and the guy they brought in 2 receivers, they draft 2 receivers. I mean, they're making those moves for a reason. I don't think they expect John Mechie to make a huge jump, and I don't think they expect Tank Dell to be available out of the gate. And so, as a Texans fan, I hope we look up and Tank Dell's healthy mid-season, and Higgins is balling, Christian Kirk is balling, Noel is balling, and you're like, hey man, where do you kind of slowly put him back in the mix with a little bit of a get up, trying to rank.
He's a freaking beast, bro.
I mean, look, if the receivers that we have that we've invested in aren't worth a damn and aren't ready, then I think they fast-track Tank. But if those guys are playing well, like we all hope they are, well, I don't know. Because, I mean, you got to think available is one thing. I mean, he's going to be ramped up. I mean, we're talking about it.
Yeah.
I mean, he ain't been able to run.
Yeah, I'm going to say fake. Yeah, I don't. I mean, he had to be put under to get a tattoo. So I don't know. You certainly don't expect it. I think he is going to give it a real go to play. Now, if he can play, I do think that they really trust him and that they will put him in. And I think the quarterback really does trust him. But you also got to say this may be a brand new offense that he's running into, right? Like with whatever Nick Caley is going to put together.
It took him several games to hit stride this year, and it was just him and Nico and Diggs.
And he was shot.
I mean, hell,
last
year, the first year it took him for. I mean, remember us talking about why the hell isn't he starting? He wasn't even in the starting lineup. Yeah. So I mean, after all of this he's gone through, boy, to think that he's going to make an impact, even though they don't know when he's going to be available, that would be tough. So I'm with you on that fake.
Yeah, fake right there. All right, Dale not being there is a big impact. Someone said. Okay, well,
hope it's not.
Well,
but
yeah.
There's some truth to it.
All right, coming up as we continue right here on the drive. I'm finding myself getting real excited about a player for the Texans I really need to. As I'm on the toilet, I'm really finding myself watching a lot of highlights that I need to calm down on. We'll discuss who that is coming up next.
I don't know who it is that Ron's becoming a big fan of, but I know who you should be a big fan of. That is.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Not sure I want Show thinking about me while he's on the crapper. Bill. Well, Bill, I can assure you, I was not thinking about you while I'm on the crapper. I don't think so. I don't think I thought about Bill while I was taking a dump.
Bill may be onto something there for us, though. I mean, I was just on the crapper a couple segments ago, and I'm trying to think, what did I think about?
Get on. As you just took your
well, one of two things. Obviously, thumbing social media, that is quality time on the crapper.
Quality.
I mean, real quality time. And it's here in this business, it's a good time to make sure you didn't miss. There's no breaking news that just dropped. Adam Schefter's not hitting anything. So thumbing social media is kind of viewed through the lens of it's personal as well as getting a little work done as well. This time I was communicating with my wife. I had to send a couple of text messages. Somebody that we're doing some work with needed a picture of her driver's license, so I got that. Crapper convos, man. Crapper convos.
Yeah, there's some good stuff checking the phone to get things done. I tend to sit down and I'll get in and I'll start watching some good highlights. I'll start watching some stuff. I'll sit down, and Tyler, maybe you can attest. I'll sit down until my feet get a little numb. Maybe I'm there too long. Let me hop back up.
Been there.
Let me get there. Let me get on up.
I was guilty at a time, but here's the thing. I mean, my crapper sessions are either in a break here, so it's really hard to get comfortable, or at the house, I got a crumb snatcher banging on the damn door. So it is really difficult, boys. To
little
get them,
figures peeking up under the door.
Both of them can turn that door handle, and if it's locked, they're pissed off. So it's
there you go. They're gonna be pissed.
Yeah, but then they just stand there and bang on it. So it's like you might as well just hurry up. So the day those are behind me, boy. I mean, I don't want to rush my baby girls growing up, but the day when that can happen again will be welcomed.
Listen. I stay in there, and that's a little, what do you say on This Is 40? That's a little personal time where you can really sit in and really enjoy yourself.
It's a truth.
Now, I'm with you. I've had the.
Oh.
I can't get my water open. I can't get this. Can you open up the. Okay. Here.
Daddy, you want to play horsey? Daddy, you want to play horsey?
Smells in here. No, what are you thinking here?
That was a weird thing with kids. Like, I always thought, because the door's unlocked half the time, so they come in there and I'm talking to them. And I'm like, God, this is killing me. I mean, how is she just sitting here having
just rolling.
And then it's like Lainey right now, she's young enough where she wouldn't even check up. But Liv will eventually say, Daddy, what's that smell? Until she was probably
Bro,
Tyler,
I don't know how anyone doesn't check up with your sin.
Tyler, I bet she was 3 years old before she even acknowledged it. I mean, like you would think, like it's human nature for your nose to curl a bit. Like she'd stand there, and I'm thinking, how is she having a full blown conversation?
I'll never forget when Lauren was little, and she came and I was taking a dump, and she just came in, and at this point they weren't old enough where, hey man, I'm taking the dump. I think I was in there by myself. At the house by myself, so I got to keep the door kind of open just to make sure I'm hearing everything. They was young. She just came in there, grabbed her potty,
sat down next to you.
Yeah, took a dump with me.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
Nothing like pooping with Dad.
No, she didn't. No, she did not. She just sat on the potty.
She didn't take a dump.
She took a dump.
Oh,
she didn't pull any. She took a dump in her diaper.
Oh, you had.
She just sat right there in her diaper, and we just sitting there together. And
that's bonding time right there, man. I'd pay $500 for my 3-year-old to sit on the toilet.
I'm sitting there thinking.
We're still diapering.
I'm just sitting there thinking, damn, I gotta wipe my ass, and then I gotta get over here and wipe her ass.
Got 2 asses to wipe. First time for everything. Got 2 asses to wipe.
I'm ready.
1 trip, 2 wipes.
But I got stuck at about a 10-minute and 24-second Woody Marks video highlight package, I'm getting myself a little too excited about Woody Marks. Someone texted, "Show was thinking about Woody." You're damn right. Woody, I sat there and I'm like, damn, and I got to run him back. I mean, he makes cut, and there ain't no position outside of maybe receiver, there ain't no position that can get you like believing on a highlight video. There is no, like a running back that could just. He had, I mean, and I'm in this one I got a mixture of Mississippi State and SC.
Yeah.
So I got it lined up. He made a cut on somebody, I think against Arizona, against USC when he was at USC. I mean, 2 cuts and took it to the house. I said, "Oh my goodness, this dude right here, and it ain't just catching the ball out of the backfield. Like they can hand him the football, and he can, like." He ran slower than he looks on tape.
Yeah, he plays a lot faster than his combine.
And I said, and I don't care where it comes from, the Texans desperately need somebody that they touch the ball, that we all in the stadium know that he can go to the house and get a big chunk play, and that the defense knows it prior to that cat. Again, I watched him 10 minutes and 24 seconds on the tape, just watching the highlight tapes of his best. But that dude has a level of explosion that is like, whoa, that's exciting. And he can catch it. Then he can 83 catches that one year at Mississippi State. I've got to calm myself down from Woody Marks.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you on Woody Marks. I'm probably overly excited about that pick than I should be, given where he was drafted. But I'm with you, man. The year, what year was that? 21 or 22 when he had roughly 500 rushing, 500 pass.
Yeah, 83 catches.
Yeah, that. I mean, I encourage anybody to go back and watch that, because that is what you're hoping Woody Marks is. I mean, if you look where they're in terms of the running back room, where there's a real opportunity to be much more productive, it's if you got a backup running back that can give you 300 to 400 yards, right? Maybe it's 200 to 300 yards, whatever it may be, depending on what the load is. But if you can get in an 18-week, 17-game season, if you can get 300-400 yards out of a backup running back, and if you can get 300-400 yards receiving, that's 2 minute offense, that's third down offense. That's I mean you can get that out of him. You're really adding something to this team. Now you mess around and lose Joe Mixon, and now those numbers balloon, and you can potentially. But the point is he's not a one-trick pony. He's a guy that. I think you got to really lean into the fact that he played in an area, because here's the thing, you could look at Woody Marks. Now, I wouldn't think a team that aggressively moved up in the draft to get him would look at it this way, but from a coaching perspective, you can look at Woody Marks one of two ways, right? You can say, well, he's been in an air raid offense, 2 different air raid offenses. You can argue with 2 of the best air raid minds in the game, in Mike Leach at Mississippi State and Lincoln Riley at USC. Right, and what those guys do, they typically aren't pass protecting backs. They're typically the offense. We're going to release our backs into our routes. We're going to create mismatches with our backs. We're going to target them first and foremost, like Joe Mixon, and then you got a problem, right? But if Woody Marks, I got to assume if you're going to move up in the draft to draft him the way the Texans did, you've got a plan to use that guy a certain way to his strengths. And I think Woody Marks is a guy, to your point, that, man, it changes the offense drastically if he is just an efficient third down weapon on this team, Ron. I am high on Woody Marks as well.
Yeah, and I'm yourself down. Do you want to don't pop up that tape, man? It will. I mean, it will have you thinking like, damn, like a little bit more too much into it.
Yeah,
too much into like and understanding. Like I had to tell myself, all right. He's just going to be a backup running back that is going to be used probably third down. But again, like I look at it, Clint, and like there is like there's no way Dameon Pierce is going to get time over him.
I mean, not unless he just can't handle an NFL playbook.
Yeah,
no, it's. And damn sure.
And I would think going from Leach to Lincoln Riley, those playbooks probably have a lot going on where you have to handle those.
Well, I mean, the thing is they're actually simpler, and that may be one hurdle is that those playbooks are actually made to play fast, don't think, and get multiple guys in there and do more with it. So I mean, it's actually, I don't want to oversimplify those offenses, but relatively speaking, they are known to be a little bit simpler. But it goes back to Ron, like to bring him in here, and expect him to know every pass protection under the sun just in order to get on the field. When in reality you're putting him out there, you should be releasing him into creating mismatches anyway. Like, that can't be the holdup of why this guy isn't a weapon right away. Now, if he just flat out can't handle, don't know where to line up, that's a different deal. But boy, this shouldn't be a deal where, we don't. This guy don't even know how to pass. Let's be honest. I mean, you ought to have about 2 or 3 different protections in your 3rd down and 2-minute package, and most of them he should have a free release.
That's a fair. The only way if he is just an absolute nightmare when it comes to pass.
Yes, it has to be a bomb of a draft pick for him to not play.
Yeah. That's just something that you can't trust him on third down.
Yep.
I don't get a sense of that will occur. All right. Coming up, what you got coming up in the 4?
Big time Sports Radio 610 announcement. Got a little something going on tomorrow morning that y'all need to know about. I'll tell you what that is. And also, the strength of schedule is out. The Vegas line for the Texans is out. I'll tell you where the Texans fall on that strength of schedule rankings, as well as how many what the win total is for the Texans. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
But before we get there, fellas out there, I've talked to you about the men's clinic. And a lot of you who have struggled with ED, and a lot of you have reached out to the men's clinic and gotten help. And some of the stories my guy Dan Denny over there at the men's clinic have told me about.
Play here, an Odyssey sports station.
The top-ranked show in the city.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Yeah, it is. 4 o'clock done rolled around quick today, boys. And by the way, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. That's right. Keep it 100. 4 o'clock is rolled around, y'all, and always want to lead with this. Big shout. Appreciate y'all. Make sure you download the Odyssey app. AUDACY. Keep us on your hip. Take us everywhere you go. Every segment is podcasted, so you can find it quick and just listen to what you want to listen to. And speaking of podcasts, T-Mill at Big Orange Wagon, y'all dropped an episode. Didn't I see that yesterday or something like that? When y'all dropped that last episode?
Our last episode, I believe, was last Friday night. But
Friday night, okay.
But tonight, Tuesday night, you can be expecting a new episode to be dropped right around 8 p.m. wherever you get your podcast.
Big Orange Wagon with Tyler Milner and Patrick Creighton. All things Astros, baby. Stay plugged in. The big announcement here on the station, Nick Caserio, Texans general manager, he will join Payne and Pendergast tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. Y'all look at nice. And here's, all joking aside, here's I always say this because I think it is important. It makes it a appointment listening more so than it already is. The rapport, if you will, between Nick Caserio and Seth Payne and obviously Sean Pendergast, it's a different level. I mean, Nick doesn't let his guard down much, and he seems to let it down significantly with those guys. So it's always a peek behind the curtain when Nick comes on the station, but it's getting, I mean, it just the last, really, I mean, hell, it's been over a year now. When he's on that show, man, he is typically wide open, almost too comfortable at times. But I greatly appreciate it because we get to usually replay a ton of it to the people. But tomorrow morning, set your alarm, set 7:30 a.m. Nick Caserio joins Payne and Pendergast right here on Sports Radio 610.
They always do a great job with him. I can't wait to listen to it. I'll be listening to it early in the morning. I am really intrigued to see where he is on like that offensive line situation. I'm really intrigued to see how he addresses that. Only drafting one guy in the draft, and now it seems like, as we talked about earlier, their chances to add or improve the offensive line or the team in general, probably that last step was the draft. And I'm really intrigued to hear what he has to say about that O-line.
Well, I mean, we've heard from D'Amico Ryans, and clearly D'Amico Ryans didn't have a problem saying, "Hey, man, we've, when it's all said and done, we're gonna start the young fellow that we drafted this year. We're gonna start him at tackle." And so I don't know, Ron. I mean, when those kind of things are said, it's very telling, and I would imagine usually get one or two of those from Nick Caserio. But again, Nick Caserio tomorrow on Payne and Pendergast tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. Set your reminder. Make sure you plug in to that right there. Now, we're between the draft. Obviously, the draft season is over. We got a rookie minicamp. This is it the 9th, Friday?
Yep.
Got a rookie minicamp. First chance to lay our eyes on the Texans rookies. The guy that we just discussed.
Oh,
Woody Marks is one of the guys that you'll be able to see some of that twitch, the ability to catch the ball, just how natural he is with it. There's some things that you can see with him, the two wide receivers from there'll be an opportunity to see those skill guys work a little bit. So I'm looking forward to that. But between the draft and mini camps and training camp and everything like that, we start to get little nuggets of the schedule, Ron, and with the Texans actually winning the division It's to me, it's an important conversation to have, or to at least let the people know. When you win your division and you go to the second round of the playoffs, typically that means you're going to have a more difficult schedule. And when you look at least Warren Sharp Football on Twitter, he's got some good info, some good data that's out there. When you look at the strength of schedule across the NFL for 2025, the 5 easiest schedules in the NFL as we sit right now: 49ers, Patriots, Saints, Falcons, and Bills. Somehow the Bills slipped up in there. I understand how the 49ers did. They had a crappy season, so they've got a lesser than schedule anyway.
They must be really looking at the East.
Who, the Bills you talking about?
Yeah, with the Jets. And,
the 5 hardest schedules in football: Vikings, Eagles, Lions. That makes sense, right? The 2 most difficult schedules in the all of the NFL: Browns and Giants. Good luck, Shador. Good luck, Jackson.
Crush it. There you go.
Yeah, 2 coaches.
Good luck, coaches on the hot seat.
That's right. Got coaches on the hot seat over here. It is obviously we care about the Houston Texans, and surprisingly, here, Ron, the Texans, they fall, at 25. They fall at 25 in most difficult schedules, which is one of the more difficult schedules in football right now. So the top third, if you will, if we break the league into thirds, top third in terms of difficulty, you got the Texans, the Bears, the Chiefs, and again the Vikings, Eagles, Lions, Browns, and Giants. It ended up with the most difficult schedule. So again, no wonder when you're winning your division, you're going to end up with one of the more difficult schedules.
And I also think there is some sneaky lies in their schedule. I think their schedule is probably.
Please explain.
I think their schedule is probably more difficult than it actually plays.
Why is that?
Well, so you look at some teams in there, and they're basing it off of last year. You look at some teams in there that I think record-wise wasn't great last year, but I think are going to be a lot better. Like the 49ers won 6 games or something.
Yep.
Like that's a team that had a lot of injuries that, yes, they lost Deebo Samuel and things, but you would imagine that's a team that's going, like the West right now. Arizona is better. I don't think the Niners going to be that bad. Then you ask yourself, will Seattle be better with Sam Darnold than Geno Smith? Like what's the thoughts there? Maybe a wash there. Tampa slides in there as their other NFC team. That's pretty good. And then they played the entire West, which is Kansas City, the Chargers, the Raiders, and Broncos. 3 of those teams were in the playoffs. And then I don't think they're great, but the rest of the division is, to me, better. I think Jacksonville is probably improved from last year. I don't know if I'm saying that they're going to playoffs or anything, but they're improved.
Well, I think all 3 of the division opponents
team picking number 1 overall, I would think that they're going to be improved. And then Jacksonville was in the top 5 as well. I think they're going to be improved. So I think there's some sneaky things in there with teams like San Francisco, who had bad years last year, that are in there. And the Raiders, they're probably better with Geno Smith in their quarterback situation. So it actually plays a little tougher because you already know walking in, you got Baltimore, you got Kansas City, you got Buffalo, just because you finished in first place in the division along with those teams.
All right, the Texans 25 on the toughest schedule, which, by the way, 32 is the most difficult schedule. So you're in the top third. I may have misspoke a little earlier with the bottom third, however I phrase that. But the Texans are in the top third of most difficult schedules in the NFL. Any guesses, Tyler? You're the Vegas guy. You're the betting guy. Any guesses on what win total for the Texans next year?
I bet you Vegas has it set. I'm going to go with 11.5.
Whoa. Ron, have you already looked at it? If you hadn't looked at it, what do you got it at? 11.5?
I just figured 2 playoff runs in a row. Hopefully they're better. I bet the crappy schedule.
I would imagine 11.5 might be the top.
10.5, then I just added 1 on there.
I'd say 9.
9.5.
That what it is, 9.5.
They got them at 9.5. I mean, you're still flirting with the best teams in football. Once again, surprise. Nobody's surprised, by the way. The expectations are the same as the Green Bay Packers. They're neck and neck with the Green Bay Packers, the Commanders, the Rams. When it comes to total wins, you got a couple of teams in the Lions, the Chiefs, Baltimore Ravens, the Buffalo Bills, and the San Francisco 49ers actually are picked to have over 10.5 wins. So, but the 9.5 wins, I think that's probably that's the one thing in all this schedule and lines, win totals and all. That's the one thing that caught my eye. I think that's spot on. I think the Texans are in a spot right now.
Similar to last year, I think. Very close to it. Maybe it's 9.5.
Look, I think the Texans are a team that is definitely a division champ. Definitely a playoff team, and squarely in that 9 to 10 win range. No matter what the schedule looks like, which I think that's a step in the right direction. You were a 9 to 10 win team 2 years ago with the bottom of the barrel schedule, and the schedule's gotten better, and your win total has stayed the same. I think that's not only fair, but I think it's accurate.
Yeah, they should be expected to roll through the division, and then there are enough other games out there. And then I think many people look at the Texans as a good football team, and the thought is, right.
Yeah.
And so, I think 9.5, 10. Would you take the over or the under on that right now?
I would take the over. I would take the over. I think they get to 10. I mean,
we know your answer, Tyler.
He just gave us his expectations. Hell, you went over 11.5.
Even if you felt, I don't even think you would take the under, even if you believe.
No, it's a lock. Yeah, lock it in. Over 9.5. Money.
I do. I think, all joking aside, I think you're right. I think 9.5 wins. They've been a 10-win team 2 years in a row. I think this D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, they built a squad. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson. I mean, I think just from a talent perspective, they're going to win 10. The question is, can you get beyond the second round? The question is, can you legitimately threaten a Super Bowl? I mean, that's the next step. I think getting to that 10 wins is. I mean, hell, I'd bet on it too. I'd bet with you. Now I wouldn't bet over on 11.5 T, but I'd bet over on you with the.
Go for it, Tyler. Hell with that,
boys. Y'all be, y'all be proud of me, man. I made a couple of decisions today before the show, man, that maybe y'all can learn a little something from.
Oh, something we can learn.
The wife calls me, boys. The wife calls me. She's in Houston on making a couple of calls, and she calls and says, "Hey, I got to stop by this potential client. She's in the food service business." Works for Tyson Foods.
Shout out to the food service business.
Yeah. She's by the way, if you're not buying your inventory, your product. But she called me and said, "Hey, I got a potential client over here. I need to stop by and kind of see what the menu looks like, and show face." And I said, "You want to meet me?" I said, babe, I looked down at my watch. I said, "I can't, babe. I got to get in there, and I ain't got time. I'm up against it." And I drove, and I thought, I greatly appreciate her doing that. I said, she was right over here by the station. That's why she hit me up. I said, let me just slide by over there and go in and say hello real quick. Just show my face. Give me a quick kiss from my bride and move on to the station. I eased on in there. Not only did I accomplish that with my wife, Ron.
Oh, Lord, did you?
Oh, I did. Yeah, absolutely. She didn't know She didn't know. She just.
I thought you were talking about. Not only did you accomplish that, you accomplished that.
Oh no, she tried to come walking by. She just went strutting by the. I was stopped at one of the places down the little plaza from her, and she just strutting by.
Peacock. Was this a surprise, or did you?
She didn't know I was coming. I was going to say hello. I looked up. She's peacocking by the window in the place that I'm in. I went out. I whistled at her 3 times. She never responded, which I'm glad she could. The cat call didn't work. That tells me I raised her right. But I eventually went down there where she was and just kind of snuck up on her and showed my face. I felt pretty good about it. The easy way would have just been to keep on coming in the station, just be done with it. But I said it. So I felt pretty good about that.
Mother's Day coming up.
Mother's Day right on the corner. Yeah. And then I went in my little juice well spot.
Good spot.
And, it's one of them where you pay and they try to get you to tip before. Mm-hmm. And I typically crawls all gives me.
I'm all right with them. They do a pretty good job.
Well, that's where I was going.
The almond butter.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. 2 or 3 things. Yeah, they're out of almond butter and out of coconut meat, man.
Are they?
They were.
I'm out. I'm walking out.
No, they weren't today. They were last time I was there. But anyway, the old boy that's in there is real talkative, real nice guy, does a great job, real friendly. Always gives me, you know, if he overcooks my shake or whatever, he gives me the extra in a little can, in a little cup. Good dude. Well, I went in there, man, and I hit the old no-tip button on the deal, and I wasn't even thinking about it. This guy does a good job all the time, and then he just does a great job again, hands it to me. I said, you know what, before I walk, I said, you know what, man? Here, man, do a little cash in. I said, man, you always do. I appreciate you. I appreciate your kindness, man. You always do a good job. I said, I'm not a real big fan of that tipping before any work's done, so I want to circle back. So I felt pretty good about my decisions, boys.
Did you circle back because you wanted to give him a tip, or did you circle back because you wanted to let him know that you are not a big fan of
both?
I
think it was both.
I was gonna say because you could have given him the tip, but you also had to let him know that you weren't a fan of the pre-tip thing.
That was.
And I felt like that's where. Personally, I feel like I don't know if you believe that in your mind.
No,
I feel like that's where you were getting.
No. The tip was why I circled back. And in the moment, as I'm handing my man some cash, I was letting him know why I was handing him cash.
Yeah.
That's why the frustration or the anger that I have for the tipping as I pay was actually mentioned. So that was a product of my actions, which my actions had good intention. We're you know what I mean? Yeah. I felt pretty good about it, man. Good. I felt my wife texted me and said, thank you for taking the time. It made my day.
Maybe she'll want to tussle.
I don't know that I made that young fella's day in that deal.
No,
but I mean,
he probably thought to himself, just give me the damn tip, man. Just give me the tip. I don't need a coaching.
I'm going to guess he put that cash in his pocket. I'm going to guess he put that cash in his pocket. He don't just split it with nobody.
No, he would.
I think I did a solid job by both of them.
I guess maybe he will take the lecture you gave because he gets to keep all.
It wasn't a lecture. It was just a comment.
Coming up.
I don't like y'all's young-ass technology.
Coming up, the Astros.
Lecture.
The issues at the plate. Maybe somebody should be lecturing them at the plate. The issues at the plate. Do you sense this as just a bad stretch the way the manager does, or do you sense this as a potential issue moving forward throughout the season? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, if you're out there and you're selling your home, do not make this costly mistake because it's going on a lot around the city of Houston, man. Do not make this mistake. Picking the agent who
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we get going, the Astros. What is this? Is this 3 in a row they've lost? No, 2 in a row. They won Saturday's game under Hunter Brown, but they've lost 3 of 4 at least, or maybe even more than that coming up as they lost their last game of the homestand. But they are looking to tie this series tonight as they're in Milwaukee playing the Brewers, as they took a tough one last night, 5-1. Clint, and the lineup is out. Jeremy Pena continues to lead off, which we are fans of. No Jordan in the lineup. If you missed it at all yesterday, he was placed on the IL, so he is going to be out for some time. But Pena, and that's with a right hand issue, if you did not know about that. But Pena, Altuve, Paredes, and then Walker at first base. DHing tonight is Yainer Diaz, and that means Jake Myers is behind him in center. Victor Caratini is the catcher tonight. Brendan Rodgers at second base, and then Cam Smith at ninth. And that is the lineup tonight behind Hayden Wisniewski as they try to get this win back here in Milwaukee. And Clint,
4 of the last 5, by the way.
4 of the last 5.
Astros have lost 4 of the last 5.
They're in danger of dropping under 500.
They are 500 on a dot right now. 17-17, I believe.
If they don't get this thing turned around tonight. And really, man, I think the big key is this offense. And that's why I said this in the break. And I'm seeing some people text in with their thoughts. Since the Astros are just in a bad stretch, and here we'll let you hear what the captain, Joe Espada, had to say about where he sees the offense. Do you think it's in a bad spot right now, just a tough stretch that we see happen during a baseball season? Or do you get a sense that this is going to be something that's a problem throughout? Before maybe you make your decision, you can text in on the text line or on YouTube and Twitch. Here is how Joe Espada, the captain, looks at it.
Yeah, as long as the quality is there, I'm fine because I know that we're going to get some big hits. Our offense has not gotten hot yet, and we playing 500 baseball. Our pitching is doing a really good job. Our bullpen is doing a really phenomenal job keeping us in game. We just got to be patient and continue to move forward and continue to fight because this will turn around. We'll get hot here, so we'll get out of this little funk.
All right, as he believes, we'll get hot. We'll get out of this funk. Just keep fighting, damn it. You should. Keep fighting. Get out of this funk. That's right there. You hear that? That's the damn captain, Tyler. That's the man that dug you out of a 10 game deficit last year against the Mariners. He took the shovel. And some of you say stop digging. No, he filled up the grave and said, we're rising like Lazarus. I am the Undertaker. And he set up and he drove that. I'll tell you, that's
powered by sheer will and grit.
That's the captain. Didn't know he had that in him. I will say, Clint, though, I don't know if this is just a bad stretch. I don't think they're going to play. I do think that this team scoring runs and offense will come a lot more difficult to them than it has in the past, anywhere close in the past, including the last couple of years when we've seen them without the Springers and the Correas, some of the guys they've lost. I think it's going to come more difficult for this team. I don't think Jordan's going to stink the whole way whenever he gets back. Right? I think some of these guys that we have a track record of will swing the bat better. But I don't think this is ever going to be a team where you're like, this offense can carry us.
Well, look, we've said it multiple times. No Tucker, no Bregman. I mean, your margin for error is razor thin. I mean, the pressure of Yordan Alvarez and Jose Altuve, and I'll even throw Christian Walker in that mix. The veteran guys that the expectations are higher, or the expectations are more real. Like, those guys have to carry this team, and if they don't, you're not even gonna be a threat to make another run in the playoffs. And so there's no doubt about that. But what I believe, Ron, that I look at this as it's just a bad stretch. In fact, I'm more encouraged right now than I've been all year with the Astros. For Jeremy Pena to have climbed all the way up into the leadoff spot and be absolutely raking since he's been in the leadoff spot, by the way, that is a huge step in the right direction. Yainer Diaz appears to be coming around over the last 4 or 5 games, but he is swinging the bat significantly better. Christian Walker is coming around. Paredes is been one of the better hitters all year long. I mean, you've got to get Christian Walker continuing to come, and you've got to get Yordan Alvarez back in the middle of this lineup, being the threat that he actually is. And I think the Astros can straighten this thing out and be a real threat to make another run. But it's there's so many. If the big bats don't carry you, I don't know that the others even matter. And if we're being honest, if the big bats do carry you, I still think that you've got a Pena, Yainer Diaz dependency. Like, those two guys have to play not significantly better, but better baseball than what they've played in the past. And if that happens, then you got a chance to make a run. So I like the track that everybody's on except for Yordan Alvarez. I mean, that's the one. You got to get the big stick back in the middle of this lineup, swinging it. Putting the fear in opponents. The other pieces seem to be coming together. At the plate, that is. At the plate.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't even mention Jake Myers, by the way.
Yeah, Jake's.
Sorry, Jake.
Jake's been Jake's. I can't believe I'm saying it. Hell, I don't know where they'd be without Jake.
Jake with the rain.
At times, someone texted in, the Astros are a classic good defense, good pitching, and timely hitting team. Currently, they're not getting timely hitting. And I think that's a really good right now. And I would say when Yordan's in the middle of that lineup, that gives them a level of explosiveness that is more than maybe a team that you're describing. But with that, I do think they're closer to the timely hitting team than it is. I mean, we can sit back and just, big innings coming. There's going to be a crooked number coming. I do think they have got to, at some point, if this is where they're going to go, unless they don't make a big move, I think they're going to have to get into a spot where they look at finding other ways to score runs.
Ron, to the texture, though, there's nothing classic about this team. Like, good defense. They've had 3 different second basemen, 2 different third basemen. They've had 3 or 4 different left fielders. They've had 2 or 3 different center fielders. Like, they've got a rookie in right field half the time. Like, I mean, it's been good, but it's not like this group's lined up to be top-notch great defensively. I mean, if Hunter Brown is on the bump, then yeah, you've got a great pitching, that good defense, good pitching. Yeah, you got a chance. But I mean, who right now is going, boy, the Astros are one of the better pitching teams in baseball. This is a good defense, good pitching, timely hitting. No, I mean, the Astros to me are somebody, they're going to have to meet in the middle with a lot of this stuff. Like, it's all going to have to be above board. I don't know that any of it's ever going to be great. The defense is never going to be great. The starting pitching is never going to be great. The hitting's not going to be that's in the middle of it. They've all got to meet in the middle and carry this thing as a team.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I just think they've got to come to the table also with the thought of we've got to find.
Oh, I agree with that.
We've got to find different ways to win.
I agree with that.
Right, like
that's
like
baseball.
I think
they have to be doing that anyway.
I think you walk into a game like yesterday where you get 9 hits and 8 of them are singles. If you had a mindset of, hey, let's push across some of these runs and not just wait for Christian Walker's going to come up with a big one or Yiner's going to come up with a big one.
Yep,
like, let's get some hit and runs in here. Let's get some movement. Let's take some extra bases. I know Jeremy Pena is the only one to steal. Maybe, Jake, you start doing this and you start doing something when you get on base. They've got to do and create some traffic to give them opportunities to score more runs than they are and to just wait, because I don't think they have the ability to just wait on big hits like that. All right, coming up as we continue right here, live on The Drive, we got to get down to what it's really about with this Texans team. We've talked a whole bunch, but let's get down to what the nitty-gritty is on their success And when I say success, I mean the ultimate success. We'll discuss that next.
Let's get down to the nitty-gritty of your success as a man, being able to operate and execute and live and on as efficient.
Call D&M Leasing today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's get down to it here. As people are texting in, we appreciate you jumping in with us on the text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch as well. Clint mentioned it yesterday as we'll get into the nitty-gritty about all we've talked about all offseason for good reason, but where it really comes down to. We'll get to that. But be listening tomorrow, 7:30. Payne and Pendergast will have the general manager, an exclusive interview with Nick Casario tomorrow, 7:30, right here on Sports Radio 610 on Payne and Pendergast. But, Clint, I know for you, offensive line talk has been needed and necessary. The wide receiver talk has been needed and necessary. And we kind of looked at those things through the prism of the draft and free agency that followed the end of the season of how they could fix those things. But you're saying the real truth is something else, though.
Yeah, look, as I said last week, I think when you look at the biggest problem with the Houston Texans last year was the ability to pass protect. Now, that's a layered problem. There's several different fixes. If you just fixed half of those issues, you get a much better product. And I believe that they've done enough to fix the problem. I believe that with C.J. Stroud being a year older, with Nick Caley coming in and C.J. Stroud having more control of communicating and control of protecting himself at the line of scrimmage, with the removal of Laramie Tunsil and bringing in a group that you would think would be more accountable, would be more apt to participate at every turn this offseason with the Texans. It also frees up the offensive line coach, new offensive line coach, and whoever the leaders are in that group to put their arms around that O-line group and create a different chemistry, a different vibe in that room, which hopefully, I think is a big plus. There's several things that I think are gonna ultimately lead to a better offensive line product than what we saw in the past. But let's be honest, where I'm going with that is it's not going to be hard to improve that. Like it was in the NFL last year. On all fronts, too. This is not just a shot at the offensive lineman. It's not just a shot at Bobby Sloak. It's not just a shot at the old offensive line coach or just a shot at Laramie Tunsil. It was as bad as you could imagine on all fronts last year, and it's everybody's fault, right? I think they fixed that problem. I don't think you're going to look up and the offensive line communication or the offensive line's inability to handle on a weekly basis just a basic tackle, D-end twist stunt. Like I don't think those issues are going to be a problem any longer. Like I'm confident that those in one way, shape, or form are going to be fixed. But Ron, if we're here in Houston and for the fan base here in Houston, if we expect a Super Bowl run, this conversation has to shift, and there's no excuses. This conversation shifts to if there's a future Super Bowl run here in Houston, there's no more excuses, and it's about C.J. Stroud, it's about Nick Caley, and it's about D'Amico Ryans. And it's just flat-out time. C.J. Stroud's got to be a fixer. C.J. Stroud's got to be the guy that communicates at the line of scrimmage to make sure that he's protected. If he's not protected, if he's doing the communication, he knows exactly where the pressure, the free blitzer is coming from. There's no more, well, my center can't communicate, my O-line can't this, my O-line can't that. There's no more. C.J. Stroud has to be the guy that fixes that. This is a franchise quarterback. He is pro-style quarterback no matter how much folks want to entertain him moving the pocket and running around. He is a pocket passing quarterback. Year 3, he should have the ability, one, the freedom, and if he doesn't, that's on D'Amico Ryans, but he should have the freedom to communicate and protect himself at the line of scrimmage and to get everybody moving in the right direction, get everybody on the same page from a communication, from a protection standpoint, and then he ought to be able to adjust from there as a quarterback. That's just where it's at. If we're talking about winning a Super Bowl, we're not talking about 10 wins. We're not talking about getting to the second round. We're talking about winning a Super Bowl, making a run, being a real Super Bowl threat. C.J. Stroud has to take his game to the next level, first and foremost. Number 2, Nick Caley has to be a weapon. I don't doubt. I've been critical of Nick Caley. I still don't know what the hell Nick Caley is. I'll be honest with you. I'm nervous as hell about Nick Caley in the sense that I'm fixing to talk about Nick Caley. I think Nick Caley can come in here and bring his energy. I think he can be a good communicator. I think he can turn over the reins ultimately to C.J. Stroud and to Gerard Johnson, the quarterback coach. I think he can do those things. Hell, he may even get your tight ends to play better, considering that's been his forte. I do believe that can happen. But if we're talking Super Bowl run, Nick Caley has to be a guy that we're talking about being a weapon from a scheme standpoint, and we're not talking about being a tyrant and won't communicate, won't adjust. He's not stepping to the media talking about, the scheme's good. We're not talking week 4, we get our quarterback absolutely killed because we can't protect him, and then it's the same thing that comes back and bites us in the ass in the playoffs. Like, he's got to be able to adjust. He's got to be able to correct. He's got to be able to play in, play out, game in, game out, allow these guys to play to their strengths and not expect them to win using their weaknesses. Nick Caley's got to be a weapon if we're talking Super Bowl caliber run, Super Bowl contender in Houston. And last but not least, it's all about DeMeco Ryans, right? DeMeco Ryans, obviously this is a defensive-led football team, so that part of it is goes without being said, right? I mean, the defense has got to be special. The investment that they made, the defense has to be one of, if not the best defense in the league. And DeMeco's got to be the orchestrator. He's got to be the guy that's on the ones and twos, obviously. But where I think the pressure's on DeMeco is DeMeco can't let offensively happen what happened last year. It's unacceptable. Like DeMeco, I know he's a defensive-minded head coach. I know
What part are you saying that you're directed towards?
DeMeco Ryans cannot step to the podium week in, week out, talking about all the problems that we have can be fixed. And I know he's just, at that point in time, he's not going to throw his guys under the bus. I get that.
They're all fixable.
But when you don't make any moves all year long, and all year long it was they're all fixable. No, man, look, these guys are great coaches, and this is great, and CJ's great, and you're stroking everybody. And you find out, first of all, everybody underperformed on the offensive side of the ball. You're a defensive-minded head coach. That don't look good for you. Right? You fire your offensive coordinator. It didn't work out. That don't look good for you. And then you look up, and communication and pass protection was the major issues. And it was the same stuff against Kansas City that got you earlier in the year against Minnesota.
We don't
right?
like that.
Had no idea how to handle pressure, and your offensive coordinator week in, week out is going up there talking about all we got to do is execute. I said it then, I'll say it now. That's bull jive. Your job as an offensive coordinator is to adjust and find out ways to protect your quarterback. Find out if you got to give him freedom to set his protections, and you got to give him freedom. Do whatever you got to do to fix problems. Right?
Not being a dumpster fire.
DeMeco Ryans sat there all year long and let Bobby. Now Bobby called his way. He coached his way out of a job, and he made a move after. But he allowed week in, week out C.J. Stroud to get destroyed, and no adjustments were made. And to me, the first offensive coordinator, cool, I get it. But right now where we sit, we cannot go through another year of C.J. Stroud's rookie contract with a inexperienced offensive coordinator and DeMeco Ryans sit up there and let football 101 things like communication, basic pass protection, the inability to pass off a TE stunt by defensive linemen, safeties walking up in the A-gap, and we ain't got a clue of what the hell to do. He's the unblocked guy. The quickest, fastest quarterback through the A-gap, right? I mean, like, DeMeco Ryans cannot let that happen week 4 and then continue it to let it happen all year long again. He just can't. And to me, that is when DeMeco Ryans hires an inexperienced offensive coordinator, then DeMeco's got to be more involved in the offense. And I'm not saying he hovers. I'm not saying he becomes a helicopter dad. All I'm saying is communication can't be a problem. The basic football 101 stuff on the offensive side of the football, the head coach has to make sure is not a problem with this football team.
One of the texts here coming through, a part of a text someone sent in on the text line, they did, talking about the offensive line, they did very little, if anything, to help CJ. Or talking about them with the offensive line, they did very little, if anything, to help CJ this offseason, trying to get the O-line together.
Well, the biggest, speaking of that, the biggest, most criminal thing that anybody did to C.J. Stroud was not fix problems last year when it was blatantly obvious that you had major problems. And maybe that's why Bobby Slowick's out of here. I'd be willing to bet you that's probably reason number one why Bobby's out of here. But my point is we can't. If at the end of the year we ain't talking about Nick Caley. If pass protecting is still a problem, if not getting a run game, consistent run game. With Joe Mixon year 2 in this system, well, I guess it's year 1 in this system, but if those things are problems, the basic offensive football 101 are a problem, to me, we got to start looking at DeMeco Ryans, not Nick Caley. I mean, there's only so much an inexperienced guy. Yeah. I mean, it just the reality of it is, as a fan. I don't even care how I do care, but I'm talking about in the context of this question, this conversation. I don't care how the season unfolds. But what absolutely cannot happen is for very simple, basic things to be reasons consistently throughout the year of why you can't win football games, which is protecting the quarterback. The number one thing DeMeco Ryans has to make sure he does as the head coach of the Houston Texans this year is allow C.J. Stroud the opportunity to go out there and play at a high level. It's the number one thing he's got to do.
Yeah, and like you said though, as you mentioned, not just him. Like they've got to do. Like yes, the offensive line. Am I 100% confident they brought in guys that really fill the void? We'll see. All right, but they also have to be better around the offensive line, that it doesn't just become an absolute catastrophe like it was last year. Like that the quarterback, the offensive coordinator, the play caller, the whole offense, and some people appearing to be on different lanes and different pages. That kind of stuff also didn't help the offensive line. So I think all of that has to come together.
Yeah. Right. Look, I mean, when you're starting tight end that you refuse to take off the field, can't pass protect. We can't watch that fail all year long and then get in the playoffs and wonder why it doesn't work. Like that's on DeMeco Ryans. Like you can't, like year 1 with Bobby Slowick, and if we'd gone year 3 with Bobby Slowick, cool, we can continue to put it on Bobby Slowick. But at some point, you got to look at the head coach getting it done. This is very basic stuff. This is you walk into Nick Caley's office and say, hey man, one thing I ain't dealing with this year is a tight end that can't pass protect. Is not having a plan for pressure. Is my quarterback getting the hell beat out of him? It can't happen. Period.
5 o'clock fire coming up next. You'll hear. And get you ready about the Astros and Brewers, get the starting lineup out there, and we will hear from the press conference, the end-of-the-year press conference the Rockets had over at Toyota Center. We'll let you hear what they had to say coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, for over 8 years now, baby, the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain is QC Kinetics. With over 50,000 satisfied patients across America, I'm telling you, if you're dealing with chronic joint pain, QC Kinetics is the way to go. People with knee and back pain now living pain-free. Shoulder and hip pain, gone, baby. QC Kinetics.
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest for you. And the latest is this is 5 o'clock fire. And
yeah, it is.
It really is. It truly is. And one of the latest things to happen is we heard from the Rockets brass. We heard from the general manager, Rafael Stone, as he and Ime Udoka had their end-of-year press conference in which they kind of gave an update on where they are as the season ended and talked about a few things. Here is one of the things that stuck out from the general manager, Rafael Stone, in regards to maybe the moves and the potential of what they will do this offseason as they prepare for next year after this run to the 2 seed in Game 7 against the Warriors.
If I will give you an inside betting tip, that I think continuity is very, very likely. Last summer we didn't make changes because we were really comfortable with where we were, and we'd seen really good things from our team in terms of kind of a good progression. And I think we saw more of the same this year. So I think the bar to make changes is very high.
All right, that's this. Until I see him not make any changes, I will just take this as him just being a general manager and doing things. But, Clint, this ain't last year. Last year, you were finished 11th in the West, had a good bounce-back year under year one. This year, you won the 2 seed, and many people look at this year as a success, obviously, but felt like you could have gone further than you did, and that this team is close to really being a special group and get to a place that you are hoping to get to. And you saw how close it was, and you saw that there were some clear changes that needed to be made. So I don't think comparing last offseason to this offseason makes any sense due to where the teams were.
No, look, I didn't necessarily take it that way, Ron. For me personally, I mean, I know it's what he actually did was compared to last season, but like he said, the bar is set high for any changes. Like I agree, it's the way it should be. You've not. This isn't one of those deals where, boy, the young guys you had across the board and the plan you had to rebuild the Rockets has completely imploded, and boy, we just got to make change to make change. We got a lot of great things going. We got a really good group. We love the chemistry. We love the culture. And we've got to add the right piece. And if we're going to add a piece and subtract some of the ones that are here currently, it's got to be a guy that moves the needle relative to NBA titles, not just because we want to try to get better. So I love what they've done. I love now that we're beyond the years of the Silas years and early on with Udoka. Like, I love the fact that you did it the hard way and you've got a bunch of guys that are in lockstep and a coach that's holding them accountable and a real culture and chemistry built. I love that now that we're on the flip side of it. It's awful to go through originally, but now that we're on the flip side of it, I absolutely love it. I think the bar should be set high. And to me, that's what he's saying is if we make a move, it's going to be a move not to bust up what we have, or it's going to be a move that is a win now, it's time to compete for titles type of move. The bar is set really high. So that's how I heard it.
No, and listen, they're going to make some moves, and I would imagine they are. A couple of other things he had to say was plan A was always to develop our own, and also he had to say this business – the business we're in, nobody's untouchable. But we deeply value everyone on our roster. We have those picks. We accumulated them so we could draft guys or upgrade our current roster. We'll see what makes the most sense. So listening to him there, Clint, it is clear. Obviously, I think they got a taste of this thing, and they have to feel very, very confident about the group they're bringing in and the group that they have, and just need to add pieces. And I would say, to me, I don't know where you stand on this, Clint, talking about this. I expect a major move. Like I expect something major I'd be surprised if this is more on just minor moves. I would expect that this is more than we're just going to add some shooters. I would expect a major move.
Yeah, I think that's what he just said, right? The bar is set high. It's not we're not going to disrupt this thing for any other reason other than titles. I hope that's what he meant. So yeah, I'm with you. I mean, sure, you've got to add. There's a couple of pieces that you could add from a shooting standpoint. I mean, what Ime Udoka said, what does this team need? Well, a couple of 90% or better free throw shooters and a couple of 50% or better 3-point shooters would be nice.
That'd be nice.
I mean, so shooters is obviously something that they're going to look for. But I mean, all of that is irrelevant unless you make that one big move that gets you title bound.
We'll talk to Brandon Scott tomorrow, Rockets Report, and get his thoughts on the end of the year and where he may see them likely going. And, Clint, coming up here in about 10 minutes or so, 10 or 15 minutes, we will discuss one of the first decisions that they're going to have to make with Fred VanVleet. We'll get into that a little bit deeper coming up here in about 10 or 15 minutes.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Astros, who, what'd you say, Clint? They've lost 3 out of their last 4?
4 or 5.
4 or 5, and are now at 500, 17-17, and they need a win. They need to get a dub in Milwaukee as Hayden Wisniewski, who has been pretty good for this team, coming in as the 5 starter as a part of that Kyle Tucker trade, has been one of the better parts of that trade. 1 and 2, 3.86 ERA, but you get an ERA under 4 from your 5th starter. That's really, really good, and he's been really, really good. But they need him to stop the bleeding here. The lineup tonight: Pena, Altuve, Paredes, top 3. Christian Walker, Diaz is DHing, and then Myers, Caratini, Rogers, and Smith. That's the lineup that is out there tonight. No Yordan Alvarez again, Clint, but. Listen, obviously it's early. It's May 6th, Clint. You're 17-17, as we heard from the manager, the captain, Joe Espada, earlier say. Our offense is struggling, and we are still 500 right now. It'll get going. But this does feel like, hey, the Mariners are playing well, just like they did last year, I know. But I know you've said this. You don't want to keep tempting fate. You don't want to keep putting yourself in a situation like you were last year, where you got to try to bank on, digging yourself up out of the grave the way that you were able to last year, and Seattle falling down and helping you out as well. You don't want to put yourself in a position like that. You don't want to get distance too far away.
Well, I'll just never be comfortable with Joe Espada's and the Astros, but Joe Espada's just we'll get high approach and we'll turn the corner and the sense of, I know it's a long season, but the sense of urgency, especially when the margin for error is razor thin with the Astros right now, I'll never get comfortable with flipping. I will be okay approach. I'm not overselling this thing with the Astros. Look, I think I'm actually encouraged right now, where I think you've lost 4 of the last 5. You give up 7 runs, you give up 7 runs, then you score 8 and win, and then you give up 5 runs in 7 innings, and you give up 5 runs in 9 innings. I mean, it's not like they've lost a bunch of 2-0 ball games here. I mean, the pitching hasn't been great over the last handful of games. So I think this is a mixed bag of issues, and I'll be honest with you, I'm more impressed and encouraged right now because I just think, a couple of major factors in whether this Astros team is going to have a chance to be relevant at the end. The I think is those 2 guys are one of them's hotter than a firecracker, and the other one's turning the corner. One of them's leading the team off, and the other one in Yainer Diaz is coming. So I just think him and Jeremy Pena are going to be two reasons why this team does or doesn't make a run, and them along with Jake Myers. We all laughed about it earlier in the season, but Jake Myers is swinging it well. Paredes is swinging it well. The others, and Zach DeZenzo and Rogers, these guys, they're contributing. So it's just a matter of the big guns getting rolling, and I feel like that's just a matter of time.
I do want to see if there's an adjustment on, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, Clint. I do want to see if there's an adjustment moving forward, especially with Yordan not in there. with him being going to be an adjustment to trying to maybe force the issue more, try to make some things happen more than what they have done. Right. I look at, like I said, last night's game. I said it earlier. Man, you get that many hits strung together at some point. At some point, you maybe want to force it, because right now this team feels like they're more likely to get singles than they are to hit the ball out of the ballpark or get extra base hits. So, like 8 of their 9 were singles yesterday, except for the one double from Altuve. Again, it's early, not tripping. Last year, a lot of these guys on this team were down 10 games to the Mariners early and tracked them down and walked them down, and wasn't even really close with them towards the end. But they got to start to pick this thing up. This is, and you just don't want to get in the habits of playing bad baseball, and you don't want this to get bad while Jordan's out. Right? You want to at least hold your own.
We'll get all this a little funk.
5 o'clock fire.
I know it, Captain. Trust me, Captain. You know how I feel. I believe in you almost. All right, NBA last night first, and we'll look at what happens tonight. But the NBA, the Knicks, Clint, walked into Boston and shocked the Celtics as they were down by 20 in the second half. The Celtics were doing what they have done to the Knicks seemingly all season, and then next thing you know, they just start clanking. Damn. And by the way, they took a record 63-point shot. 97 threes taken in the game yesterday, because the very modest New York Knicks took 37. But 60.
Let it rain. Makes me think of that Prince skit.
Well,
I'm telling you, they let it rain, they let it hook, they let it hail, they just let it all.
Shoot the J, shoot it.
And then, but they missed 45 of them.
There's the kicker.
Like they shot
you took 60 and missed 45.
And missed 45, which means at
no point did anybody say, hey, man, let's quit shooting these threes. We are up by 20, man. Let's just get some points and let's get out of here with a win.
We're up 10. Let's drive this thing. It kept shrinking.
I mean, what are we doing?
But then Jalen Brunson, and I just want to pull it over right. He is so unexplainable to me. Like, from one end of the spectrum to the other, like Jokic. When you watch Jokic, you look at Joker and think, that guy's the best player. Like, but when you watch him play, you can't. I mean, like, we'll get to him in a second and his 42 and 22 that he got last night. But like, when you watch Jalen Brunson, he is not supposed to be just controlling and just dominant at his size. He's listed at 6'2". I don't know if he's that tall. But I mean, what he does every game for that team, and ends up, and he was the best player ultimately, especially in the second half, on the floor, and he just gets his shot off. And you just don't see little guys like that night in and night out. And it is crazy to watch what he's done. But that was what fans who talk about the NBA right now, man, we're gonna shoot 63s. That was a record and not something we've seen. I'd imagine the Celtics may break it again later, but that was a part that was crazy. But they go in there and win, Clint. And then last night, even after, both games were crazy. That was an overtime game. They won by 3. And then the Nuggets beat the Thunder late. The number 1 seed Thunder, they beat them really at the buzzer as Aaron Gordon hits a 3. Russell Westbrook got the ball on the break, down 1, Clint, headed to the lane. And I'm certain everybody watching and in that arena thought Russ is about to go.
He was going
to
pull up on that elbow, wasn't he?
Did you hear Russ the other day in his press conference? Russ was one of the most self-conscious statements I've ever heard from an athlete. He walked up to that podium, Tyler, and said, "Yeah, man, with me, guys, I'm like a whirlwind, baby. I'm a tornado. Might get me to make a great play. I might turn it over. Might have me shoot a 3, miss it. I might make the next one. Might go down and get a steal. I might throw one away. Something's gonna happen."
Seems to be how it goes there, Russ.
And he came down and went ahead and made a great pass as Gordon won the game. Again, Jokic 42, 22, and 6 assists. I think he enjoys Wilt Chamberlain, Shaq, and Giannis as only 40, 20, and 5 in a game, which is insane. And they then completed right now. The Warriors and the Timberwolves, they'll play game one tonight. But every other team, all of the road teams have won game one in these series. The Pacers beat the Cavs on the road in game one, and then yesterday the Knicks and the Thunder lost to the Nuggets. I know for you tonight, we'll see game one in the game that we were hoping to see the Rockets in, Minnesota versus Golden State. You were saying this yesterday. You think you're extra into this series from a Rockets perspective, right? You're into watching the Timberwolves and the Warriors as
look, as Rocket fans, I mean, if we sit here and Minnesota just runs through Golden State the way that most people expect them to, I think that's going to be very telling, given what the Rockets just did against the Golden State Warriors. Now, on the other hand, if the Golden State Warriors compete and take them to 7, and it's a hard-fought series, then the Rockets are closer than you think. But if the Warriors
and if they win it,
if the Warriors get ran through, then you got to look at the Rockets as, man, you couldn't put to bed that aging Golden State team that was injured, that clearly is nowhere near the true NBA title contenders right now. It'd be better for all of us Rocket fans out there. I know you don't want to hear this, but it'd be better if Golden State put on a good front here in more Rockets. It'd mean the Rockets are further along than you think, according to how the Golden State Warriors play versus the Minnesota Wolves.
And Minnesota will have a lot of the same advantages that the Rockets saw in this series with their size, their ability to rebound. They just got Anthony Edwards to go along with it, and a lot of things. I'm intrigued to see Rudy versus Draymond over the next 7 games, because you know Draymond's thinking, I got to get in his head. Yeah. That's the only way I'm going to be able to compensate for me having to guard a 7'2" guy. I got to get in his damn head, and we'll see if Rudy will allow it. All right, coming up, we've talked about the Rockets. We talked about hearing from them and what they're going to do in the offseason. Well, they've got a decision to make on – this is the first offseason decision they're going to have to make, and a very important one they have to make by May 9th. We'll discuss that decision coming up next.
All right, y'all. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, hard as hell to say, easy to dial, baby. If you've been injured in an accident, any kind of accident, and you're sitting there right now, possibly in pain, not knowing what to do, you feel like you lost, I'm going to tell you right now.
info and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We heard Udoka, Raphael Stone mention a lot of things, but they did not go into depth about Freddie VanVleet. And that's probably the first major decision they're going to have to make. And I'll be honest with you, Clinton, Tyler, I don't think it's a real tough decision to me at all. But for some, you may go and have a different opinion or a thought upon that. So you can kind of voice your thoughts on that on the text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, you can do the same. By May 9th, Clint, they have to make the decision on a team option to play on a one-year deal that's worth $45 million. And they've got to make that call by May 9th. And if they don't do so, he will be a free agent. Now, they will have kind of the early rights towards him, but he would become a free agent, Clint. And at $45 million next year, and obviously it could change with new contracts that are given out. But he's currently at $42 million, the 20th highest paid player in all of the NBA. Which that's a tough one to kind of make sense of right there when you think of it, as good as he was in the postseason. But, I mean, next year, if they were to go ahead and exercise that team option, he would be making more than guys like Kyrie, Anthony Edwards, SGA, Tyrese Maxey with the Sixers, among others. AD, he would be making more than those guys if they picked that up. In the regular season, he averaged 14 points, 3.5 rebounds, 5.5 assists on 34% shooting. In the postseason, his numbers did go up, Clint, as he averaged nearly 19 a game, 4 rebounds, a little over 4 assists. So he had and saved them, shooting 45% from three, especially games 4, 5, 6, and 7, where he was really good. But Clint, he ain't $45 million good. And I think if you do bring him back, I will be shocked, Clint, if Tillman, Fertone, and Udoka and all the decision makers say by May 9th they feel like they've got to exercise this thing to bring him on, because I just don't think he is at that level of player to be making that kind of money.
Yeah, look, I know there's some nuance to this and some context, but if you were to pay Fred VanVleet, who, by the way, at the 42 number, damn near 43 number this year, he was the sixth highest paid point guard in the league. If you were to re-up him at that damn near 45 number, the only 2 point guards making more money with him would be Steph Curry and Tyrese Halliburton. He'd be making more than Dame Lillard, Luka, Trae Young, Tyrese Maxey. You mentioned Kyrie Irving, Ja Morant, SGA. Yeah. I mean, there's just I don't know how you justify that. I do think that they make a play to keep him because I do think they really like him and he embodies everything that Ime Udoka wants in a player. But I think it's going to be at a significantly lower number for him to be a Rocket. Now, there was a time, right, with him where, you know, the intangible aspect and the fact that the leadership aspect, the fact that he had won a title, he knew kind of how to build something. The intangible value was probably equal to, may have even been greater than the tangible, the physical ability
and probably why they paid him the amount they did, bringing him in to start it.
And it's worked tremendously. But the reality of it is, you're going to make a move to bring in somebody that is probably definitely the focal point and probably an alpha, so that intangible is going to need to come from them, not a point guard that's been around the block and back.
Probably somebody who has played in big games and played.
Yeah. I mean, at least you'd hope. So like the value of Fred VanVleet to the Rockets, I think, is probably going to go down significantly, where there may be where the contract is going to increase, and there may be somebody in the league that was in a similar place as the Rockets and say, hey, we want that here. Now, I don't know if that's what Fred wants, but you know, I think the dynamic of leadership, if you will, veteran pelts on the wall type guys, I think that dynamic's changed in Houston, and it's fixing to be a guy that not only has those, but is also still an elite player in the league.
Yeah. I think the Rockets have reached the point of, if you're going to make $45 million on this team, you got to be a $45 million player.
Agreed.
Right, like you got to be. I mean, you can't be coming here making $45 million. What a guy like Jalen Brunson, we just talked about, is making $26.
Yeah.
Now, he signed a team-friendly deal, but
Right.
damn, it can't be $20 million between you and a guy like Jalen Brunson.
Well, I mean, look, you can't. I know you got these numbers out here, and you may have already mentioned them, but I mean, you can't be a guy that's coming out like it's coming off of, with the exception of when you won a title a few years back. How many years ago was that, by the way?
It's been a minute,
right? I mean, these numbers don't screw postseason numbers. And by the way, a postseason where he carried the team for 3 games or 4 games.
Yeah.
Like it's almost 19 points a game. Like that ain't $45 million. And I know there's other values, and I know all my basketball heads that they're going to tell me, oh, that's not what he was saying. Hey, man, I get it. Still not. There's no way that you get Fred VanVleet to $45 million.
Now, listen. You brought up that point of it, and I agree with you. I do think that they're in a place where they've kind of Dylan Brooks and Fred and Steven Adams have really done their job in terms of what I thought a big part of why they were brought here, which was to help establish the culture here. I think Amin Thompson, guys like Şengün, guys like Jabari Smith, Tyrese, I think those guys have developed that. And so that part isn't as needed. Not saying it's not needed. Now, I'm with you. If there is a deal there for Fred, and Fred loves being here and wants to be here, and as you've heard me say, athletes love to live in Houston. If Fred is into it, and you can get a deal that makes sense, yes. Right? And to me, a deal that makes sense for a point guard of Fred's caliber that averages 14, a game, that has experience, a good player, that is, what is Fred? Fred's got to be, is Fred touching 30? I can't remember how old Fred is, but whatever his age is, where he is, to me it sounds like more of a player he's 31, a player that's making in the $20 million range. Like that would make more sense, because with that you can go out and get the shooting that this team needs, right?
Yeah.
Like the extra shooting that this team needs, all the while working with the other guys.
I think, too, Ron, we talked about this a little earlier, doesn't it matter, what direction the Rockets take offensively? Right, because I heard it said many a times, this in the playoffs is, the Rockets should play faster, and that's really not Fred VanVleet's forte. Right, I mean, there's teams that play with a true old school, smaller, game managing type point guard. There's teams that don't. Right, so I think I don't know if the Rockets do or not, but I think that ultimately matters as well. There's a lot of factors at play here, I would think.
Text line coming through. I think they work something out here, and they'll be giving him more like 90 over 3 years. Or something around that. We'll see. That's still, that's $30 million a year. That is still rich for me for Fred VanVleet at 31. I just like that is rich for me right there personally. But obviously they know how much they value him. Ronnie, why are you hating on Fred? There's something he said about chemistry. Sure there is. But there's also something to be said about, hey man, let's make good decisions here. Let's make that's the other part. I don't want to see the Rockets getting a practice of paying players, like severely overpaying players. Like when you watch, and maybe I'm off. When you watch those two, when you watch Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet, do you see $5 million difference per year player?
No.
They feel like they bring at their spots a similar thing. Now, obviously, Fred was better in the postseason from a scoring perspective, But I like the gap between those two players aren't $25 million. Right? And I just think they got to make it better. And I think they will do something. I don't think by May 9th they're gonna pick that up. But I am intrigued to see if they feel like he is a priority for them to bring him back at some point. All right, coming up, we will get you some little money here, man. Hey, listen, you can't go 77, almost 80% for a full week. Tyler got in the red for the first time. It's the first time I've seen red on T Mill's Best Bets. Let's see if he can jump back on it this week. He's taking a different tactic. We're going to try to make you a little bit of money, so stay tuned for that. And we got to talk about this dude that if you let him get you excited, he will make you start thinking a little crazy. We'll talk about that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, I don't know if the Rockets are going to
That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. Coming up behind us, the fellas, Texans All Access. They will be joined by Texans insider Jonathan M. Alexander. He will join Mark Vandermeer, John Harris coming up right after us, so make sure you stay tuned listening for that. Then Area 45 comes up behind us. Sean Bijani, Chris Santiago, and Luke Morrow. Is he like this? Is and I see as you have typed this in, Tyler, old hater. Is that what is becoming? What is synonymous with Luke now? I know Reggie was really pushing it, and speaking of the day Reggie had for me yesterday, I guess I just gonna fall in line with whatever Reggie thinks right now, as he set my birthday off. But damn, Luke didn't just got the hater. He's a hater now.
He's been trending in that direction. I feel like it's been the common theme with old Luke. Now he's great when he's doing it. When he's doing his hating live on these airwaves, he's tremendous. But I have no doubt about it. There is hate there.
I don't know if I'm ready to just slide Luke into that lane yet. I need a little bit more time. I mean, I've seen some haters, like real haters. I don't put Luke up there in that.
Well, Luke is very calculated, and so it's hard to
a thinking hater.
Well, it's hard to be like, in my opinion. In my opinion, like in order to be a hater, like it's almost like out of pocket, like you're just hating on something. Yeah. You really don't know what the hell you're talking about. You just hold a grudge kind of deal. He's usually pretty calculated, and if he's got a strong opinion, there's usually some level of stat or number or info that he is leaning on.
And I don't,
anyway.
And I don't get the sense when I hear, and I've done shows with Luke, or I'm driving and I'm listening to Luke, I don't get the sense that Luke is just, here he come. He's just about to talk bad about somebody else.
Agreed. Agreed.
Like, I don't get that sense.
No, not like that.
Natural born hater?
Yeah, just.
I don't get it either.
I don't get that. There are some where you hear, you're like, all right, here it comes. What are they going to say? They're going to say that. How many times? I don't get that from Big Luke. So, Luke coming up tonight. I got you, Luke. Coming up tonight. By the way, also, T. Mills' Best Bets. That's coming here in a few minutes as well. And tomorrow, stay tuned, 7:30. Nick Caserio will be on Payne and Pendergast live, 7:30. Make sure you listen to that.
Pendergast and Payne.
That's right. Set your alarms as we will hear from the general manager right here. Exclusive interview with Payne and Pendergast following the draft. So let's make sure we take a listen at that. All right, Clint, I got to be honest with you. Before we get to T. Mills' Best Bets, I've had to calm myself down with Woody Marks watching video and highlights of Woody. What's one of your terms you like to use? Super convinced. I have convinced myself like Woody's going to be a problem for teams here if he is used correctly and if he is given the chance, which I think he will be. Given that chance, Clint, I think Woody Marks has a chance to be a big piece to this team and be something that is missing from what this offense has had, or the lack of what this offense has had the last couple of years. And the more you watch him, the more you see the compliment that he could be to Joe Mixon. The more you see that added element that they haven't had out of the backfield. The more you can see just getting the ball in his hands, he looks like and has shown to be elusive and a chunk play waiting to happen. I am excited for the Texans and Woody Marks. And now I get an understanding of why our guy Johnny Harris had that sound that he made when he heard that the Texans picked up Johnny Marks. It was like or something like that. It was through the scenes for John.
Oh my God!
I can understand while he was excited. And I've had to temper and calm myself down watching him, thinking, boy, he has got a chance.
Yeah, look, I mean, when I love the potential, the possibility. Look, there's a lot of moving parts here, but when you look at and you see kind of how the Texans acquired Woody Marks, they got aggressive. They traded a 2026 third-round pick to move up in the fourth round to this year to get Woody Marks. So they got pretty aggressive in going and getting Woody Marks. They must have really liked him. They must have seen, which we've talked about multiple times, there's a definite need at RB2, the number 2 running back with the Texans. There's a definite need there, right? And then you look at the kind of running back that you just drafted. You drafted a guy that's been with in 2 different air raid systems with Mike Leach in Mississippi State and Lincoln Riley in USC. 2 guys that are 2 of the better the better air raid minds. And the one thing that when I think air raid, and you look at those systems in college, they use their backs more as wide receivers out of the backfield, not true 2-point stance kind of wide receivers out in line. Now they can do that, but they get them out of the backfield and in route combinations and use him in aggressive manner. So he's really comfortable catching the football, again, not just on a swing route or a flat route. We're talking about aggressive down the field, quick hitting type explosives that he's really comfortable doing. Now, did the Texans get aggressive and move up to get Woody Marks, Ron, and then they're going to go, oh, well, we want you to beat Joe Mixon and we're just going to run you in the backfield, run you between the tackles? No. Or did they get aggressive and go get Woody Marks because they know they needed a third down back that they can get out in routes and can be a mismatch, that is a guy that's got some speed and twitch that's different than Joe Mixon, and they're going to use him accordingly. There's a little bit of a dynamic there for me of like, what is Nick Caley and what is this offense going to do with him? But, boy, it is real easy to connect the dots of what he did in college to the need that the Texans have to, boy, if you use him in that way, you're right, man. This guy could be fun to watch in Houston.
Yeah, they had and to someone's point on the text line, they had a player like that in L.A., Williams, the running back that they had with the Rams, where he was with Sean McVay, was a dual threat, a guy that could catch the ball in the backfield and run. Smaller guy, kind of the similar size of Woody Marks. Is it Kyron Williams or Kyron Williams?
Yep.
The running back there with the Rams he's had. So maybe there's a connection there of maybe what he's trying to pull off there. But I've got to temper my excitement. And I'm telling you, when you all get to camp and get to see more of him, he will get you excited.
No doubt.
As well. He will be one of those guys you're looking for. All right, coming up, let's get to it. T-Mill's best bets. Yesterday, he had a push, unbelievable, even in overtime. Couldn't slip over with a team who shot 63s in a game. That should have been a lock right there.
It wasn't from a lack of effort, T.
No, it wasn't. They tried to get there for you, but no.
Beat.
They, maybe if they drove a couple of those, maybe they would have gotten that over. But no, even with that, he went 2 and 4 in his picks yesterday. At 50%, let's try to get into the green. What's the play tonight?
Yes, and I am I'm switching up our deal here. We've been doing this week because, well, they were on fire. Last night didn't go great, so I'm going to pivot. Got 4 baseball bets for you. I had 5, but that Tigers-Rockies game just got postponed a second ago due to some rain. So I got 4 MLB bets for you on a Tuesday night. First, I got the Phillies at Rays under 4 runs in the first 5 innings tonight. Then another under for you. Guardians at Nationals, their second game. They're playing a doubleheader on a Tuesday. Under 9.5 runs in that game, which should be getting started any damn second. So if you want in on that, get in on it now. And then 2 Astros bets here. Astros plus 1 run tonight in game number 2 in Milwaukee against the Brewers. And then I got a player prop, Jeremy Pena over 1.5 total bases at plus 120. Really like those odds. Of those 4, are there any you love or you hate, boys?
Yeah, I like the Astros plus 1. I like that. I think they get off the schneid today. I really like the Phillies under, the Phillies Rays under. When you got Zach